all the people all around me finding truth. I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over?
Good morning! Hello! Hopefully we're all doing well. And whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that I see there? Fom? I think you've got the wrong GG. Well played. I'm sorry, that's not correct. Can come on my sub, show him what he needs now. We got new emotes! And yes, the Nani is a new addition. Shout out to my artist who sent them over to me this morning. There's still more emotes to come, by the way. There's still 16 more emotes that are going to be added. They're similar, but diff in a way that matters, baby. Whoop, whoop. But yes, I had to get a Nani one. 11 p.m. Oof. Well, I mean, you know, almost a new morning for you. But yeah, I got them sent over British time morning. Actually, I think it was like, when did she actually send them over? She sent them over like 5 or 6 hours ago, I think it was. So yeah. Got them added on easy peasy real quick. But there should be more emotes to come. I'm hoping to have some progress on that in like the next week or so. So definitely a good time to get subbed. I spent a pretty penny on getting a bunch of emotes sorted. So be sure to spam them everywhere you go. Dude, I love that emote so much. We went through so many iterations because I wanted to get the right kind of emotion. I wanted it to be a one of shock. I wonder if it actually matters that much because like the emotes are so small, but yeah. Big shout from that. Damn, that green apple iced tea is actually pretty dope. Alright, Pessimistic's gone a different way about it. Yeah, mate, but Pessimistic came me out. You could spam that or you could spam this. Just saying. Just saying, man. Yeah, just come on. Alright, anyway. We are going to be casting some more of the Elite Classic series. So, as it stands, we are... How many series did we do? I think we done like 13 series across Monday and Tuesday. We got... I believe it's about 15 more series, roughly. There might be a few more I haven't even accounted for. But realistically, casting more than 15 series across the next 2 days, probably not likely. I'm expecting us to clear maybe 10 to 12 series, depending on the length. So, still plenty to cast, still plenty to get through. These are the games that were played on the weekend, just gone. So, they are the Elite Classic 2 games that rounded out the group stage. It just... You know, it's something I like to do is I like to cover the games that just didn't get cast because even though you might already have spoiled yourself with the storylines, you don't really have all the detail. You don't know exactly how things went down. In fact, let me just actually update the title of what our first series is going to be because our first series is actually going to be one of Beasties. I think it was the only Beastie series that didn't get cast on the weekend, which was the Beastie versus Avali series. It was actually the final one of the group stage, which, as I recall, still had relevance because obviously Beastie needed to win there to get top spot, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely one worth checking out. If you weren't going to go over the Elite stuff, I would push to see a very low elo game I had last night. Well, apologies, Leaf. I think we should be able to start mixing in different kinds of content again more easily starting next week because next week we are going to have no games that aren't casted, right? Like this weekend, it's playoffs, and all playoff games are going to be cast one by one sequentially, as far as I'm aware. So we'll go back to doing pub games, probably some low elo games we can mix in, those type of things. Oh wait, hold on a sec. What is this? Fom, did he? Wait, why is Twitch so slow? You've got a sub, but it hasn't popped yet. Nani? Alright, well thank you anyway, my friend. I appreciate the support. Hopefully I'll come through in a sec. That's quite the lofty delay, actually. Like, I'm not sure why? I never noticed that with Twitch. I noticed that sometimes where, like, for example, you get like a sub notification pop through, but the alerts won't trigger for a little bit longer. The weird part is legit, it's been like 30 seconds and there's still not even been a sub come through, which I've never seen before. That's kind of funky. But yeah, use those emotes. Dude, look at that. I love what they done with that, by the way. The GG well played. I was like, I want it to be kind of feathery bird themed. I think they nailed it with that. It was between that color or like a gray. I decided that that would have been better because I think gray wouldn't have popped as much against like the dark mode backgrounds. Oz internet lagging. Telling me about it, dude. Did you send the subscription by carrier pigeon or something? I might receive it in a week. Anyway, we're going to be opening with a Beastie Avali series. So let me get that date. Let me get those series games ready. So this draw's kind of funky, right? Beastie actually picking the Dented, and I think he intends to use it here. What would he pick Dented for? I think Order of the Dragon isn't too bad against Chinese, actually. Order of the Dragon's kind of an interesting double-edged sword up against Jeanne d'Arc. If you outplay, like, you know, if you don't get outplayed even, I actually think Order of the Dented is okay there. It's just you have to be very, very careful. Let me have a look here. Where is this series? Here it is. So, okay, some insights. So we have maps that they're going to be playing in this series. It's going to be Bridges, Gorge, Dry Arabia were the ones drafted. So no true water map to worry about. Bridges as an opener is pretty interesting, actually. I feel like you have to Jeanne d'Arc it, right? Oh, dude, that's not a good sign. I just checked. It's actually English versus Chinese, which I really abhor. I do not like that matchup at all for Avali. I think, like, on that map in particular, the English are very good at shutting you down. You have to luck out on the spawn just to get a good Barbican that doesn't kill you straight away. We'll see. He might get fortunate. I find, like, quite often the wood lines make it quite a natural fit. I still feel like English is a decent pick into that, though. It's not as great as if it was a Zhu Ji English game where English just dominates and it's not even remotely close. But yeah, it's still a bit of a weird shake-up there. 1 second, I was just looking for something on AoE for World because I heard that they actually added something in. Apparently, they've actually got a page that's tracking the stats from the Elite Classic, which is quite interesting, actually. I'm just trying to find it now because I've been saying that that's what's needed. Like, I keep saying constantly that's what is needed. So, presumably, they've got it here somewhere, which is pretty cool to think about. I just can't see it anywhere. That's weird, because I saw someone posting about it on Reddit. So, it exists somewhere. I just don't know where. Maybe if I go in ranked mode, 1v1? Nope. Okay, I don't know. If someone knows where I can find that on AoE4 World, that would be great. But if I can quickly pull up the Reddit thread, because it's quite interesting about the win rates, and we'll get into this in a sec. I just want to make sure that people funnel in so they don't miss out the game. Where is it? I'm trying to find it now. Because I had a very interesting stat about the Byzantines. We were pretty spot on with how broken they've been looking in the tournament. I think they were like a 75% win rate with over 15 picks, which is just bonkers. I don't know where it is. Let me search AoE4 World. It'll probably come up. And I think it was past week. Yeah, okay, yeah. Here you go. I'll show you this quickly, guys. This is kind of interesting. If I switch across to this screen. Let me go here. Yeah, check this. Why can't I see that going here then? Because when I click here, it just opens this. So something's weird there. Something's not working as intended. I don't know, but yeah, this is kind of interesting, actually. Like, Order of the Dented, we won't even talk about that, dude. One of those 2 wins was a complete memeology. I still remember that Louis MT game. But the Byzantines is crazy. 15 wins, 8 losses is absolutely bonkers. Don't expect Mongols to hold up like this after the patch drops. They're donezo. Their win rate is going to go down by quite a bit. Ayabids is no surprise. On the lower end, dude, I am still shocked English is doing so bad. My instinct was that with the map pool we had for the tournament, I thought English was going to perform really well because the map designs favor Lombos on early pressure points. But I guess that kind of holds up when you consider Byzantines and what they're doing because Lombos have been a big part of that pain, right? Like, they've been very effective. Have I ever seen a dude trading with an enemy market dock, even just for a few seconds? Sadly, no. I keep begging, I keep hoping, but yet. Outside that, Ottomans having this sort of, like, yeah, this is weird. I feel like Ottomans are only getting allowed through when there's, like, I don't want to be mean to them, like a complete and drastic skill mismatch, or the other reason why you've been seeing Ottomans go through has been, like, Lucifron and Vortex. And Lucifron and Vortex I think they're on their way towards finding the perfect answers to Ottomans. Like, I actually really like the Ibid picks up against Ottomans that we saw from Vortex in the Vortex Louis series. Even though he lost that game between Ottomans and Ibids, that was more Vortex just rushing a bit too quickly. I think he actually had the right idea. He just misread the timings and got outplayed. Rus being so low, yeah, once again, like, these are the type of situations where I feel like the only reason they get let through is because there's a drastic difference in skill between the two players, and the person's more focused on their specific draft and amplifying it than, like, crippling your picks, if that makes sense. It's a bit weird. Outside that, Malians, a little bit surprising to see them actually down on a low win rate. Then again, if you look at the raw game count, it starts to make sense. Like, they are just one of the civs that people are generically picking, I feel like, a lot of the time. Typically, what you're seeing is Malians get drafted if English is in contest. So, like, we've even seen people go Malians and English. The problem is once you draft Malians and English, you have to use one, right? Like, that's the way it works. What's the skill needed on the drafting stage? Well, drafting is an entirely different skill set in itself, right? Like, the ability to go through these correctly and actually get the correct alignments is an art, especially when you have to consider maps as well. So, like, yeah, there is a lot of skill involved in drafting. Like, I actually think there's a lot of upcoming players that have a lot of talent that you've seen just not really thrive in any meaningful way. And it's because of the fact they're not used to drafting yet. It's going to take some time for those players to catch up. But I think you will see a new kind of generation. But yeah, like, big takeaway here. If you really want to call it a big takeaway, Jeanne d'Arc genuinely not as OP as people are flabbering their lips about. Actually, a big chunk of Jean's wins come up against the Delhi that are still outperforming them. So, like, I still find it hilarious the amount of people that are like, Jean is broken, nerf Jean. And I'm just like, what about Delhi? Big question mark there. Not to mention the fact that also part of Jean's amplified win rate will be up against the English. This, like, if you get Jean versus English, it's basically, it's almost a guaranteed win. It's kind of insane. And I do see Crackety in chat. It's a very important time. Chinese have got 18 wins and 20 losses. That is 10 more wins than they deserve. Nerf China, thank you very much. Also, actually, I'm going to just say the Chinese win rate, I feel like there's a few players, maybe one of them is about to appear in the series, kind of fits that slot, right? Like, Avali admittedly hasn't been doing that well in the group stage. He does like to pick China a lot. I think there's just a few players that are coming through the qualifiers in particular that really like China. China is weak versus JD. I'm not talking about the JD-China matchup, Crackety. I'm talking about China in general. Just nerf them. Like, I think, yeah, if I had to choose a few civs that, like, the results are a little bit inaccurate because of the players that have been picking them. French, like, I think Lucifron literally equates for all the wins that French has, and then the losses are El Yona, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe Avali. There's probably another player in there, so apologies to those two. But I just know that they played a bunch. English is like, there's a lot of players just generically picking English. I think, like I said, English and Malians, there's this dance that happens around them in the draft that is actually making English just underperform, because you basically get to a draft point where you either pick English or you pick Malians. And, like, if you've got a map choice like Cliffside, for example, English is just a no-brainer. But most people have been then drafting Delhi on the other side and have that prepped. It's just a really big problem. Same with Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc just counts English really, really well. So I think, like, the other interesting thing to look at here is certain civs which are performing incredibly well at the top of this board destroy English. So Jeanne d'Arc, Delhi, Byzantines, Ibids, they all destroy English. Even Japan actually seems pretty damn good against the English now. So, like, yeah, I think I would say English might need some sort of little buffer, and I don't want to say around the feudal, but you kind of have to say around the feudal because it's all about feudal right now. It feels like English players basically only have one option, and that's to build Lombos and attack. Every time they try to build TCs, they always fail, like in my experiences anyway. You can't really do this TC boomy free TC like approach anymore. It doesn't work. Part of that is the maps, part of that is the players. So someone's going to have to change, because right now, discount English is actually good English. Byzantines are just better English. It's kind of nuts. And a big part of why they're better English is because they not only get 20% more resources in the early game, right? Think about this. It's not just 20% more resources you're getting in the early game. You're then adding another 10% onto that, right? Which is pretty bonkers. So like, you know, and system level 1, system level 2 are very doable. So like this Civ is miles and above the English right now. I don't know why, if your choice is Byzantines or English, you'd ever draft English over Byzantines. All right, should we get ready anyway? Because we have got a series. So let me just switch across to this. Let me double check we are good to go in game. I think we've given people enough time to get their asses in through the door. There's a very small sample from the top 0.01%. Yeah, but it has more relevance, Leaf. Like, the tournament statistics have better relevance than the AoE 4 World generic statistics. I've been saying this for days now. I don't give a crap about the pub statistics, because pub statistics don't tell you how people drafting the Civ, where are they using it, right? Like, you can tell a lot from tournament statistics and then weave the narrative that makes sense, right? Like the English detail we just highlighted. Why is English underperforming? Because these certain other Civs are overperforming. Remove Chicken New and give me Feudal Knights. Dude, No, Crackety, you're doing it wrong. What you need is the Chinese. We need to give you those... we need to give you those Feudal Age Palace Guard. There we go. Woohoo! Oh, dude, I would love to see them just take away your Imperial officials and give you Palace Guard for no reason. All right. Barbican should be movable like Mongol, but Faye, get the hell out. Get the hell out, dude. Faye's like, oh, my Magadai can't seem to raid appropriately, so I need a mobile defense to protect them. If only Barbican could move. Guys, maybe what we need is, like, if you build 20 Magadai, they can pick up... Wait, why am I saying Magadai and Bug? Not Magadai. The Chuganu. The small groups of Chuganu move on their own, like, oh, we're unprotected. What we need is... Did you know what it is? She said Mongol buildings and my brain melted. What we need is... We need the Barbican to be pick-upable by enough Chuganu. Like, if you build 20 Rams, actually, you can park them under the Barbican, and then it becomes a mobile fortress. You know, like the one in Sengoku Basara, for anyone who's a weeb that's in that? The giant floating battleship fortress? That. Boom. Okay. Let's get ready to go. Okay, so let me kick this off. Every Elite Classic 2 series deserves to be cast, and that's what we're here to do. One and all, welcome back to the AoE4 action. We have got an Avali versus Beastie series, English versus Chinese to kick us off with Beastie on the English. Now, this is interesting, actually, because we were just talking about the stats right now in the group stage so far, the Elite Classic 2. AoE4 World actually calculated it, and by far, English is the worst performing Civ in the entire roster. They're down at like a 25% win rate with over 20 games played. Other side of it, Chinese are sitting kind of mid-pack, and this is quite interesting to me because coming to this tournament, I made a pretty bold statement that I thought English was going to be borderline S-tier, especially when you consider the regularity of an Ottoman and Rus ban removing the true like S-tier broken Civs, right? Hasn't played out that way at all. And I was just saying live on stream, I think part of this is to do with the timings and the idea of longbows. I think the feudal longbow idea is what made me feel like English was going to be dominant in this this tournament format because of the maps they have access to. Things like Cliffside, Coastal Cliffs. Even this map, Bridges, I think is a really good map for kind of putting on the pressure of the longbows. Unfortunately, it just feels like the timings are off. And I'm not going to lie, after I've seen Byzantines with the win rate they've got, I just feel like it's no longer the Byzantines are the discount English. It's more like the English are the discount Byzantines. Let's see what Beastie can show us, though. In an English-Chinese matchup, it's a pretty good matchup for the English. You restrict a lot of options away from the Chinese. We are doing this on 2x speed in the early game because, let's be real, the Chinese are not going to do anything before Feudal Age. Beastie is not a Dark Age English rusher, so don't expect that either. The interesting thing in this matchup is that with the Lombos, you are able to block out a lot of opportunities for the Chinese, and ultimately this is a Civ that wants to be greedy, being played by a player who wants to be greedy. Actually, that's quite funny, because I remember recently when we were casting some Avali games, afterwards one of the pro players came by and they were like, has Avali finished his Divine DFP era? And I knew exactly what they meant. Avali used to be a fairly aggressive player. I'd say he was more oriented towards this idea of raiding type units like knights from the French and the Rus. But in more recent times, he's become a little bit of a greedy boy, just sitting back looking for multi-TCs. In this matchup, that's not going to be given for free. With the Lombos moving in, I love this opening from Avali. He's prepping to get into the Horseman to try and shut this down. In fact, he's even adding in the archery range. So we have moved past the era of greedy, boomy Avali. Now, he can still get into his greed, into his boom here, because admittedly, if he does secure this area with the horseman, there is likely to be a Barbican drop on the ford here, which would secure the berries and the stone. And from there, he could even then think about dropping a TC on the south side of this deer behind him, which would stop Lombos from getting in altogether. In fact, Beastie has had to reset and pull away here. So he did scout early that he was up against the horseman. And looks like the scout will be able to get away from this at least. And now is adding in the racks. Now, kind of interesting here, right? Like Beastie, you see him now setting up farms. This is quite a negative to have to do. It's not always a good thing to have to resort to. Realistically, in this situation, it's the right call, though. Avali forced him to go into farms instead of going onto the deer stacks because of the fact that he opened horsemen. If you played deer stacks, you'd have to set up outposts, and this is where you kind of realize there's an interesting kind of math to it. You could come out here and you could spend 50 on the mill, so that's going to be the same as over here. But then you're going to have to add in an outpost for every 5 villages. That's 100 wood. Alternatively, you can set up farms, permanent food at home, and for the cost of 100 wood, you can get 3 villages with permanent food source. Which, at this stage in the game, is just as good. Actually, 9. It's better than deer. That's pretty desirable. You could argue you can get survival technique, sure, but like on the flip side, for a little bit more, you get horticulture, and you just remain even further ahead. So, I actually quite like this approach by Beastie. I mean, it's also going to buff his sheep gathering at home in the meantime. So, a pretty nice choice coming out from the mad lad in the teal. On the other side of this, Avali is looking to get a bit crazy himself, though. He's scaling quite a lot of archers. So this is interesting because Beastie right now, he hasn't gone in for any sort of second TC. He hasn't played the pocket resources. He's just kind of taken that mid ground of setting up extra farms. And now he's setting up a blacksmiths as well. What kind of worries me is Avali, the comp that he's going for, because its archers are not Chuganu, this isn't that unit comp that you just scale non-stop, right? Because if you do, the longer you get into feudal age, let's say you get to like 50, 60, 70 of these archers, Beastie at that stage will probably have 3 farm clusters, if not 4. Definitely actually should have at least 4. That means he'd be able to pump Lombos and Men-at-Arms, and that's where you will wish you had Chuganu. So, yeah, I don't want to see Avali doing too much more than this on the production front. I'd rather he just kind of plays a little bit of aggro here, and either looks towards some sort of TC boom, or looks towards a castle age timing. I'm guessing we're going to be looking at a Barbican drop into a TC boom. That's pretty standard kind of play here for the Chinese. Although now that I'm seeing him move a mill out on the deer. No, there's no way. Dude, you have to Barbican the north side. He won't be able to secure the Northern Island, unfortunately, but like you're probably going to secure the pass here, which will also get you the gold on the front. You could maybe stretch between like here. Yeah, okay. Wait, what? That's a very, very limited Barbican? It doesn't really stop anything. You've got the wall coming up here, but like the north side, you're going to have to come out and wall this, and that might be dangerous. I think from Avali's perspective, he doesn't see anything here, so he's worried there might still be 1 or 2 Lombos and a spear. So instead of pulling all his troops back, he wants to try and keep aggression, and that means he can't get a super desirable Barbican placement here. So archers in the meantime, I'll wrap around the back. Looks like Avali actually... Oh, you can tell he expected a TC build here. When he's walking around the back like this, he's scouting to check if his opponent was going for TC play. Looks like instead, though, it's going to be a stab at the backside. We'll be able to hit down a few of the gold workers. Oh, that was a misclick. Avali should have got 2 kills there. Ends up with only 1 in the end due to putting both of these villagers down to 5 HP. That's another thing that's a little bit surprising to me is the fact that Avali stopped short of having enough damage to ever kill anything. Remember, it's pretty basic math. You've got 8 times 5 here, so you do 40 damage. If you brought out 2 extra archers, which would have been totally fine here, he'd be able to kill villagers much more quickly. Like, the reality is, if you think about the difference that it's making, it's a 1.5 extra seconds to wait, so your opponent can easily just kind of knee-jerk react. And yeah, about the blacksmith tech, he actually went Steeled Arrow. The argument of like, if he had the extra damage, I don't think it would have mattered, because remember, Beastie went for an early blacksmith because he was up against the Chinese. And I think Undermesh is always going to be priority. So, like, I think you're just better off getting 2 extra archers for that early timing, and then you don't have to worry about the blacksmith detail. Instead, you can leave that until after you've teched up. Speaking of which, tech up's on the way. This is a very interesting build from Avali. It's not something I'd say we're used to seeing, is this kind of idea of just kind of playing no greed at all against the English. I understand why he's leaning into it, and I feel like we've seen a few more players doing this for the Chinese now. But the reality is, you have to get quite a few Palace Guard together to dive the English sufficiently. You have to remember this is a Civ that is one of the best defending Civs in the game due to that aura plus the double TC fire. So there's going to be a delay in this, and the other thing you have to remember is Avali, although he's got Song online, because it's only one TC, getting things like the level 2 undermesh, which is quite expensive, and then affording all these Palace Guard, it's not something you ramp up into instantly. This is not like your typical Chinese build where 60 or 70 villagers in, all of a sudden they can just afford to pump out 20 Palace Guard in the first 2 minutes. Instead, you're going to be looking at maybe 8 Palace Guard in the first 2 minutes, if he's lucky. Because I think you'd have to consider the other techs alongside it. You already see that he's going into wedge rivets. All right, so let's get into the mindsets of the players here. Like Beastie, he's heard this tech up. What's his thought process now? His thought process is going to be, this is fine. I just need to start stockpiling resources. I can play condensed, and I'm not going to be too frightened. The choice that Beastie now has to make is, does he need a white tower to defend? I don't think so. I think this choice to position his army right next to Avali's base is going to force Avali to react to what he's doing. And it's going to buy all the necessary time to get away with a King's Palace build. Moving on the back. Blacksmith is working. Kind of interesting that BC doesn't try to burn this down, instead going for the villagers. And he will spill some blood in return. So that's a 1-to-1 worker exchange so far in this game. It's going to be a wrap around the back here. Avali. Tempting fate, my friend. You could have easily still lost a villager there. In fact, he might still. Okay, sick micro there. BC almost got 2 villagers there as one was injured. So he's going to be denying out the food. This is a problem because Avali, if you remember correctly, he set up his mill at home due to the fact he's against the English. He doesn't have great amounts of food in one location here. He's only got a few sheep left over. Beastie now pressuring on the village. I'm liking his approach here, right? Like, Avali's one way of now trying to break you is to spam out enough Palace Guard. So this village over here just completely screws him over. Nesta B's also now coming out from Avali. Okay, so Beastie's probably going to lose his army now. But if he splits it up, he can still force some idle time and be annoying. The reason he's going to lose his army is this one Nesta B's. Like, there's no way to get out, right? Like, you can't burn through a wall quick enough with 11 spearmen. Wait, Avali? Yeah, screw that Bambi in particular. Staggered formation coming out. Spearmen need to reach around in the Nesta B's here. You just need to ignore the Palace Guard. Lombos are tickling away at these Palace Guard. And remember, behind this, Beastie is accruing all the resources he needs for a tech up. Great pinch set there. He just pinches around the backside. He even pushes the Nesta B's off, so gets the kill. That's a really high-value kill as well. Remember, these Nesta B's are not cheap. Think about it this way. He paid 600 resources. That could have been an extra 5 Palace Guard, right? So that's an insane grab by Beastie for what is essentially an army he wants to throw away anyway. Horsemen are at least arriving home. Lombos are definitely going to get thrown away, but I want you guys to think about what's happened here. Avali is not content with the state of what just occurred in the last 2 minutes. Avali is like, okay, I need to get out on the map. I need to get like a critical number of Palace Guard together, and then I need to push across. Now he can't. So you're seeing Avali's entire game plan shifting. Instead of it being about how do I now dive Beastie's base, it's how do I take advantage of the fact I have map control instead. And that's why you're seeing him queue up 3 of these monks. Monks that I don't think, yeah, they are being supervised. There you go. So coming out every 12 seconds. Really smart read here, because I think Avali fully understands that at this stage, Beastie has to be teching up. Like, that's the only reason he'd be in the back of your base at this point. So you have map control. You have an opportunity to make this a 5-relic game. Beastie now already prepping the crossbows. Remember, with the Council Hall, you basically have double production rate on the crossbows, so you can get the sufficient defenses together. Love the fact that they're adding in men-at-arms as well. This is just going to be your body blocker and choke points. Palace Guard cannot kill them quickly, right? And also, Palace Guard kind of struggle from a lack of extra ranged armor compared to the Palace Guard, the men-at-arms rather. So even with that extra +2, it pretty much just puts you at a standard men-at-arms level at this stage of the game. Avali splitting up. Interesting choice to split this wide. It seems he was expecting someone to be on the deer here. So this is quite an interesting approach by Beastie with the free farm cluster, by the way. He's very kind of weak from a scaling point perspective, but the power of the English is in this static defense, right? Like, you can already see Avali, he's kind of looking to probe, but it's difficult to get in and find a target. The only upside he has from him right now is the fact that Beasty has not opted for textiles, which is a little bit surprising. He's already taking some worker losses here, right? And, like, realistically, it's very hard to block out those type of raids from hitting consistently. So, you know, in this type of game, it definitely would have made a lot of sense, but I guess he wanted the extra gold for additional crossbow production. Speaking of which, this army's looking really good. I think Avali losing out on that one Nest of Bees really did hurt him. Imagine if a Nest of Bees was wheeling up to the base right now against men-at-arms and crossbows. A Beastie would have a very hard time fighting into it, right? But instead, he holds and turns, and all of a sudden, Avali now has to just start looking back for his greed, right? Adds in the second TC, doesn't keep up the aggression. Has at least got relics on the way, so that's a good sign. But because of the timing on this, it easily could end up being a case that he gets blocked out on free, considering that he's pulling back when he's still got mid-map relics to grab. So yeah, Beastie is going to be able to deny this one. And another one to the south side also might be grabbed, but we're already seeing 2 men-at-arms heading over there. These 2 men-at-arms should be capable of killing quick enough. Avali will have to trigger a wall low, but he's going to need to bring something over to defend. Unless... Unless, of course, you just run the wrong way. Okay, so 2 relics home. Third one does seem feasible on the north side. The other 2 look like resources that Beastie could grab, though. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a moss drop coming in next from Beastie. You're seeing for the time being all the wood is just going into extra farms. But with the scalability on his economy, he should easily be able to afford to get those monks out in the next minute, minute and a half. In the meantime, though, his priority is on just getting additional troops to fight with. And arms. They split up. They look to go for the Nest of Bees here. Crossbows pushing this back as well. Oh, wow. Nest of Bees actually attacking the men-at-arms because they want to try to stay alive permanently. It's going to be snipe out, though. Beastie sends the crossbows in, starts targeting the villagers. Okay, that is something I didn't expect here. So he's essentially forfeiting the melee clash here, right? He's basically saying, I'm going to lose out to the defenders. But instead, he turns it into an eco advantage. So now Avali actually behind on raw villager count. Dude, that is such a weird way to go, but it's kind of crafty from Beastie, right? Like, he understood he wouldn't be able to win that fight, so why waste time on it? It's better to take away the economy, and that means the next wave that you're both scaling up, yours should be a bit stronger in comparison. No arms. A few of them are going to run through to the back farms. No textiles here, so Avali is going to lose 1 or 2. No armor clad yet. It's only now on the way from Beastie. It's kind of unfortunate, right? Like, you know, it would have been nice to have had in this Pathguard clash, but realistically, until you have an answer to the Nest of Bees, armor-clad men-at-arms doesn't really do much. I think this is the point where Beastie now needs to say, okay, instead of going for the relics, maybe I just need to switch over into the Siege Workshop. Weirdly enough, actually, it's just adding in additional bioproduction. I guess Beastie's logic here is that he can outscale, maybe? Which I kind of get where he's coming from, right? Like, he just saw the farm clusters only 1 deep, and he has got plenty of his own, right? Like, second granary is now coming online for Avali, but it's not full. Meanwhile, you're now up at 4 farm clusters. But I still feel like, you know, with how slow your comp is, Springles would make a lot of sense here, right? I guess from BC's mindset, it's like, I don't want to contest the Springle Nest of Bees issue, because if I go into Springles, he's going to go into Springles. And his have clocked out. People asking for tips how to improve. I say just choose pick a civ and commit to it. Like, that's what I always say is, like, you know, find a civ that fits with you and learn the game before you start learning all the civs. That's the best way to approach. If you're switching civ every single game, you're not going to learn anything because you haven't got a norm yet. The state of the game is always different, so you're not thinking about the basics to start with. Such as, yes, producing villagers constantly, making sure that you get a rough feel for age-up timings, understanding maps that allow you to naturally eco-boom over aggroing, and so on. Okay, so FabLarp's trying to give me an alternative option here, saying, yo, I only play random. Yeah, but FabLarp, you have the earliest GG out in a community game we've ever hosted, so I didn't want to I didn't want to gas here, but anyway, let's focus on the walls. Both players actually playing up here with the same exact idea. Well, not the exact same idea. There's a difference in the material we're applying here. So Beastie actually going for the stone wall. Meanwhile, Avali has chosen to go for the wood wall on the other side. But both of them aiming for the same objective. Love the fact that Beastie sent a single men-at-arms up here, though. So he'll be able to deny this out, and Avali will eventually end up losing 6 villages. Because there's no way out now. Now the palisade's coming in. Oh, I actually really like this approach from Beastie. I've highlighted before that on this map, dude, are you kidding me? The deer kill. On this map, this Northern Ireland is critical into long-term games. If your game's going beyond 25, 30 minutes, you need to be looking towards that Northern Ireland. It is the difference between making or breaking your game. 16,000 gold, 2,400 stone. And if I had to put a rough number on it, I'd put like 13,000, 14,000 wood at least. It's a lot. There's a lot of wood up here, right? Like 150 in a tree. Let's say you've got, on average, what, 40 trees? So that's going to be 6,000. Yeah, you've probably got like 18k wood up here. It's insane how important this island is. Palace Guard marching in. Palace Guard marching out. This is what makes playing against the English so infuriating. It's these armor-clad men-at-arms you can't fight. It's the crossbow attack speed, which, you know, here's a kind of interesting way to think about this. With Network of Castles, the English crossbows basically become arbitraries with crossbow stirrups. That's kind of bonkers, right? And then if you go super late game, you get your hands on Network of Citadels, all of a sudden you have a better firing rate than Arbitraire. You do admittedly have less range, less protection, sure, but in a DPS exchange with things in range, you will out-deep the Arbitraire every day of the week. Long walls now coming up. So there's going to be a burn through here. So Beastie is now securing the Northern Ireland. Has got a 10+ eco lead now. So Avali hemorrhaging more and more economy as the game goes on, right? This Palace Guard, this Man-at-Arms rather, has been chasing down these villages. I love the fact that Avali has set up a little racks up here, though. As long as that doesn't get scouted, he might be able to find a bit of revenge. It's rounds. Okay, so BC has accepted that he can't actually beat the Nest of Bees with the Men-at-Arms play. What the hell is this economy, though? Check this. Berkshire already on the way. Now, this is interesting, right? Like, in this matchup, you do not want to be building Springolds as the English due to the Clock Tower Nest of Bees and Springolds. They're just too tanky. But teching ahead of Avali like this is impressive. It's going to allow him to get into shutter triggers. The other crazy part is, like, he's done this at the perfect time. His whole build makes so much sense now. This quadruple farm cluster, now make it 5, allowed him to reach an eco point where he's able to tech up ahead of the Chinese. That's not something easily done. So now we start getting into the idea of Imp Plus on both sides. If you're Avali, how content are you right now? Against the current comp, I imagine Avali is feeling very confident. It's just men-at-arms and crossbows, right? Avali's goal is to try and get into hand cannoneers against this. The thing that he has to solve for, and the thing he's trying to figure out now, is how do I get enough gold source? I did get 4 relics. That's great for a trickle. I have got taxation as well. But if we're eventually thinking hand cannoneers, that's a problem. Another issue for Avali now is this Northern Island. Not just because BC can just match the quantity of hand cannoneers, admittedly with less range. It's that alternatively, with all of this wood, he could just make it a mass Lombo volley play. But Beastie's thinking different. This is classic Beastie. Have you ever wondered why Beastie likes playing Horseman so much? Might it be that Horseman, 5/6 of the cost of it is from a permanent food source? A permanent resource, rather. It's the food, right? Like, wood is limited, gold is limited, but the food most definitely is not. As long as you have farms, you have it forever. So I think it's a big part of why you see Beastie always lean towards this. And it's why, actually, Beastie's always able to build up such huge reserves of resources, is because of that choice to go Horseman. Horseman does this where if you were spamming Palace Guard non-stop, you'd be just kind of like munching away at the gold, right? You wouldn't be able to secure an 8, 9, 10k gold reserve. So, pretty logical choice. Also, of course, it just has the added mobility factor on top of all the other nice things we just mentioned there. Imperial Palace now coming up, though, so Avali is in zoom mode. This is where I'd really like Beastie to set up a stone wall on this short side. It's just such a small investment for such a big gain here. It means you only have to guard this central area, which is very doable as English. When you have to spread a bit wider, that's where the game becomes quite frustrating. So, Network of Citadels is on the way. And remember what I said, this is like having double crossbow stirrups effect. It's incredibly powerful. Well, not quite double, right? Crossbow stirrups is 25%. The network citadels is 40%, but it's pretty bloody close. And Avali is actually going to secure the 5th relic. So, well played to him. We are now seeing Pyrotechnics queued up, so he's showing his intent here. Unfortunately, this mass horseman play actually just might be the right call by Beastie. You get enough of these guys, you can shut down the gunner spam before it gets online. And remember, even with 5 relics, even with taxation, hand cannoneers is not something you can afford to keep losing. You need to find additional gold veins. Long walls planned by Beastie. I think it's very important that Avali doesn't let these go up. The problem right now is he just doesn't have an army big enough to scare this, right? Like, he can't stop this many men-at-arms and crossbows coming at him. So instead, Avali has to back away. And this is another negative of when you go into hand cannoneers. This comp takes a very long time to come online, 35 seconds to produce each one of these. Compare that on the other side, where Beastie's already been building these units throughout Castle Age. And now, up in Imperial, they don't take anywhere near as long, right? It's just not something you can contest. Beastie already tapping that gold. Like it's a keg and he's a frat boy. Dude, this is crazy. He's got, what, 36 villages, I think that is in total? 36 villages on gold is bonkers. He's going to drain this map and build up that reserve we talked about. This is very much kind of like your classic Beastie, right? And it's so smart at this stage in the game because it allows you to tick every single box you're seeing over here. Nothing's held back, right? Elite Army Tactics coming through, the Eco Tech upgrades at level 3. He can pretty much get everything because of the fact he has that much gold to work with. And, you know, some of this might look a little bit weird, and it's like, okay, why are you getting Spearman upgrades? You don't have a use for Spearmans yet. It's in case he needs to pivot. Because he has that much gold advantage, he can afford to just have extra backup techs prepped in case he runs into something. This is a very smart play by Beastie, because realistically, even with the dominance in terms of vision on the map he has, he still doesn't see what Avali is doing. And I can guarantee you hand cannoneers are definitely worth the cost, especially for the Chinese. It's Pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnics is insane. Remember, it turns what is a short-range unit into a sniper. 5.5 target range. And the problem for Beastie with his comp is he doesn't realistically have a great answer to mass hand cannoneer right now. Biology Horseman is eventually going to be able to just drag it down. You're talking about like a quantity of resources that is more easily accessible for Beastie's comp, right? It's wood and food. On the other side, Avali needs a lot of gold to get those hand cannoneer numbers up. If you can get up to 40 of them, that's when it starts to break the game. Then it forces Beastie to go longbows. But Beastie has correctly identified there's no reason to do that yet. His opponent doesn't actually have that type of resource bank to achieve that quantity. Beast should be able to push the crossbows away. Looks like the wall was intercepted, so not fully complete yet. Men-at-arms are now moving back. Wait, the Spirals have just... Wait, what? Beastie? Okay, the Spirals are dead. What? He's hiding the Horseman transition, isn't he? That's so weird, man. He didn't want to use the Horseman to block because, well, one, Palscard will beat Horseman. Two, it would have revealed that he'd gone into Horseman. He doesn't want to run into Spears here. So he's willing to sacrifice a little bit of economy to get his Horseman in uncounted. That's bold. I don't know if that's like the right call here. Avali should be able to find a significant amount of villager kills in this area, but so far, credit to him, man. Beastie's been on point with the units that he's seeking garrison with. He's only lost a small handful here, right? It's like 2 or 3 villagers going down. The rest are untouched. It's at least idle time, sure, but now Palscard getting cleared up. The other side of this Horseman have ran in. And talk about a bargain. He finds the siege, he finds the range, he finds 0 melee here. Other than what, 5 Palace Guard? Insane grab for Beastie. Horseman not quite able to get that additional siege kill, but there's plenty that has died there. A great trade for Beastie, especially considering that in the end, I think he lost a grand total of 2 villagers to that drive-by. And it seems like he found more worker kills while he was killing the military over here. So right now, I'd say if I had to like pin someone winning, it's clearly Beastie. The Eco bulk is a bit different, right? Like, Avali has an edge there, but in terms of the map control and also the skirmishes, as we just saw, I give the edge over to Beastie. What's most important here is that Northern Island, and so far I have not seen a solution for it. Avali is now moving up, but the problem is with a Berkshire here, there's a lot of area that he can't deny, right? This gold, this wood over here, the secondary wood line, and the stone are all things that the Berkshire will protect. And a nice switch up now coming in from Beastie, dude. This is kind of wild. When was the last time you saw Imperial Age English transition knights? Like, you just don't do this, but it's pretty smart. Like, what you have to remember is in this game, Beastie has bank. He has plenty of gold, plenty of food. He has enclosures to allow you to contest the taxation of the Chinese. So he's not going to run out of gold. Instead, he has a kind of a gold rush right now, right? And funnily enough, like, what do you do with a gold rush? You build the rushy units, the ones that can move fast. Because the other thing is knights are pop efficient. They're like the most pop efficient thing you can build. They have more effective HP and more damage than any other option available to you. So a pretty crafty little choice here by Beastie. He's going to be able to start doing this until the spears come out. And we can see that Avali was not prepped. He's now only adding in Dark Age spears. Bombards in the meantime are going to start sieging in. Imperial Pass going down is a big deal, actually. Right now, that makes up about a third of the vision that Avali has on the map. So this is a pretty lofty loss. No significant raids coming elsewhere from Avali. He's just trying to mass troops the main fight. So Landmark goes down, and all of a sudden you start to feel a bit blind. Bombards can easily deal with the outpost, and that's going to start to deny vision and info to Avali on what's happening on the north side, as well as what's coming next. Vision being stripped. Barbican is still behind the walls, though, so that'll last a bit longer. Bombards are trying to snipe through. Avali is moving in position to deal with that, though. So Beastie, a little bit neglectful. He does leave his bombards unguarded and doesn't even have siege work, so no chance to reclaim them. Instead, he's going to go north. Oh, no. Avali, he didn't complete his stonewall. I mean, this is a break-in, right? Knight's going to be able to just wrap around, spread up north and south, and make sure that Avali doesn't have a quick response here. Now, Avali is at least as quick as you can get with infantry here, right? The Yuan Dynasty is going to be able to chase this down, but the thing is that the Palace Guard, this quantity, could just bog down the men-at-arms rival could just bog down the Palace Guard. And that's going to allow the Knights to hit the backside of the base. That's a huge idle time hit for Avali. Avali still has got 5k food in reserve, so he's not going to immediately burn up. But the problem right now is what these men-at-arms are doing straight after the pagodas. Oh, well played, man. This is annoying damage for Avali in a game where wood is a limiting factor. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's burning down, the farms as well. This is smart. He's just burning things that he knows Avali has to replace in a game where wood is his most handcuffed element, right? Like, he can tax for gold, he can use these relics to get gold, but wood is something that he lacks long-term access to. And his men-at-arms just don't die quick either is the other thing, right? Like, he's caught Avali before he's full into the hand cannoneer transition, so he can't quick kill these men-at-arms. It's like Knights will start to get cleared up by the spears. Beastie now moving forward for the attack speed aura, so he's starting to restrict the map a bit. Avali has shuffled out, though. He's got gold on the south side as well as the wood lines, so this is really important. Avali, without this life source, he'd be dead right now, right? He just wouldn't have any gold income. He's got 4k to work with, but he's still far from out of the woods yet. Remember, this is the game where your opponent has had a 16k gold advantage here, and enclosures allows you to contest what the taxmen can do. Wall's going up. Okay, well played. Avali is playing against a no melee English, no ranged unit English rather. Unfortunately, the wall was broken in time there. Wait, that's actually a bigger problem. Okay, no, he's going to be fine. I say it's going to be fine. Like, realistically, the entire wall line is accessible. The problem here is, remember, Beastie is playing a no range unit English, which is just wild. Instead, he's going full melee. So unfortunately, he doesn't have a way of using that wall to hold the fight hostage. I'm expecting a Lombo transition soon, though. I feel like, you know, against mass hand cannoneer, you're kind of going the hard way about it if you keep spamming horsemen. Hand cannoneers are going to get on the wall here, so we're going to snipe this down. Rams are looking to break through quick, though, and Beastie, if I'm not mistaken, is he just building them here? Where the hell did these come from? Oh, he's just sending them across, right? So he's got 10 plus rams on the way. Military Academy also now coming in. So Beastie, this is kind of wild, right? Like, he's restricting the map and he's winning fights right now away from home. What happens when you amplify that production rate? There's replacement units coming out by 33%. On average, that's going to save you an extra 6-7 seconds to get new troops out to the front line. He's going to break at both ends here. Meantime, Wood's still being gathered up. BC, notice he hasn't gone for trade. This is an interesting thing about Coastal Cliffs. You can use the Northside Island to trade. He doesn't need to in this game. Like, in this game, he's playing English. There's no relevant reason that you need more than an enclosure's worth of gold. Like, right now, his gold income is kind of bonkers. He's still gathering on the front line with, what, a handful? Yeah, 11 villages. But most of this is just coming from enclosures. 40 farms worth. Yeah, impressed that he only needs 5 farm clusters, actually. Usually you need a little bit more than this. And I think he's putting the extra into Wood right now. Like, if you look at the raw count, yeah, 61 people working Wood. Bombard's being queued up as well. I still don't like that BC's not really addressing the hand cannon near mass. This game feels like it requires it, because Avali is getting a puffed up chest moment here, right? It's kind of a one-offer. Like, once these hand cannoneers die, he doesn't really have a way of getting more. But for the time being, he has an army that Beastie realistically can't fight. And I feel like Beastie might be playing his classic style a bit too drastically here. Beastie's a player that likes to spread out and take the flanks to shut things down. In a game like this, your goal isn't to flank the farms. Your goal is to block out the mid-map resources. So quality over quantity should win out. Being said, no, it's quite the quantity of rams moving in. The amount of villages here, though, good God. 47 workers to clear these rams up. Still no siege works is a bit surprising from Beastie. Backside farm still being idled out. Avali, we have a reboom on the eco problem here. He has been constantly producing villages. It's just he's losing that many, guys. It's 77 worker kills now compared to 16. This is the thing that actually might make the difference, right? In conjunction with the fact that Avali's army is irreplaceable when it dies, it's the fact that even the crap units are going to be irreplaceable with the chip damage he's finding on his economy. Beastie continues to push through as well. Bombards break the wall again. 6 mangoes. Here we go. This is it. If half of these mangoes hit, Avali's army breaks and the game is over. That's what we're looking at right now. All that matters are these guys here. They will either win or lose this game. And they can do it quite swiftly one way. Just not so swiftly the other. Bombards. Oh, this is going to start getting clapped. Still no siege works. It's very interesting that BC doesn't care about siege works at all. I'm wondering what the thought process is there. I wouldn't be surprised if he just forgot about it. Like, 20% more health on a Bombard is quite a lot. Definitely makes a difference on a Mangonel, especially against Springalds. Little raid coming in here, though. Horsemen. Plus the men-at-arms. They can clap this down really quickly. They have got the network of citadels, remember, so they actually have an insane attack speed every minute they're striking. So several villages going down. Avali, he only just recovered to 100, and all of a sudden he's down to double digits again. Bombards are actually having to stand ground up against this. Mangoes are going to reveal, but that should give Avali now time to reset. That is actually the perfect way to reveal the mangoes. He takes a hit on the pass guard and immediately backs up and waits for more anti-siege. Yeah, he's even going to rapidly produce them here. So Siege Workshop on the front line. Beastie, got to be very careful not to throw these mangoes away. For him as well, gold is becoming a problem, remember. We've drained all gold excess from the map. It's literally 800 here, and that is it. At that point, all gold is gone. The other problem is, like, he's been building men-at-arms, rather, right? Men-at-arms require gold, so it looks like it's going to be shifting away from that entirely. We are seeing Siege Works finally come through. We're seeing Mass Horsemen, which is sustainable still with the food and wood he has access to. And I wouldn't be surprised if now Beastie's going to add in like 3 more farm clusters. Yeah, he's already added another 2. We're probably going to have a third one on the way shortly. Wood doesn't require as much attention now, right? Like, it's more about just having the food quantity to keep pumping horsemen like they are a throwaway unit, because that is their role in this game. They're simply existing to protect the siege. So what I'm saying is we're doing CGQ again. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hello, we got a break-in. That's a lot of Palace Guard heading straight for the Berkshire. Berkshire doesn't actually have the hot oil here, so it shouldn't be an immediate kill. Might just be a difficult one to find altogether. Villagers are going to start getting clubbed, though. Well played, Avali. This is what he needed. Finds the north side. Beastie still has some reserves of wood to work with, but this is going to be a hit to his economy in both forms. Both the food, the wood, and actually then by extension with the enclosures, the gold as well. Boiling all definitely adding up, but when the Palace Guard are this tanky, they should be able to outlast this, surely. I mean, I'm saying that. We have to remember this is Core Architects, right? So it's 8.4k HP on a castle. I think it's going to be fine here. This is just wave number 1, though, and Avali, oh my god. Dude, how desperate do you want to look? This many people munching over like 3 pieces of wood says everything it needs to about the game right now for Avali. Sure, he got 5,000 wood in reserve, but he knows that whenever you're up against Beastie, it's not about how much resources you have now. It's about how much resource do you have 20 minutes from now. Looks like we are actually getting that Lombo switch up we talked about. Beastie finally realizing that this is the correct way to address this. Like, you can't just keep trying to headbutt this fight against hand cannoneers. Longbow volley actually counters hand cannoneers pretty hard. Even their extra movement speed, like the difference in range is a problem for them. Villagers just trying to keep the Berkshire up, but it looks like it's not going to be good enough. So Beastie is going to end up losing control of the Northern Island. Pushed in the meantime. What, we got 5 mangoes? Oh my god, the Horseman! Avali completely out of position here. Now, keep in mind he does have a lot of food in reserve, but considering he's spamming Palace Guard, this is expensive. An expensive loss. He needs to actually find some additional damage. Problem is, he's also just ran into a keep on the north side, so the villagers are going to be denied the limited wood remaining up here. Waves continue to dive in. Hand cannoneers are finally in position to react to this. 33 of them, in fact, but the Horsemen have definitely done damage. Both players now taking heavy licks and heavy wounds. 91 eco to 73. This is going to take a long time to reboot for Avali, though, and you know, although he's got those reserves that we keep speaking of, he still has some big problems here. His army relies on Palace Guard flooding to deal with the siege, and that's difficult to find. It looks like there has been a pullback here. Beastie, I think he lost the mangonels and then got them home. Or lost the springs rather and got the mangoes home. So he's going to actually have the advantage in siege, and that's a problem because a few too many of these mangoes, and that's going to be a GG. That's why Avali now needs to find a wide battlefield, right? Like, Avali knows about the mass mangoes. He's now thinking, okay, I can't fight in my own choke points. I can't fight in my buildings. I can't fight in his buildings. I need to fight somewhere like here, where there's enough spread that I can wrap left and right and come around the back on the mangoes. Avali. Oh god, dude, that is half of his economy right now. Palace Guard are at least going to clear this up. I'm kind of chuckling because I feel like that's the moot detail. The fact that you're not getting any eco now is a problem. Avali's comp is becoming very one-dimensional. And the crazy part is actually, like, this hand cannon Beastie's adding in is a pretty damn good answer with the choke points as well. I think like this choice to still keep men-at-arms is really smart from Beastie. If Beastie keeps like 20 or 30 men-at-arms and just holds small choke points, they're very tanky. They're tanky enough that mangoes will be a problem. So I want to see Avali consider maybe still going into Springolds. It seems he's hesitant though, and I can't blame him considering the gold and wood income now has pretty much grinded to a halt. God damn, these Lombos. Yeah, they Gatling gun, guys. Arrow volley is kind of nutty. Reducing the attack speed down by 1 second, basically taking you down to like 0.29 seconds to attack. Pretty insane. And remember, this isn't just going to address Palace Guard fairly well because your base damage is decent. It's also the perfect counter against hand cannoneers. Palace Guard just actually splitting up like this is costing him dearly. He's not got an army that's just ready to take a main fight, right? Like, he's just got these small pocketed groups. In fact, the one big group of Palace Guard he's got are looking in all the wrong places right now. I'm struggling to see a way out of the hole for Avali. It's kind of wild when you say that of someone who has a military advantage with a hand cannoneer advantage, but the problem I'm seeing right now is Avali has to try and now exhaust himself claiming this north side through the Berkshire and the keep again. On top of that, this is with limited resources overall, and this is also in a situation where the Lombos are now here to answer your true premium unit. It's like, you're pretty much stuck in a scenario where Palace Guard need to hit, and they need to hit the economy. If they're taking fights, they're not striking at what's keeping Beastie alive, right? Like, you can see how closely he's playing this. His gold income is abysmal in this game, but it's a trickle that will keep existing due to the fact the farms are cozy at home. And yes, 5 relics offsets a lot, but once again, remember, like, the gold is basically going to be put into Palace Guard on one side and Men-at-Arms on the other. The difference in this extra gold is the hand cannoneers, but the hand cannoneers are worthless against Lombos. They get destroyed by them. Palace Guard. I'm just going to start taking control of the Northern Ireland again. Classic English people fighting over Northern Ireland. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. Woodline's been shipped pretty hard by Beastie though, right? He's got like basically half the wood on this island he's claimed so far. He claimed all the gold as well. And oh, we got a break in. Beastie on his way home. This could be a problem. Averly, for the first time, is going to be able to get a significant hit in. These earlier raids with the Palace Guard, there was only a handful that made it to the farms, but this is full Sparta. Well, not quite. It's a 6th of Sparta. 50 Palace Guard make their way into the back. What damage can he do, though? Beastie, last time this happened, if you remember, he had fantastic micro to mitigate any losses. I think in Grand Tour, he lost about 3 or 4 workers. This time, it looks like Averly can't find what he's looking for, so he simply attacks the houses. Meanwhile, oh no. Oh no! Oh yeah! We're in! Averly, that's almost half his economy stuck on an island. And look at the way he split this beast. He goes both sides of the wall to guarantee there's no escaping this. I mean, Averly, he could hide it on the wall, but what does that do? Nothing for you. That's just idle eco at the end of the day. It just shows you how desperate he is for that wood. His economy is still good. This is the crazy thing. Like, from an eco perspective, Averly is outplaying Beastie. But what's also happening is he's running out of ways of stockpiling a reserve, right? So these trades need to be very favorable for Averly. Like, bad trades equal 0 resources left over now. Villagers are going to keep on hiding for the time being. Palace Guard basically have just ran through the base to run out the other side. Okay, it's kind of weird. He just couldn't find the economy. And Beastie's so on point, and now Averly. Look at the difference we're seeing in that villager count. 98 to 66. Oh no, the horsemen have found them here as well. Wait, what? So instead of going on the wall and being safe, the villagers are now trapped here to die. Tell me you didn't pass 4th grade without showing me... show me you didn't pass 4th grade without telling me you didn't pass 4th grade. I think that's what those villagers have done for us. So horsemen are going to be able to take them down. That's going to be Averly under 50 economy. And he stopped producing. So this tells us that Averly, he's saying, okay, this can't go on. I now see what's happened on the map. It's kind of irreversible. I need to build an army that is so big that it doesn't have to fear your aura. It doesn't have to fear your production. It will just break you. So this is going to be Averly going up to 150 plus pop. He's adding in Fire Lancers, which I really don't like, because this is going to pretty much give you one swing, and if it's a miss, it's over. The real reason why I hate Fire Lancers here is he can't get out without being seen. This is not like one of those games where there's a sneak route to the enemy base. Literally, the moment you walk out of your main, the Fire Lancers are going to be seen. And that's going to give Beastie ample time to body block if it's north side on the bridge, or block wherever you try to break through on the wall. Asgard getting thrown away. Averly. That's everything. The whole kit and caboodle. All of his resources now going into this play. Still, he needs to break a wall, man. Like, he's got multiple bombards coming, but once again, this is something that will get scouted early. It will get reacted to. His best move would be north side, but there's still a stone wall up here, and if he pulls bombards to blow this up, it's going to signal to Beastie what's happening. Unfortunately, doesn't have much of a choice, really. All right, guys. Averly, can you do this? 2s if Averly's Fire Lancers are going to come in clutch and end this. Because this is a pretty awkward way to have to make this commitment, right? Like, typically when we see Fire Lancers work, it's when all landmarks you have to kill is on one screen. That's not the case here. This Berkshire on the north side that Beastie plopped to secure that island means one way or the other, he's going to get a lot of time to react and get an army in place to protect. So, Avali, crafty bugger that he is, check what he's doing instead. He sends the Bombards up to deal with the Berkshire to hide his play. This is really smart, actually. I want to give props to Avali. Like, if there's one way this might work, this is the way. The Bombards can deal with the Berkshire, and Beastie's not going to be suspicious of it, right? Like, he's going to see hand cannoneers up here. It's a tiny bit suspicious because you don't see any Palace Guard. But there's hand cannoneers here to defend, right? So at this point, you're like, oh, Avali's actually invested a very expensive army. And here we go. Berkshire goes down, and the Flood comes in. Fire Lancer's on the way. Beastie, he needs to hold this. Just stand on this choke point right here. In fact, what would be super sick, and in fact, he's doing it. Demos are on the way. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This is it. And Avali, no way! The body blocks mean he can't go through. He pulls away from it. Beastie is overextending though. He needs to get back on that choke point. Whoa, boy, whoa! Don't let him through. What is this mess? Oh my god, Avali, he can't even get out now. Demo's on the way. A demo that can easily detonate. He's holding it hostage right on the edge. Avali, he has no choice. It's do or die, but double demo is just going to instantly delete this bridge. So here we go, Avali. Bombard snipes one. Demo hits that up. 15 HP is about to die. 11 HP left. Are you kidding me? Demos are in. Half the Fire Lancers don't make it. And that means this is not going to be enough. Avali, down to 37 economy, will not be able to get the landmark snipe victory. Oh my god. And on the other side of it, Beastie sends the Lombos into the base. This is game. This is GG. Beastie, with 18,000 food in reserve, he can afford to build a defensive army to clean this up. The Fire Lancers will not even get through the second landmark. I cannot believe this, dude. This is why I love bridges. Tell me what other map you would get that on. I can't believe how close he made that as well. Avali almost saved the day for himself and kept it open, the Bombards. Unfortunately, due to the attack speed, he overkilled. He shot the Bombards into all of them into one demo ship, which left a bit of wiggle room for one to sneak in, right? That was the difference maker there. Sick move, and he also detonates the other bridge. Meaning now, Avali, half of his remaining population is stuck on an island with nothing to do. And he has no villagers to repair with either. This is it. Game one, and guys, this is just game one. Beastie is gonna clutch it up. Avali almost getting through what would have been a sick Fire Lancer turnaround. Remember, this Berkshire was irreparable at this stage. The hand cannon is camping it, guaranteed it. I do wonder if he needed to pull half these guys to the riverside. That might have been the difference to break through, but instead now, Beastie, this is undeniable. He kept his eco alive. Avali went for that classic all-in Fire Lancer maneuver, and it failed to deliver. I do love his execution, though. I want to give a lot of credit to Avali. This game may have been almost an hour long, but I don't put the blame on him. I think Beastie just as much took it there. If anything, we actually saw some early plays by Avali where he tried to play the aggressive player I've come to love in the past. So, shows some promise here, right? Like, although the first is going to be a loss, I think what we're seeing here is a more well-rounded Avali that can play early or late game. Has me excited for what we're going to get in the second game, because I've got a feeling with English and Chinese being removed respectively, we've got some more aggressive civs left over, so less likely we should see an hour-long game. Let this be a lesson to all that come to bridges. If you want to win this map, by the way, I just want to also point out, Avali is losing on his own creation. Let's not forget that. Avali created this map. If you want to win on bridges, and your game plan goes beyond 20 minutes, this island should be central to your plans. It may not be central on the map, but it's most definitely central to the outcome of the game. That's why Beastie looked so dominant. That's why he was able to keep the lead, even when things looked like they were getting shaky for moments there. Avali He's actually going to go for one last Ura. So he's pulling the villagers for a quick repair on the bridge. Demo ships cannot come out. Bombards did snipe out of the docks. Extra docks are coming up from Beastie, though. He's not going to be quick enough. These guys will definitely get in. Wait. Doesn't Beastie have to delete the army here? I think he does. Yeah, he just deleted some stuff. So he's got more troops on the way. Spin coming out. Villagers, they are being pulled for the repair. This is the dying cry of Avali in this game. Fire Lancers will be able to get through the Council Hall. TC might also be doable. It's a little bit awkward in this choke point to try and get through. But realistically, surely not. 42 Fire Lancers. He has got the Spirit Way, which is making this look a lot closer, but I actually think the thing that saved BC in this game should be the Core Architects. Rabodaquin comes out in the back. Oh, do it. Please, please, please. Wait, what? Okay, that was worthless. Repairs coming in. Beastie, wait, has he made a mistake here? He's fine. There's only a few Fire Lancers left over. Unfortunately, Avali got tracked. If these Palace Guard were not stuck here, we might be actually looking at a GG, but Beastie is able to hold on. Avali, the last Ura is going to be a flop. Props to him for the attempt, though. I love that he actually went for one more punch where a lot of people would have called GG. There's a thin margin of a thin opportunity here, but now with the Bombards being pushed away, the King's Power still on half HP. I don't see how he does this. He's going to try for a snipe, but the repair crew, Avali, can he actually do it? You need like 5 hits here, at least. Actually, a lot more than that. It's going to be a fail. Avali will hang in there until the very last moment. Props to him for actually almost making this look like a dub still, even in the stare down of defeat. But in the end, it is going to be Beastie opening this series with a win. Yeah, well played by Avali. I think, like, realistically, that was always bound to fail. Like, you know, if it felt like I wasn't hyping up Avali's chances of doing it, his chances of those Bombards, like, ending the game were more reliant on Beastie not paying attention. And Beastie, of course, was clearly switched on there. It would have been a shocker if that actually turned into a victory moment. So let me go ahead and update the score. Beastie has got 1 on the board. We now look forward to our second game, where I think, was it Gorge they're going to? You could have reasonably created more suspense at the end. Maybe. I don't think, was the TC actually rubbled? Is that like a graphical bug that it comes back on fire? I think the reason I wasn't giving suspense is because the TC was still alive, as far as I could tell. I should have been looking at the little marker on the top side, but like, if you looked at it, it was on fire. And if it's on fire, it's still alive, right? So that was my issue. Is like, I'm seeing that having 3 Bombards worth of hits, and he's ran out of units. So. Game 1 done. Game 2 is going to be a Jeanne d'Arc Marlian game. Yeah, I feel like this is the one downside of like casting replays is even when I don't mean to, I'm going to, like, especially when I go to grab the draft, I'm going to glance a look at the score, and I don't want it to affect like my outcome, but it is admittedly going to affect my outcome. This is why like I like casting games blind. I'm not one of those casters that wants to know the result. Like, I'd rather, like, you know, and that can be a negative. It means I spend more hours searching for good gameplay than most people who make this type of content do, because other people kind of know the outcome. But I love it when I don't know the outcome, because I can actually give a genuine reaction. I could have, yeah, I probably could have, I don't know. I don't think, it's hard to hype it up when you definitely know the outcome, right? And I don't, like, that's when you are technically fake hyping. Yeah, I know. It's a weird one. I wish the AoE 4 would make my time easier by just literally having a no spoiler mode for match history. I don't know why 3 years in we still don't have that. Anyway, let's get ready for the second game. All right, BC leading. We head into our second here. Avali pulling out Jeanne d'Arc and BC with the Marlians. Now, this is a decent matchup, actually. I think we've been seeing quite a lot of Jeanne d'Arc wins at the moment, and I got to say, Gorge is a good map for it. So if there was a way that Avali could get us to a game 3, I think he's drafted correctly for this. The alternative picks going into Gorge were Byzantines and the Japanese, right? On the flip side, BC's options outside this were the Order of the Dragon and the Delhi. I guess he's saving Delhi for the third map. Order of the Dented could have worked, but against Jean d'Arc, we mentioned this already, it's this weird kind of double-edged sword where it's either really, really good or really, really bad, right? It's kind of that funky thing where when you're winning fights, you seem unstoppable, but the moment you start losing them as Order of the Dragon, the game is already over because of how much XP you give over. So I think Beastie didn't want to have that kind of Gamba moment. Also could be that he wanted to save Order of the Dented for later on the draft, like considering his opponent has got Byzantines and Japanese left over. I actually don't mind the idea of Order of the Dragon up against the Japanese. I think you can actually reach a surge point early enough that you block out any sort of spicy fast castle Japanese worries. So instead, John, on this map, I'm wondering which way Avali wants to play this. I have seen a few builds. One that I'm a really big fan of is postured aggression into 2CC builds. I think they're really good for Jean right now. We saw a few replays. I think there was a game on Coastal Cliffs, actually, between, I think it might have been Lucifron and Zertan, where he started to feign aggression, forced extra defenses out of the Marlene player, and then went for 2TC. I'm a really big fan of this type of build. I think Jean plays it very well. And because of this matchup, inherently you get map control. What better way to use that map control than with a loose second TC? So let's hit the fast forward. Beastie, what are we going to be looking towards here? I'm wondering if you try to just actually posture some aggression or if you just try to be as naked as possible. Like, obviously you're going to have to build some Donzo to defend with, but... And you probably want at least one archery range with a few jabs coming out. But realistically, I don't think you're going to get a game where he comes out of his base, right? Like, the way that I view this matchup is typically attack, defend. That's why a lot of Jean players are now switched into Boom. Because in an attack and defend situation, like, Jean's difficulty comes when she has to dive the enemy base. She's great at playing mid-map, but if your opponent doesn't want to play mid-map, that's where the game becomes a bit sucky. Check what the scout haul was in the end. Beastie getting 14. 9 on the other side for Avali, so it looks like he actually missed out. He only done partial rotation on the east side and then came back for the left. Big mistake there. I think Avali's going for that best of both worlds, right? Where it's like, you do it, I do it, we both get 50% sheep. But I've noticed a lot of the high-level players like BC, Lucifron, Vortex, they still just do this dart down one side. They just gamble it. They don't mess around. They don't give you this opportunity to do a 50-50 split. And funnily enough, because they've been going to these players that kind of blink and do the opposite, they're more often than not been winning out. You can already see 17 now compared to only 9 sheep. So Avali, less to work with at home. Puts more pressure on this 2TC play, and it looks like that's exactly what it's going to be. Avali, onto the stone, has gone for the Hunter form. A little bit surprising here. Against Javelins, especially, it feels really weird. I like Hunter form when you're in a matchup where you don't have a hard counter in Feudal Age, and you know you're going to Castle Age, because that's where Jean feels really good. Jean in matchups where you know you're going to be up against Siege as well is where Hunter form feels good. I'm a little bit skeptical about this choice just because it's against Javelin spamming civs, so you don't really have any potential to threaten early game. Now, this is a big problem, because realistically, if Beastie sees that you have no way of threatening in the early game, his choice is going to be going into Greed. It's going to be to add in an extra mill and add in the branches quicker, because he knows you have no way of diving his base whatsoever. Yeah, Avali, dude, he didn't even build the first knight, which is... I think that's neglectful. That's kind of a mistake. I mean, realistically, yeah, Beastie has already built a few Donzos, but you can force more pressure here, right? Like, when your opponent comes to the second pit mine, you could have been blocking him out here. It kind of feels like a missed trick for Avali. I think in this situation, as long as Beastie doesn't now add an archery range, he's ahead. That's how I would gauge this. Like, we're probably going to get a second mill coming in shortly for Beastie because he's reaching a point where Ziko can afford it. And that's a problem because Avali, that means he hasn't actually done anything, right? Like, you can actually see he's done so little that Beastie has taken his Donzos across the enemy guard. Wow, and that actually hurts for Avali, right? Like, he hasn't got any of the eco-techs whatsoever outside of Wheelbarrow, right? So, obviously no horticulture this early on, but no survival techniques when you're on deer. Feels really bad. No gold to get the initial knights out. This is really well played aggression by Beastie. Avali has at least now got some opportunity to get some XP, but realistically, it kind of feels moot or irrelevant to get 18 XP if, in return, you're giving your opponent a free Castle Age. Second mill in. Archery range, funnily enough, is being laid in, but that makes sense when you see your opponent actually has gone ahead for an archery range. Just guarantees that he can't counterattack, right? And we're now seeing Avali get very aggressive in his focus. Second stable, second archery range coming in. Doesn't really have the potency out of this right now, though. This is one of those things about when you do this type of build, but you're not consecrating and sending troops out straight away. You can't get as much bang for buck, if that makes sense. Like, you know, if... Let's say you go to 20 military versus my build where I consecrated and kept pumping horsemen straight away, go to 20 military. I fundamentally spent less to get there than you have, right? Like, that's a very big difference to think about, especially when you consider that Avali is just pumping horsemen, which is really surprising here. Donzo's just going to keep getting poked away at. Avali not able to get any XP so far. Villagers now can start being targeted, though. Beastie hasn't even added in a javelin yet. Okay, there we go. He's waiting for confirmation that archers are being produced. So, pretty smart choice here. Sure, you can say it makes you a bit weaker with the Donzo engagement, but now you have a guaranteed reason to invest in javs. And in the meantime, you've got additional ranches in, right? We're now 4 ranches full, 5th one now filling out. Means that Avali's got, like, what, 2 minutes to do damage? And then it's too late. Also, another problem is, although he's denying gold over here, keep in mind that fat pit mine on the east side is giving a lot of value. DC is going to actually keep playing the Sage. Okay, extra archery range going down. Blacksmith's now on the way of Undermesh. Other side of this, Avali yet to add in a Blacksmith, though. And I feel like this is one of the big cardinal sins I've still been seeing a lot when I watch Jeanne d'Arc players, is their timing seems to be off. Like, blacksmiths, I think blacksmiths for a very long time has always been a timing issue with French. It took them ages to figure out, but with Jeanne, it feels like a new beast because of the different options you get, right? Like, it almost feels like you're always pushing for extra quantity over quality here, but it's going to come at a heavy cost now. Hit mine removed, so that's 102 less gold coming in each minute. That is going to slow down the javelin production, but keep in mind, he can always pull more villagers to the east side. Realistically, the other thing you do is you just come back out onto the gold the moment he walks away, because he left you with a mining camp. He didn't even take that away. Avali's still very much all in here, so... Avali's mentality right now, what Avali's thinking is, if I just keep constricting the map and keep him off the golds now, I win the game. Because if he has no gold, he can't even build jabs. And I'm building a lot of horsemen, so I can essentially just headbutt fights. If I was building knights right now, I'd have half the count of knights, and that means that he has the right number of donzos to body block me, right? But with this many horsemen, I can take out the limited jabs, and then archers win the game. Horsemen go over on the other pit mines, so that's being taken out now. Unfortunately, that kind of defeats the whole logic of his plan here, because it means that he's fighting jabs into archers. I don't know if I like what Avali chose there. Compared to, say, getting a blacksmith, get siege engineering, and then just build a ram to take this out, I feel like he took the most lopsided approach. That means he might not even get rid of the pit mine. Avali will be able to start step this off. So pit mine's going to go down. It's going to return a little bit more gold for Beastie. However, now your army is split. Donzos are mirroring on the right side, and Javelins are mirroring on the left. So realistically, what you've done right now is you've given Beastie both of the wins in terms of positions here for his armies. Donzo's jabs. Poking and prodding. Avali, what is the game strategy now? Like, when you split like this, it's kind of like you're tunnel visioning the gold now, right? Realistically, Beastie, he has been idled out at 5 ranches deep, but now with this many jabs and donzos, he can just get back to work. Like, you can't keep splitting this now. If Avali wants to win this, he needs to find where the gold gathering's happening and then just block it out with the entire army. He's actually going to shift east side. Beastie immediately takes advantage of this, moves out onto the gold. It's active gathering underway. Donzos will scout this out early. Now, Beastie did bring 1 villager out here, but realistically, losing 1 villager is not going to hurt you. Also, another problem here. Avali has been missing production, surely. We've been how many minutes with 2TC now? He only has a 4 eco lead. The numbers don't add up. So I think Avali has been missing production on the TC. Oh, yeah. That's a problem, dude. I can't believe that. I was looking at this thinking something's missing for Avali. Blacksmiths, why are they so late? This is the only thing that makes sense, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you should be more than 5 villages ahead. He rushed a second TC. He got it up at, like, what was it, 7.5, 8 minutes? So that extra TC, this deep in the game, that should have given you an extra, like, what, 12 villages? Something went wrong here. Avali now being pushed away as well. So pit mine mostly denied. I mean, the villager's going to come out to tap, finish that off, and repair it up. Other one is still fully operational. I think this is where BC's in cruise mode. And Avali, dude, I can't believe this, man. I feel like this is too late now. Siege Engineering needed to be there like 2 minutes ago. That would have given him a really firm timing here. But now this game is out of your hands, right? Like, you've got 20 horsemen, sure, but versus 20 Donzos? You don't have archers with increased attack speed, so you can't kill those Donzos quicker. And you don't, like, you know, this is kind of interesting thing, right? Like, this kind of comp can work really well for the Delhi, even in this matchup, because the Ghazi are more tanky, and their archers attack quicker. You're not that Civ. You can see the confidence BC he's playing with. The fact that he comes out of his base like this kind of says everything about the state of the game. Avali needs to make it or break it. He's at least getting some XP now on John, but it's coming at a price, of course. Final Ranch has now been added in. John is going to get sniped down, so she's gone. And yeah, these horsemen are just not really doing enough for me. I'm underwhelmed by their impact in these fights. You can see the moment that Avali loses John, he doesn't even want to fight anymore. And this is a problem because now BC can just consider a tech up. He's moved villagers out into the deer. He's got survival techniques coming in. The gold has been accrued. And now he's got all these ranches adding in the passive food as well. So Fulani will be activated in the next 2 minutes maximum. And that's a problem for Avali because he hasn't really built an army that scales. Horseman archers is the last thing that you want to be upgrading and relying on as Jeanne d'Arc here. They aren't units that have great effective HP. They aren't units that counter what your opponent's going to be doing next. Like, I'm pretty sure BC's going to, split? He's got 12 on the wood right now. That should be good enough. We're probably going to see him adding in about 2 to 3 stables while he's teching up. And that's when you switch over to sofas. Sofas just win this game. I'm wondering, like, what happened? Like, we know what happened, that he missed villager production. I think Avali just kind of, like, forgot about it. And has now realized it, right? Because I think he's been a little bit better at keeping constant production now. It's one of those awkward things where when you're threading the needle, you need every little bit of food going into active military production to make this timing work. So it's very easy to kind of lose track of the TC situation. But it's definitely cost him here. Raid south side is at least going to keep the walls open temporarily, but Beastie is now about to pull the trigger, so we are looking at the Fulani. Avali, in the meantime, is about to lose some economy. Well, this is not how this moment is meant to be going, but welcome to what happens when you lose control of that death grip on the enemy base. 60 military now versus 48, and keep in mind, this is an army that Beastie actively wants to upgrade. He's not just looking to throw it away here. He knows he's that much stronger against this mass horseman, right? Like, this is not 20 knights plus 30 archers. This is 20-ish horsemen versus, what, 34 Donzo now? I mean, they touch you, you die, right? Like, even this many. 15 Donzos in this fight could do significant damage. Javs. Emile is looking to tug out Jean here. She's gone. No XP for her. Donzo's now going to move in. That's going to push away the horseman. And while this is happening in one corner, in the opposite, the Fulani's coming out. Even this fight isn't a bad trade for him. Avali loses more out of this. Donzos mostly have been mopped up now. Horseman can maybe make it better on the tail end. The second wave is now coming in. Level 3 Jean has at least been reached, but it's feeling a little bit too late here. Avali still needs to make a mass farm transition. Tail end of the fight is going to be much better. With the leftover archers and the horsemen, he's able to mop this up. So he at least has a military lead right now, but now he has a huge age disadvantage. Eco lead has also been shrunk. Extra villages lost for Avali. And I love this. Beastie immediately moves in towards the stables that have been consecrated. That's good value taken away, remember. That's the discounts. So one of those removed, that's less Horseman Pump coming. And now if you're Avali, you have to go. Like, I actually don't think you can wait for Castle Age. If you wait for Castle Age here, you're kind of dead. You need to get some damage done right now. He has stockpiled 1,500 wood to put into farms. This is going to give him the runway to go castle after the engagement, but he needs to do some damage first. If he doesn't, then he's just basically upgrading mass archers into sofas. Which, spoiler alert, is a very quick way to lose a game. I'm trying to think if Avali realistically can just try to go castle. You can see his hesitation. He's thinking, okay, he built loads of Donzos and Javs. He built more than that. I can't go in with Horsemen now. I think Avali at this point in this game, he's looking at what's happened and he's realizing, oh, actually going Horsemen, my window to close the game was about 3 minutes ago, and now I'm stuck with a pretty worthless army. The interesting part is that Beastie's prepping Musafadi, anticipating a potential switch up into maybe Knights here, right? Which also gives him an active raiding force at the same time. It could be a way of kind of dealing with Jean, but I mean, Jean's a lightly ranged cavalry unit, right? Donzos is still your best tool. If I had to guess like what this is mainly about, I think it's that Beastie doesn't really have much wood extra to work with right now, adding in all the extra production buildings. So Donzos is something you can at least afford because that's food and gold, right? And food and gold are the things you get passive bundles of as the Malians. What can Avali do? I think he's going to try to hunker down, right? Spearmen are already coming in. The problem with the spears is, like, realistically, you're still dealing with 36 Donzos on the other side, and you have to remember Donzos are better spearmen. They have better health, they have the melee armor, so their effective HP is just naturally higher. And you're an age behind on top of that. Clash now coming in. Avali is trying to get towards Castle. Unfortunately for him, BC has read this perfectly. He's going to move in for what should be the killing blow here. Jean just in full retreat. Not able to stand and fight. Might not have a choice, though. Jabs just sniping down the remaining archers. Sofa's basically uncontestable at this stage. With the import armor, they just aren't dying. This is going to be it. End of the road and end of the group stage for Avali. He cannot close it out with even a remote iota of getting a victory here in game number 2. So it is going to be a 2-0 for Beastie. I don't know if I'm still thinking about that game 1. Maybe I didn't give Avali enough credit. I think we praised him. I maybe just didn't do him enough hype in that final moment with the Bombard snipe. It just felt kind of over. And obviously, I had a little bit of spoiler alert. I'd seen the score. But this one, there was no hype moment to throw his way. Avali, he swung for an early hit. And to be fair, it only grazed. And from there, things looked all too easy for the Malian King. Oh. Yeah, that first game, I don't know, man. That first game's still kind of like weird, right? Yeah, I don't know. The more I think, I don't know if I want to upload that now. I feel like in game 1, I agree, like at the end, I don't know. It's like, I know my reaction would have been more aggressive if I didn't know the outcome. But at the same time, in fairness, those Bombards should not have been able to ever kill the King's Palace. Like, weirdly enough, if it was the Fire Lancers, you'd have a better chance. The Bombards are kind of sucky there. I don't know. Right. So let me move that to the list of games we have now casted. Next up, I think we could do... Got so many to choose from. Maybe... Do we do possibly B versus Elyona? Actually, do you guys want B, Lucifron, or Killjadi? B, Lucy, or Killjadi? Which has been your favorite game in this tournament so far? Ooh, I'm trying to think now. That's a good question. I think Louis had some very, very fun series we've seen. Maybe the Dumu Louis series was really good, actually. I quite like that. I think Dumu's had some very fun games to watch. Even when he ends up losing, like, they've been very enjoyable. So maybe Dumu versus Louis. Actually, no. I really like the M-Lord Louis series. I think that was a really, really good one. You guys want B? Lucifron B? Did I say Lucifron B? I did not say Lucifron B. I said Lucifron or B. Lucifron or B or Killjadi is what I said. We have not got a Lucifron B game. That would have been done on the main channel. So B games we have... I think we've got Elyona is the one we haven't done. So we can do the B versus Elyona game. Let me update the title. Oh, let me get that ready to go. Okay, so let me get the draft ready. I'll reset the score as well, and then I can go like this. Boop. All right. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do as well is I'll hit the ads now, so they shouldn't run mid-game. So we'll do a 90-second ad. What's up, Jigglypuff? No problem, buddy. Hope you had a good stream with that one. So I'm going to hit the ads now for 90 seconds, so people don't have to worry about them, and that'll also let me snack on my unhealthy snacks. So 1 second. For those that don't have ads, you'll be able to ask me questions and listen to music with me for 90 seconds. Whoop. All right. And we can even talk about the draft a bit. B done the Delhi Japanese opening. He's basically doing the one that Vortex and Lucifron do a lot. I legit think you don't ban Mongols from your opponent and you ban Jean if you want to do this Delhi Japanese comp. Because I think Jean is good against both of those. Well, actually, no. Both good against Delhi. Jean Japanese, no. But, like, by invalidating the Delhi, you kind of mess with the desire of the Japanese pick anyway. Monkey Legs, I should be on the Sunday with Mr. Winston. So we'll be doing round of 6. All right, let me find the games in B's data. Guys, I think B got outdrafted. Game 1's going to be Dry Arabia, Mongols versus Ibids. The map draft is Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Rocky Canyon. I think Mongols is kind of usually on Dry Arabia anyway these days compared to like Rocky Canyon. And I'm starting to think that B was trying to throw a curveball by doing that, thinking that Elyona would save Ibids for Rocky Canyon and pick Byzantines or French here. I actually think B expected the French pick. All right, I'm just going to eat this biscuit and then we'll get into the... Monkey, I have a 45-minute video up on YouTube that got uploaded yesterday that can give you all my thoughts on the patch update. Definitely recommend checking it out. Who do I think won the draft here? Definitely Alyona. Alyona, 100%. They have Jeanne d'Arc Kill Delhi, which is insanely broken for Jeanne d'Arc. Ayabids versus Mongols is a perfect counter. There's nothing Mongols can do. And then your final picks, Japanese HRE versus French and Byzantines. French versus HRE, I think that's a bit tighter. That might be the one that favors B. Japanese Byzantines, I'm leaning more and more heavily into Byzantines as time goes on. They're a really good civ against Japanese. And if this is like HRE versus Byzantines, I think Byzantines do all right there as well. Lombo pressure is pretty effective in early game. Nothing around the fact that with this draft, B has been outdrafted 2 out of like the 4 guaranteed. The others are a little bit closer, but that means that's an edge for Alyona. All right, should we get ready? Oh, whoops. There we go. Paused. All right, one and all, welcome back to the AoE 4 action. We are in for what is meant to be, promises to be, an insanely intense series between Alyona and 3D Clans B. We start off here in Dry Arabia. Ayabids versus the Mongols. B, honestly, I've looked over the draft. I can't think of another way to look at it outside of saying he got outdrafted. 2 of the 4 picks on each side, you could maybe say is a little bit tighter, maybe close to a 50-50. But 2 of the picks are undeniably in favor of Alyona, and this is one of them. Ayabids versus Mongols matchup, heavily lopsided. Mongols don't really have a great answer to Ayabids. Even when they're able to trade, it feels a little bit weird. This is one of those maps where I think B is going to want to trade, and I think that's the negative. If there's one way you can potentially beat the Ayabids, it's going to be into this Deerstone, more aggressive approach to the game. But even then, I still feel like this is a matchup which 9 times out of 10 is doomed to fail for the Mongols. Then we'll talk about the later games, because the other games are also a little bit tricky. Let's just say there's a Delhi-Jeanne matchup waiting that also does not bode well for B. Interesting thing about the way he drafted as well, prioritizing the Mongols, the Delhi, and the Japanese. Delhi-Japan is kind of a hand-in-hand type combo to get together. Usually more effective when you get hands on a water map, but makes sense for like Rocky Canyon and rotation. Just kind of weird that B chose to not ban out Jeanne at all. Instead, just very much coveting this Mongol pick. We'll just have to see why. Maybe he's got something special in mind. This Horseman opening is definitely interesting. So gets in early, blocks out the goal before Alyona gets what they need. Okay, that's kind of wild. B. Alyona didn't see that coming at all. They weren't anticipating it. They went for a wild scouting rotation, but I think they actually missed it somehow, even though they were in that area. So, well played by B to get in early here. This is a timing you could never achieve with the spears, remember. They take a very long time to arrive around the back here. However, this is only temporary. Alyona did already trigger the tech up, and they did the right choice. It's Desert Raiders. This is bad for B. This is a big part of actually why Mongols can't contest Ayabids. Ayabids will always at the high level go for Desert Raider, because the Desert Raider blocks out the Spearman play, but it also blocks out the Horseman play. These Horsemen will struggle to hang around here. You can argue that they've got the range tag on the Desert Raider, so actually like Horsemen can kind of trade, but these are Dark Age Horsemen, and even then, if they have Feudal Age, a Desert Raider can still take on 2. So yeah, he'll just try to stamina as best he can, but this is not going to work out for him. The other sucky part is you have to remember these horsemen have worse attack speed. So when you kind of exchange one by one like that, it's even worse because the attack wind-up is just so much quicker that Desert Raider just switches between the two targets. There's no kind of straggling, there's no idle time left over that you can exploit with these horsemen. Charge is going to come in, but dude, this is going one way and one way only. Range form is going to make it even quicker with it. So B, he has at least kept the first Desert Raider back, but it's not like he's setting up trade or anything, right? It's not like there's a reason to get this breathing room. It seems like the real goal for B there was just try and stagger the timings for Elyono and keep him away from any sort of eco upgrades. An interesting follow-up play from Elyono. They're adding in Horsemen, which is pretty wild here, but were they expecting more Horsemen from B? This reeks of one of those classic Horseman spam with a Camel Archer to assist type Abbasid builds, right? That we used to see a lot of the time, usually in Abbasid mirrors. It's not going to be that though, right? It's going to be Keshix coming out next. Now, the interesting thing about Keshix here is, like, realistically, if you do have a Desert Raider and have Horsemen, I think you actually handle the Keshix fairly well. They can still heal, they can still be annoying, but the Desert Raider aura mitigating so much damage makes it very hard for you to trade, especially if, say, you got Horsemen attacking Horsemen and Desert Raiders attacking Keshix, right? That's where the Keshix will struggle. Elyono actively adding in a Desert Raider after that loss. Spinman also on the way. So Elyono is intending to play a prolonged feudal, and I actually quite like this because of what B has done. B has admittedly played into a strength timing here with the Deerstone, as opposed to the Silver Tree, in that all of his eco is buffed right now. It's not a delayed investment. But the flip side is that means that your ceiling is much lower, right? Like, you don't have this scalable element of economy that you get with a Silver Tree. You're kind of hard stuck on what you have. The other interesting thing in this matchup, of course, is with Elyono having access to that Golden Age Tier 1, they now already have something that arguably kind of matches up against Deerstone quite well. Like, Deerstone on an eco standpoint, I guess, I think like someone done maths on it, like an 8%, 6 or 8% increase, roughly, in most cases, if you're being optimal with your economy already. So that means that, in comparison, the Ibids are already ahead. Nice strike here, though. First blood drawn, and it looks like actually Elyono is going to lose a little something here. Elyono also seems to have missed additional villager production. Yeah, no textiles, and B... Oh, dude, he's been double producing. Okay, that's sick. Yeah, so he done the double Horseman produce, and then the rest of it's been going into extra villages. That's really crafty out of B. And it's really effective because he's keeping Elyono engaged in this age while he's essentially building an eco lead in a different way. What a creative build out of B. Makes a lot of sense that I'd see him doing this as well. His teammate, 3D Mikos, does this build regularly. We've been seeing Mikos, he's probably the only person so consistently playing Mongols on Gorge, and whenever he does, he pulls the TC over to the Uvu for the double production. Keshix, at least being chased away. Nice little clobber there by Elyono. So these Desert Raiders did have to actively invest in one, but definitely has been worthwhile. Like, if a Desert Raider is able to kill off a Keshix, that's a good trade, remember. 200 resources versus 180. B behind this, though. Looked like he was starting to macro up towards Castle Age. I don't think he's going to be immediate about this, but I think his goal here is to try and hit timing where he arrives ahead of the Ibids, because then the Relic race becomes one-sided, right? Like, the Ibids can't really contest you. Another issue is that right now, Elyono is going into Archers. I don't like this. It's blind Archer investment, and you've only seen Cav so far. It's almost like because they've built Cav, they're anticipating that B is going to be building into Spears, which would make sense. We can see B has no such intent in mind. Instead, it's just going to be a greedy focus. Blacksmith coming in behind as well. Let's hit the 2 times quickly. Moving out on the berries. Elyono's actually playing this pretty logically, right? Like, they actually have a great spawn on the backside for gathering. They don't need much to defend here. And B, like, this is where I think Elyono's probably starting to think, okay, he must be teching up. Because you're seeing only 3 Keshix at any given time. You're not seeing a huge army, right? It is doing some chip damage to you, which paranoids you out a little bit. But realistically, you realize this is not an all-in time for the Mongols. Instead, it's all about an age up. The age up that's now underway. It's going to be the Kurotai. So double aura. I'm wondering if B's going to try to use this aggressively. B typically tries to use his landmarks to take fights across the map. Not just the Kurotai like most players, but also the Deerstone as well. That could be a sick detail that could lead to an overwhelming victory for him. One that he's going to need at this spacing Because right now his army is pretty hard countered. Like, he needs to get more troops in ASAP. These Keshiks will not win out against Desert Raiders. Tech up hasn't been triggered yet for Alyona, so it looks like it's not going to be... I mean, it might still be Advancement Wing here, but I feel like at this stage, you might as well just shrug, bite the bullet in the extra 24 seconds, and go for Growth Wing. Growth Wing just makes a lot more sense here, especially if you have any inkling, any instinct, any suspicion that your opponent has been building extra villages. And there it is. It's going to be Growth here. Makes a lot of sense. I really like the build. Growth Wing is going to bring you ahead of the eco count of the Mongols again. On top of that, like, here's an interesting thought. Because of the way that Alyona is built into feudal a bit, they're up to 15 buildings already. By the time that you complete the tech up, they could be at 20. Why is that important? When you get Golden Age level 2, you get an extra 50% research speed. That means, say, this tech that would take a minute takes 40 seconds. So that's a 20-second difference, right? What's the difference between Advancement Wing and Standard? Is 24 seconds. So as long as you have Golden Age level 2, you pretty much offset a lot of the benefits that you're looking towards, right? Because, like, for example, scaling archers now, scaling spearmen, if these are things that you want to upgrade, getting a quicker tech up timing doesn't actually help you more than the research speed from the Golden Age. Well, it does help you more, but at 4 seconds, I think the extra villages is worth it. Behind this. What's his transition going to be? He's already got the Deerstone. Sorry, Kurotai on the way. Deerstone's going to stay at home. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't moved this up yet, considering he has an outpost here already. The Deerstone would be very valuable to go on the attack here. Instead, he might be the one who ends up getting attacked at this pace. Alyona wrapping around now with the worthless horseman. Scout is actually going to reveal what they're up to there, though. What is B's goal? Because his army is really pitiful for a guy that's stationing a Kurotai this deep. I guess he's just trying to protect the relic grab. In fact, we're seeing the first shaman running all the way for the most difficult relic to grab here. Pretty smart read, right? Like, we highlight this already, that by going for this faster castle timing, what I really like about B's build is that Alyona doesn't actually have the capacity to block you, right? Like, because you open with Keshiks here, sure, they've got Desert Raiders, but they don't want to split too thin. They have to stay together to guarantee the fight win. Because if you, for example, run 2 Desert Raiders into 4 Keshiks, you actually won't win that fight. The attack, in conjunction with the heal, will allow them to win. Well, this for attack actually hits up the eco on the deer. Alyona tech up completes, and they look to immediately be punished for it. B is going to end up losing some Keshiks, though. So in the end, not really finding much out of that. What, he got 1 villager kill. This is the Keshik, almost the second one here. No one's at least going to split off and go deeper. But remember, Alyona is now 3 villagers ahead, courtesy of that Growth Wing play. Who do I favor at this point? I think B has some very big issues he's not answering. This is a very creative build, by the way. I want to give so much credit to B. This is a matchup that I would say is like 75-80% favored towards Ibids at this stage. This was probably like the most creative solution I've seen to it. He didn't go into trade because, especially once Ibids start playing longer feudal, that's dangerous. Going for the Deerstone play, amplifying his entire economy, allowed him to afford additional Keshiks so that he could just put all that extra stone into double villager production. That's a very creative build. Unfortunately, even with that detail in mind, it felt like he needed to find some eco damage here. Winning those trades in the mid-map up against the 3 Desert Raiders and against some Horsemen just simply isn't good enough. And now you're facing down the barrels of the big problem here. The Camel Lancers are in. The Archers are scaling up. These are the things that worry me for B. I also love this little detail from Alyona that you don't typically see. He's adding an additional Horseman, which is kind of unheard of, actually. Ibids are so fixated on the idea of spamming Lancers. They usually never give up anything else. But I really like Horsemen as a grand solution to the mass archers. It's just a very cost-efficient way of gap closing. What he's essentially doing by adding these in is Alyona is saying, I need blob. It's not enough to just have a quality line of camels. B is built military. I've built military. When I run into a fight, I need to have a big enough blob that the fact that he's going to be ranged and I'm going to be melee doesn't kill me before I start fighting. Flash coming in. Looks like a bad one, though. Backstab round. And the archers, they've got a problem. The Camel Lancers, they need to be targeted down. Horsemen as well, come around the back there. Well played by Alyona. B may have just got the auras up here, but for what? Dude, that was crazy. We're so busy looking at the weird little flank attacks going on, little raids on the side. We missed that important detail there. Elyon coming from both angles there. It does cost him a few archers, but it resets B. B may still have 16 archers, yes, but not all of them are here, right? He hasn't got the critical mass to try and fight this right now. And the impressive part to me is that Elyon took that fight without even having veterancy. That's now only coming in for the archers. Has stopped the horsemen though, right? Like that engagement is what they needed. The horsemen soaked a lot of fire, allowed them to get in. Now it's going to be about the premium. Camel Lancers and archers all the way. Pretty much what we've come to expect out of the IBIDs, right? Like this has to be the number 1-2 unit comp that they do. Most games have been this, actually. I want to say like 60-70% of games have been this. Golems are kind of underrated, but this is a smart choice. In this matchup, Golems would lose you the game. Between the Yam, the extra attack damage, and the fact that you'd be playing the Keshiks, you would lose. Camel Lancers is 100% the call. Camel Lancers, like, if there was ever a poster boy for why IBIDs look broken in competitive, this matchup is that poster boy with the Camels. Archers going to start step back, but unfortunately that means you're out of range of the Kurultai now, so you no longer get that damage buff. It means you don't really do any damage against these Camels. Also now out of range of the Yam. Yeah, this is exactly where B can't afford to retreat from. If he has to go any further back, he's just going to lose entire map control. Defense Tower does get activated. He's going to stand his ground here. Bad fight to be taken, but what choice does he have, right? With that movement speed in reverse, he just lose out. If he tries to retreat away from this many Lancers, he's dead either way. So takes a bad fight. Feels bad for it, but realistically, there was no other outcome but death here. Now Yona now ahead by almost double the military count. More horsemen, funnily enough, are being added in here. Dervishes haven't been able to find that much value, right? It's looking like it should be a 4-1 relic split, but it doesn't matter because of this fight. B went for an all-in timing. They have no scaling economy behind this, remember. Even the Uvu detail has now exhausted itself. You're not getting double production there anymore. After all said and done, all that effort, you now still find yourself 4 villages behind. I'm playing dangerous games, right? Yeah, gathering up here. If this gets scouted, which it likely will, right? Lancers see very far. Ghost been spotted. Here we go. Move north. B needs to get out quick. We'll be able to do so, but that means a lack of food, folks. Yes, he's got pastures being added in, but for the time being, he actually needed that deer stack. If Elyon just builds 1 Manjanique now, this is basically over. B's last stand defense is based off of crossbows to try and hold choke points. And the problem is he doesn't even have the benefit of surviving a Manjanique, just 1 Manjanique long enough, right? Because he doesn't even have the Kurultai here. They're on the way home now. They could easily get intercepted. Dive into the base. Stat defenses are at least going to be a little bit annoying, but still, once again, B has to keep moving away. Lancers now break free onto the wood line. Spearmen are going to try to mirror the movement, but right now you've got, what, a handful at max? There's enough archers left here to take you out. Defense Tower is going to be activated. Camel Lancers just trying to keep that Spearman count even lower. Second wave has not even engaged yet. Oh, Yona. I mean, honestly, B would need a miracle or Elyon would need to make a critical blunder here. This is a really comfortable position. The only thing I'd say they're blundering right now is they're holding on to way too much resource and not investing. They might be looking for a Golem transition, which would just be a game winner here, right? Like, yes, you're up against the crossbow mass, but Archer plus Golem, a lot more cost efficient of the front line and just as effective if it ever reaches. Not expecting it, though. Like, realistically, if you go Golems against Yam, you struggle to ever make that gap close happen. If you double down on Archers and add in those Manjaniques we talked about, though, game becomes easy peasy. Kurultai and Deerstone somehow did get home. What is Elyona's real plan here? Like, they are floating so much food, it just doesn't seem logical. The weird part to me is they're floating over 1,000 food and they're adding in farms, which is extremely odd. That's not something you see often here. You know, if you had this situation where you had extra wood, you put it to work, spamming more archers, and then you'd put more people on wood in the interim to get the wood necessary for farms, right? I feel like Elyon is just playing with a little bit more padding here to play it safe. Safer than is necessary. Rams coming in now, though. And this is how you force them to move out permanently. So, if you can force the Kurultai to pack up, there's no damage buff here, right? And, like, realistically, B doesn't have a great melee army to engage with those Rams right now. 6 men at arms isn't exactly screaming, kill everything. Camel Lancers, a little bit overzealous though. Defense Arrow going to come out. B. Pretty much a last stand moment here, right? If you fall for this fight, the game is over. Archers and crossbows have now arrived. There's men at arms. The numbers are not impressive. There's still one ram alive. Archers now trading out with the backline. I love the micro there. Elyono splits it. Keeps the crossbows on stand ground and makes sure that they deal with the front line while the archers trade out in the back. And remember, this is kind of the interesting thing about the Ibids in this matchup. Kurotai might be a 20% damage increase in everything. But every time you start killing, for Elyono, it's a temporary 25% on each of the units that gets the kill. So, kind of gives this mini effect. It's not the same level, but in a game where B has such a small army, it's actually quite comparative. Villagers now actually being idled out here as they have to shift away. Kurotai is going to be able to pack up, move to the backside for one last defense, because B at this stage is on the ropes. 20 military versus 53. Elyono still actually refusing to go into a Manjanique, which is really surprising here. Like, I'm not even exaggerating that one Manjanique wins this game. It's actually crazy just how broken a Manjanique looks at this point. But I don't know. I guess they just like bio units a bit too much. They're that type of player. Raxa's being added in. Gulums are now in the way. So despite what we said about the Yam making it hard to gap close, Elyono seems to feel that they're at a point where it doesn't matter. They'll get the Horsemen to deal with the crossbows and gap close at first, and then the Gulums can clear up whatever's left behind. Shift to the north side here. B refusing to give up. I like how he's just sitting here going, okay, Elyono, if you want this win, come and take it, right? It makes sense. We've seen plenty of players that can kind of get to this stage, but don't really have what it takes to get over the finish line. They kind of miss micro in these engagements. But so far, all I'm seeing is an Archer comp that it's almost impossible to miss micro with, right? At this stage, the amount of damage in that death ball, everything dies. B about to lose the entire army, and I think this might be the final time. He's down to, about to be down to single digits here. And some of that is archers, by the way. He's got 6 crossbows in total, and that is literally it. Idle villagers underneath the TC. Food is becoming more of a problem here. Rax is also being burnt down as the Rams have started to move into the infrastructure. I think when the Gulam wave arrives, B will realize that this is unrecoverable. I mean, hell, it's looked unrecoverable for the last 3 minutes. Elyono able to find the villagers out. Even with improved textiles, it's not going to be enough to protect you here. They are just going to die out. I mean, at this point, dude, I'm up for you actually just using the villagers to attack. In fairness, they have got Kurotai buff. Might be the one way you could take a fight. Yeah, right on the wall here. So game 1, strong opener. We already mentioned this, like game 2 could actually just be a 2-0 defeat for B. Because we're probably going to be looking at Jeanne d'Arc versus Delhi. B's strongest pick remaining on the map pool he picked is Delhi. So either one you go to here, Rocky Canyon or Coastal Cliffs, I'm expecting that to be the pick. And Elyono, like, it's just a no-brainer. You just throw Jeanne d'Arc in there if you have even a suspicion that you're up against the Delhi. Why is that important? Reminder people, that is like one of the most brutal matchups. I think actually the win rate is like 65-70% for Jeanne d'Arc. GG though. Game 1 locked in for the second best French player in AoE 4. Means we're going to actually put a point on the board. Not for B, though. It's going to be for Elyono. And we look forward to the second game. So let's mark off what we just had. We basically had the Delhi as well as Jeanne d'Arc. It has to be. It has to be the Delhi Jeanne, right? Yeah, interesting though. It's not going to be on Coastal Cliffs. It's going to be Rocky Canyon. That makes it an even bigger no-brainer, actually, if I'm being totally real here. If it was Coastal Cliffs, you could maybe be like, oh, I don't know if he's going to pick Delhi because it's only 2 sacred sites. Rocky Canyon, like, Delhi has to be played there in your draft. So we are going to be seeing Delhi Jeanne in game number 2. I just realized the thingy didn't update both of these. So Mongols Ibis used. We're going to have a Delhi Jeanne game. And then game 3, which is going to be on Coastal Cliffs, will be either HRE or Japanese versus French or Byzantines. Japanese Byzantines would make a lot of sense to me. I wouldn't be surprised if Elyono goes for French, just because it's a comfort pick for them, though. And I think that Civ can do all right. I just don't think like it's great in the Japanese matchup. I think like if you want to play it safe and you're Elyono, Byzantines will be your go-to pick if we get to a game 3. But first of all, we need to go through the second. So let me get that ready to go. We just had Dry Arabia. Rocky Canyon. It is indeed going to be that Jeanne d'Arc versus Delhi. This is a brutal matchup. If you ask most high-level pros right now, they'll say that the Delhi are hard countered by Jeanne d'Arc. And I think that is a fair statement, actually. It's pretty brutal. So let me get that loaded up. Get the score updated. How would you win this as Delhi if you were going to win this? Maybe the fast castle build? That might be the way. Let's find out. Gonna hop into game 2. Ignore the score. That thing is a big, fat, stinking lie. It's not a point on the board for B. It's actually going to be a point on the board for Elyoner. They've opened this series with a dub. Let's see if they can make it a swift 2-0 in a heavily favored matchup. I'm not exaggerating when I say, like, 3/4 of the games that you see of this matchup should be a Jean win at the highest level of play. So B is going to have to get creative. We'll see what he can do here in Rocky Canyon. A map that does have those 3 sacred sites. A map that does have quite a lot of berries to work with, especially around the center. But what you're hearing me say is things that are out on the map. And that means you have to be present and able, something that Elyoner on the Jeanne d'Arc faction will thrive off of. There's no way Elyoner just plays Jeanne d'Arc French back-to-back for comfort, right? Maybe? I hope not. I genuinely think B's balance on the draft, going into like Coastal Cliffs if we get to game 3, he'll either want to go for... So he's got HRE or Japanese. I think I want to go Japanese to have a mid-ground against Byzantines and Jeanne. Because if you go for HRE, like one of those can screw you over, the other you could win, right? So, when it's a 50-50 coin flip on what they're going to pick, that's where you have to go. So realistically, if B could drag this out to a third, you could have a quite close third game. But this second one is a huge hurdle to overcome. We're going to go at the 2 times speed, of course, for the opener. Just makes a lot of sense with how we're condensing these videos. Tower Victory versus School of Cavalry. So it looks like we're not going to be getting that fast castle type build from the Delhi. I guess it makes sense, right? Like if you try to just go naked fast castle, you are going to get pressured. If you try to just defend with Spearman, you are going to get pressured by Knight Archer. And also it allows the Jeanne d'Arc faction to just play 2TC quite comfortably, which is another big problem for the Delhi, because then when you arrive in castle, you start pumping out lances, your opponent has a bigger economy, and they've had feudal knights building the entire time. So, Jeanne +1, this means what? You're probably going to need 1 additional building before you actually do have the level 2 upgrade coming in. Boar spawns are pretty wide, so you're not going to get an optimal path to get that initial XP. I don't think you need to rush this, though, and this is something I think players have got a lot better at identifying. There isn't really an imminent need to just go out and take the boar straight away, unless you're up against civs that play boar as well, like the Rus, right? Where they have another reason to take that away from you, because they get something else as well. If it's just a takeaway, usually it's not worth the early damage they have to occur to go and take that out. So Lumber Camp up. Probably have Jean upgrade in about another 10-15 seconds. Other side of this, it is actually... What? Okay, this spits in the face of the logic of this. So, step 1 on why this matchup favors Jean is that Delhi players are meant to go for racks. That's a granted. That's a given. You can't even argue against that. You can try, but the reality is you're now building Ghazi into premium Cav. The best Cav you can actually get at this stage in the game, right? Because Royal Knights, they're not just Knights in Feudal Age, they have bonus damage as well. This is also on a faction that can heal off this damage quite effectively with the Woman Arms form. This is a very wild choice by B. I'm not exaggerating when I say practically every Jeanne d'Arc game, 9 out of 10 Jeanne d'Arc versus Delhi games, Delhi is racks opening, and then you can still sometimes go stables, or you just accept archery range. I think, of those builds with the racks opening, I'm a much bigger fan of the archer build. Because the archer build allows you to just basically camp and build a big enough army to come out and fight after you've walled yourself in. What B's doing here, he needs to find eco trades. It's the only logical reason I could think that he'd go for this. So B is saying, before this becomes a problem and we play the natural run out of this matchup where I just lose, I'm going to aim to play cavalry comp so that I pressure you to do something else first. And credit to him, Elyoner is doing something else. They've had to add in Spearman early on. Words today. Doesn't feel great to have to do this, right? Realistically, you want to be going Knights into Archers in most games, and then Spearman is the third part of the comp. And this is also going to slow down your knight timing now, right? Because now you're adding an extra type of unit. You can't afford to keep pumping knights non-stop. Especially considering there's no consecration charges yet. This is interesting. He's going to heal, right? Is B going to heal? Dude, this is sick. I think, yeah. I think he's planning to just peel back the injured Ghazi and heal. And that's how he's going to try to get an advantage here. That's very smart. We don't really see Ghazi getting to do that often because it's very kind of expensive on your time and your tech timings to just expend your scholars doing that. But I quite like it here. It does make me wonder if a Tower of Victory was the way to go over a Dome of Faith, but realistically, this is step 1, right? The reason why B is valued Tower of Victory still is step 2, where he has to add in either archers or spears. And considering the way this game is going, we're likely looking at archers. Actually, no. I say that. The spears, right? Yeah. He's not going double blacksmith, he's got undermesh. So we're going to get stables and racks. Now, Elyono should have scouted part of the base here and maybe seen that it's only one blacksmith player. I didn't quite glance on whether they went all the way around. If they only saw one blacksmith here, they would expect this to be steeled arrow first and archers follow up. So this spearman Ghazi choice is actually going to be very alarming. The interesting thing is you have to remember, now that they're both building in spears, one side has that heal, that one offer. The other has an attack speed buffer, though. And that attack speed buffer is undeniably better the longer these fights go on. The other thing that's very interesting is now, if we have the same amount of spears, but I have double the cav, when we run into each other, I'm able to brace for your independent knight count, but you're not able to brace for my independent Ghazi count, because I can lock you down with the additional spears. It's a huge edge, actually, for the Delhi here. It means that when these engagements happen, spear for spear locks each other into an attack animation. When the cav charges in afterwards, B is going to have surplus spears, or surplus cavalry rather, that aren't speared up. Guys, in the meantime, being a pain in the ass. There's going to be another one going down, though. That's very expensive. Still no undermesh. We're a minute and a half away from that timing. So every time he dives this base, if Jean's anywhere nearby, you're cutting your lifeline out of the game slightly, right? Because if level 3 does come in, the problem is whenever you see level 3 Jean with the Woman Arm Swarm, the solution is I need to go Castle Age, right? But the difficulty with the Delhi is they focus so much on scaling a full feudal army that if they have to go Castle Age, they fundamentally don't get any value out of that choice. Kazi. So literally no damage done there, right? Because the scout tanked the shot and that'll heal. That was sick. Little micros like that. B now riding around the back. What worries me is that Elyono got forced off of his knight count and now he's not pressuring anything. That doesn't mean that B can't pressure too. It's about to show you exactly how. This many Ghazi ride in. Villagers are going to be going to the afterlife at this pace. Spearmen get target down first. Love that micro. Just make sure there's no counter damage coming out. And now he surrounds the knight as well. Okay, this is sick. B may not have killed economy, but he's trading with the units that are meant to counter him. Because they basically get one strike out and then die. A Ghazi does finally die, but you've killed what? 3 spears, 2 knights? That's an insane trade for B. Now, because he's still defending at home, archery range comes in on a delay. Elyono now adding in horsemen is kind of weird here. I'm not sure what the thought process is with this. Well, I kind of, like, it's cost efficiency, right? Like, if they don't have a lot of food to work with, realistically, they get more bang for buck out of spamming horsemen than spamming knights for the limited food. But this still feels really bad. I'd rather just see you add in extra archery ranges or add in actual archery ranges and build those. But I guess at this stage, like, you know, he doesn't want to end up on spear archers because although that would counter what B is doing right now, if you go spear archers, then the Delhi mirror you and do the same. And there's attack 20% faster, so you just lose. Dude, these raised by B, this is just insane. The damage they've done to Elyono's economy, it's no joke. Like, 3 kills here, the other time as well. The fact that he keeps striking where Jean isn't as well, which means that there's no XP given over, bar that one time around the front of the base, means that Elyono's only losing out from this. They're not gaining anything. And they still don't have textiles either. I think they're starting to regret that choice. B, in the meantime, has built up a second wave. I think this is where you look for a fight. Like, B's fort now is I probably raid one more time, and then I'm going to look to fight him directly. Because I now know I have a military lead. Like, I have to, right? Like, I've had a sacred site locked in here or there. That's trickled gold. I've killed 4 of his villages. He's killed none of mine. That is, like, per minute. going to scale into 180 resources per minute. I can match his eco timings because I get them for free. They get them on a discount. Like, there's no way you feel behind, especially with those trades with the Knights on the back of the base. Just so many units dying there has put Elyono a mile behind. And this small bloody wall has been the bane of his existence as well. Just not being able to actually find a dive into the base. I think this is another thing that just makes the like Jeanne d'Arc / French matchup kind of annoying up against Ellie. Like, there's a lot of upsides to look for, especially with Jeanne d'Arc, but one downside is this Civ compared to others is not going to play gold. So in some ways, you could say that makes them more predictable. You can just find them on the food. But it also means that, like, their defenses are more condensed, right? Like, whenever someone has to get gold as well, they're splitting their defensive troops up thinner. It means that Knights can overwhelm. Elyono's not getting that opportunity at all. So what's the final form of B here? I'd be surprised if he just tries to keep playing Prolonged Feudal, but then again, like, with the number advantage they have right now, I can't see a way that a made fight at least, is ever good for Elyono. The problem is, like, when the number difference is this big, if your opponent knows they don't want a main fight because you're Jeanne still, then they'll just split the map, right? And it's like, all of a sudden, you can't even approach this as a raid-focused Civ. So what is the way out for Elyono? You can't go second TC at the stage. I think you just have to raw out micro B in the fights. The problem is the switch into mass archers now that's on the way from B is very difficult. Elyono never bothered to get undermesh because they didn't have a reason. Steel Arrow is coming through. And oh my god, the Horseman raid in! I think that's it, dude. That's too much damage. This game is over now. He's going to get so many villagers on the retreat as well. Wallops them down. No textiles here. That is now a grand total of 15 worker kills. Elyono caught building up the outpost. I asked the question, how do they get back into this game? Don't focus on that, buddy. Focus on the series, because it's not happening here. It's going to take a third game now. B has an insane military and economy lead. The world is his oyster at this stage. And remember what I said about the no undermesh? Steeled Arrow just came in. The archers are moving up. B, this is one of those games where you can kill the enemy base. Typically with the Delhi, you have to force this weird kind of long feudal and go castle and then GG. This is one of those rarer games where you've built up a big enough lead off of chip damage that you can essentially all-in your opponent. Siege Engineering is now on the way. 1 minute and 20 seconds out. Once that's there, it should be 2 rams and in. Elyono apparently does not want to wait around for that moment. They're looking to strike, but even without the Ghazi here, you can't win this fight. This is one-sided. Archers move in. Jeanne already down to half HP and gone. That's it. No way to even run away from this fight now. Elyono is going to lose the entire main army, and that is going to be B getting us to a game 3 in a Civ matchup that he is always meant to lose. That's wild. And that has me excited for what we're going to see in the third. Because we already mentioned that there's an interesting kind of dynamic here where if you punt and guess correctly what your opponent's going to do, like for example, if you say they're going to pick the French and then you go for the Japanese, you're well off here. However, if you have any inkling, any instinct that Elyono can pick the Byzantines, you're going to have to, like, you can't, you basically have to go for... Actually, do you? I think, no. Now I think about this more. Let's give it a second. I think if it's Japan versus French, that's a win for B. If it's Japan versus Byzantines, a win for Byzantines. And then vice versa, I would say, like, Byzantines versus HRE. I think that matchup is quite close, but HRE have, like, some fast castle inbuilds that work. Up against the Japanese, I still think that one's kind of skill-based, the more I've been seeing it. So, like, that would lean me towards B having to pick Japanese. HRE just not making sense. Like, HRE is a punt in that if you're up against Byzantines, you maybe have some cheesy imp builds, but that's so risky, and I don't think you do that for a deciding game. So let's have a look. We're going to be going to Coastal Cliffs. And... Wait, is it Coastal Cliffs? Rocky Canyon, Dry Arabia. Sorry. Did I just... Wait, what? Oh, for God's sake. Okay, it's another one of those ones where the replay is missing for some reason. Literally in the middle listings, it's in the middle listings and it's missing. Let me check Elyono's before I just reveal the result because we won't be able to watch it. No, because we've got game 1 was Dry Arabia, game 2 is Rocky Canyon, game 3 is missing. It's meant to be Coastal Cliffs. So I'm just going to flat out tell people what happened then. Game 3 did end up being, let's have a look, Japanese versus French. Which should be a win for the Japanese. And now, this is what tilts me most. We can't watch that game. It was a win for the French. That annoys the crap out of me because I honestly wanted to know how that worked out. B crashed in the game, so no replay. Okay, thank you, Argentum. Okay, but apparently it was deep enough in that Elyono was given a default win then. Which means Elyono was somehow ahead, which should not happen in that matchup. Typically what happens with French right now is they spam out Knights, and then the flip side, the Japanese just go fast castle, they get Mountain Samurai, then they follow up with Onimusha, and then they Onismusha in Castle Age. But I don't know. A shame. I hate that crashes in games causes no replay. That just seems illogical to me. There should be a sample data save somewhere. Sadly not. So, GG. Elyono did end up taking the series 2-1 in the end. B crashed in game 3. Thus, we can't watch it. It's one of those situations. Luckily, most of the other replays you'll see on the YouTube side don't have that issue, though. So, be sure to check them out. Another replay done. That's annoying. God damn it. That's actually so tilting. Alright, let me have a look at what we've got next then. So I think we can do a Lucifron game now, because I think I've got 2 Lucifron series. Yeah, we've got Lucifron versus Kiljadi and Lucifron versus Baltoon. So, let me have a look here. I think... Wait, did I not already do Lucifron versus Baltoon? I thought I did. Apparently not. Okay. So... I think we will do... Let's do Lucifron versus Kiljadi. So let me update the stream title. And then let me add this into the overlay system. Don't know why Cal's whole overlay system now with the score display doesn't show the scoring numbers unless I open it in a separate tab, which is very bloody annoying. So let's update this though. Untick the civs. And there we go. All right, so this is our draft. We are going to be looking at a Delhi Japanese draft again from Lucifron. Wait, dude, he drafted Holy Island, right? Yep, he drafted Holy Island. So this is interesting as well. Lucifron, by picking... dude, I guarantee Lucifron already knew what he wanted to pick by the 4th pick throughout the series of Gorge, Dry Arabia, Holy Island. The only reason he picked Zhu Ji is to take away one of the strongest remaining civs from his opponent for Holy Island, right? Because China's already been taken out. English is already banned. He got a golden opportunity to take away Zhu Ji, and he yoinked it. On the flip side, though, Kiljadi got his hands on Jeanne d'Arc, which is meant to be a direct counter to Delhi. If you're wondering how Lucifron got away with somehow getting the block pick on Zhu Ji, look at the opening pick. Kiljadi got Ottomans. This is something that both Lucifron and Vortex have been culprits of continuously as they allow the Ottomans through. They seem to believe that the Ayyubids is the answer to the Ottomans. After the game I saw between Vortex and Louis, I am inclined to agree. Even though that game ended up being a win for Louis, a loss for Vortex, it was more a mistake he made in the way that he executed his attack, not an issue in the matchup that made it unwinnable, right? I actually think they might be onto something there. So let me go into Kiljadi's data now. We'll get the series ready. I think this was his final matchup at the group stage, so should be instantly findable. Or not. Wait, there we go. Oh, wait, was it his... Oh, sorry, it's his second to last. My mistake. Okay, so... We have got game 1 on Gorge. It is going to be the Jean Darc Deli matchup. That's really good news for Lucy fans. It's a really strong matchup for him. A really good match... for Killjadi fans. Dude, my brain today. It's a really good matchup for Jean Darc. That being said, we literally just watched B dismantle Jean Darc, so I'm wondering if we get a similar opening where you go into the Ghazi first and you just set the pace. Could be. Alright, let's get this ready, make sure everything's updated. I think we are good to start cooking. Yep, looks good. Okay, let's get ready to go then. Say hi, chat! Oh, sorry, I just want to quickly check. Has YouTube been saying anything? I just realized I haven't checked them today. I'm a bad person. No, we're good. All right, let's go. All right, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We're here for a Lucifron versus Killjadi series that went uncasted. Got to fix that. Killjadi, always a pleasure to watch. Lucifron, absolutely talented player. I think what makes me so excited about this particular type of matchup is that Killjadi is about as all in as Vortex, really. Like, on an aggression chart, he matches the type of aggression we've seen out of Vortex. We've even seen him get wins up against Vortex on the ladder because of that. So, in a way, it's kind of like watching a Lucifron versus Discount Bro here, right? I'm curious to see what this series is going to mutate for us, especially considering the opening looks really strong for Killjadi. We're actually kicking off in 2x speed with a Jean Darc Deli matchup. This matchup heavily favors Jean right now. I want to say they're like something like a 70% odd win rate up against Deli in this tournament so far. Even on the ladders, they are pretty heavily favored from what I remember correctly. I think it's like 55-60% win rate, at least, at the highest level play. Bodes well for Killjadi. Killjadi definitely needs the points. Definitely not to try and qualify to the main event. At this point, that is completely out of the realm possibility. But it would be the difference between besting Baltoon and ranking yourself up to get a little bit better of a payout. Not to mention the fact that each series is worth $25 on its own. So let's see what the reaction is going to be from Lucifron. It's going to be the Tower of Victory opening. We did just watch a series involving B where his solution to the Deli Jean predicament was to open Ghazi. Typically, the reason why Jean looks really good is she starts off by forcing you into spam in his Deli, and that already puts you a step behind. If you want to know how to beat Deli, step 1 to beating Deli is quite often any Civ that can force them to do something other than Stable's opening. Because Ghazi are incredibly powerful, they give you flexibility across the map. And that's very important for the Deli considering they rely on mid-map control to secure their real win condition. So having to open with racks and then usually you go archery range afterwards means you're just very immobile. See which way Lucy wants to go though. Tech up complete. Sanctity gets queued up straight away. Other side of it, Killjadi is going to be a 2 build up, so we're going to be looking at another 35-40 seconds before Jean is level 2. Actually spamming in extra houses to get her there a bit quicker. Yeah, because he went into the lumber camp earlier. Typically you'll see people play straggler trees and Jean will come by and build the lumber camp, but it looks like Killjadi done this a different way. First Knight, however, is going to be coming out. And Lucifron, he's going for the stable opening. Okay, dude, I actually think we might have found... I don't want to say the golden solution, but the way that you can at least survive the first few minutes of this game. It still requires an outplay. I think that this matchup, even the Ghazi opening, if your opponent's opening Knights and going with the Woman at Arms too, it's at least a comp that can avoid the fight, but it's still a fight that you don't want to take, right? Because it's Knights versus Ghazi. Speaking of which, that one Knight might have a problem here if he tries to engage. And look at the spawn as well. Pretty safe resources overall for Lucifron here, right? Easily wallable in the deer. Easily wallable in the deer and the berries in the corner. This is a jackpot, but a jackpot on the other side too. Killjadi got the deer boar spawn in the back corner. Not possible to get a safer spawn than this. In-map raids coming in. Knights are just circling right now. It looks like Jean is going to be moving for the second boar here, so we are going to see extra XP coming through. Killjadi is not going to go multi-TC here. He's only interested in aggro, 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 which makes sense because that's how you win or lose this matchup, right? Like, there's no greed play to be had because the Deli don't aim to greed. They aim for the Assassin's Creed. Spearman now coming through for Killjardy. This is pretty standard so far. Like, well, I say standard, like, we're getting to the 1-1-1. The unstandard part is the fact that you open Ghazi, but the idea that Killjardy, I don't think you want to add in archers here. You essentially want to try to put all that extra economy into knights. Because if you add in archers, right, like, you're favoring the Delhi. I think any time this matchup grinds into 3 unit comps, Delhi are better. The reason is that Delhi will have 2/3 of their army being buffed by 20% on their attack speed at that stage. By keeping it at this point, you're keeping it to a situation where you're actually leaning 50% into your strongest buff, right? Which is the extra damage, the fact that it's feudal knights. And you're staying away from this idea of discounting your knight count by putting in archers that are fundamentally worse than the Delhis. You will want to consider going for a blacksmith quite quickly here, though. Steeled Arrow did just come through. He's seeing that his archers being produced. You don't want to lag behind too much on getting into Undermesh. It's a pretty big game changer here. You're also playing full melee comp. Another reason why like this makes sense in this matchup. If blacksmith timings are important, by sticking on just spearmen and knights, yes, you need Undermesh, but for your damage increase, you only need 1 tech. You don't need 2. Knights. Ooh, that was not ideal from Killjardy. Great little stab there coming from the spears. Scholar is going to tank quite a bit here. Cleave's going to come through. That's going to be Scholar going down, so decent XP there. This clash coming through. The Ghazi are going to body block this out. Archers trading out. Knight count does look good, though, so Killjardy should be able to push this away. Yeah, a bit weird how long Lucifron hung around there, but for good reason. He knew the moment he broke away, the archers were going to be forfeited. So he just want to keep clashing here. Try and actually grind the army down as much as possible. It does mean realistically you're giving over more XP, but there isn't really an alternative option either. Cleaves again. Killjardy on point, just so many kills so far. Does have to retreat now though. John getting a little bit low. Spearman wave has arrived, so great initial fight there. I think Lucifron actually kind of misread the engagement a bit. You might argue, okay, but actually Lucifron still has more military count. Sure, but most of Killjardy's remaining military count is in knights, right? So that's a deceptive element. Army value tells the truer tale. On top of that, that's a hell of a lot of XP to be banking this early on. Ghazi's dying give over 14 XP. The Scholar gave over 13 for his death. Then, of course, the Spearmen and Archers giving the standard 8s. Quite a lot of XP at this early point. And that's on top of the fact that Jean had already taken both boars. So she didn't have anything else to do on the map. She wanted to fight. So tricky predicament now for Lucifron, because we're now 10 minutes into the game, yet to capture a single sacred site. And you can't afford another fight loss like that. Losing a fight like that will almost guarantee that the level 3 is going to come in before you kick off the 3rd. Chivalry also being queued up, so looks like we are going to start to get some recovery for these knights in general. Love the fact that Killjardy's playing flank on both sides. He's playing deer close to base, he's playing that boar deer stack in the corner, even actually putting outposts down here to be safe. Lucifron realistically can't pull Ghazi now to flank, but before that big fight, he did have enough that he would have looked to raid. And to be honest, that's the type of player that Lucifron always has been. He's very much a raid-focused pro. He doesn't necessarily look for the all-ins. He doesn't look for this turtle style. He wants to find ways to punish your flanks. So I love that Killjardy so far in this game has denied him that equity. Lucifron right now, his thought process is just, I need to hold on. I need to just basically now shift my comp more heavily away from Ghazi. You want a small group, of course, but realistically, you now want mainly spears and archers. You've seen your opponent's comp. Spears, archers counters it perfectly. Killjardy on the other side of this. I hope he's not leaning too hard on the idea of level 3 immediately wins the game. It definitely makes you very strong, but with the comp you've gone for, you have stripped an element of scalability behind it, right? Like the spearmen are going to become worthless, and you don't really want to be scaling archers this late into the feudal. So I think level 3 is good, but I still like to see Killjardy find a way to gradually get towards this castle age timing. Because the way that Lucifron's played this and the military leads buildings, it makes it a bit different to your standard level 3 as a GG moment. Which is impressive to me, because like typically you shouldn't be able to do what Lucifron's done on the count. Especially after the rough fight you took there. But credit to him, man. 41 to 20 military. 9 of yours being Ghazi is not bad. 2 sacred sites also locked in as a problem with Killjardy. You don't really see the hesitation, the fact that he isn't trying to decap until now. Like, he is reluctant to take a fight if a single unit is out of position. Lucy is going to mirror to try and block this. Backstab not going to be quick enough, so Decaps should happen one by one, but one by one they're going to be captured, right? So this is just going to turn into a weird dance where Lucifron will keep maintaining a decent trickle of gold income, right? We get 125 to 250 at any given time. Jean needs to be sniped. Jean Wick looking to fight. Even actually summons a puppy to the engagement. Both of them are fat, but they turn on him. Archers have almost got the snipe there, but Divine Restoration Pump comes out. Killjadi min-maxing on 3 HP. He gets away, but it comes at a cost. The Knights have been killed. Okay, this is a problem. Killjadi, he just got level 3, but now he doesn't have an army to defend with, so he's going to have to retreat all the way back home. It's at least going to be an upgrade and a threat, but considering that Lucifron still has 15 spears left over, this is a bad position to be in for Killjadi. He's also slowly losing Jean. Great peel off there in the end. Champions did get summoned. Kind of felt like a worthless champion summon, but at least this now puts it on cooldown. Killjadi now losing map control. This is where Lucifron could turn this into a free Sacred Site game. Dude, I think this is way too much tunnel vision coming out from Killjadi in that, right? So fixated on protecting his Jean. Felt like he probably was feeling like he was going to get a good fight, right? But the reality is you're sending Knights and Spears into a line of Spears that are 20% quicker at attacking. Considering the count difference, that means that actually the Archers aren't needed to win for Lucifron. He just needs Spears A-clicking. Just a great read there. Able to use the Archers that entire time. Even diving into the Knights at one point to guarantee the kill. Or at least guarantee that Jean is kept on the ropes. Now, speaking of kills, first blood drawn in the Villager department. 5 go down. That's also denial of the remaining deer as well as the remaining boar. Weird that actually Killjadi didn't finish the boar before going deer. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe it's just he wanted the Ford Outpost, but it's worse, guys. Like, it's actually so much worse. And now things could not get much worse, it would feel like right now, right? Like Killjadi, yes, he's got level 3, but it's 3 Sacred Sites. It's an army double your size, and your Knight count isn't exactly spooky here. 8 in total. Weird surround here from Lucifron from multiple directions as well. Jean! Oh no! No! The Spears! Just about gets away. No, turns around! And goes down. Killjadi, he's going to lose the entire army now. Without Jean, there's no fear factor anymore. Lucifron fully commits with the A-clicks here. Great micro, just pulling the Ghazi away from the limited units that could counter you here. Archer count is practically nothing. Looks like the men-at-arms will be able to hold this out on the tail end. Lucifron, it looks like he didn't have a rally point directly to the engagement, but still a heavy loss there. Jean going down. Killjadi also now being reduced down to 2 Knights in total. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Lucifron has thrown away practically all Ghazis in favor of just more Archer, more Spear. That is changing though, right? Like we're seeing additional Ghazis coming in now because he's seeing the threat ahead of him. And it is mainly this idea that Killjadi could try to use Archers to hold. Jean, that's going to be a buyback. That's an expensive investment. Holy crap. That was interesting. Killjadi, you notice he didn't buy back straight away. He didn't have the gold at first, but I think he was also waiting to see if he got aggroed. He didn't want to have to spend that, but unfortunately, no choice. Spears are at least going to idle this out. Cleave is pretty hard hitting here, so that's why Lucifron's showing a lot of respect. He's going to back away. Needs to get more Spearmen out here. The Spears could actually just protect this. I think it's a bit neglectful from Lucifron that he's not doing that. Ghazi just getting slapped down. If you're wondering, like, why is it a good idea to now trickle troops to keep Jean at bay? Level 4 takes a really, really long time. Your focus shouldn't be, oh my god, Jean's going to get level 4 if I throw away 3 Ghazi. Your focus should be, oh, if 3 Ghazi protect 20 archers, then it's worth it. I can afford to do that for 10 minutes before it really becomes scary. Fairness, in 10 minutes, this game would be over. Lucy. Stop piling a lot of wood now. Nice, immediately pinched up. I think the problem here is, like, if you can't keep this archer count down, even the Jean champions are going to fail you, right? Like, we can see it's 33 right now. A lot of them heavily injured, mind you. But the issue now for Killjadi is with a lack of knights and Jean only being 1 unit, like, it's very difficult to dive in. And if you can't get on top of these archers to make that cleave damage now matter and convert into kills, you run the risk of everything getting essentially 1 hit, right? The champions at this stage, they do have a lot of armor, admittedly. But even reducing the damage down to 1, in this case, they're reducing it down to 2. Like, in this case, 36 archers hitting in, that's 2.5 volleys to kill off a champion, right? It's not a lot when you consider that Killjardy can only spawn 3 of these every 4 minutes. Lucifron now on his way up, so he actually chose to tech up. What did he do with all that wood? Oh, that's interesting. I think he may have sold some of it because he had about 1,000 wood before, but it's all gone now. There's not really anything additional that's been built in the base. Interesting choice to do that, but I guess it's like one of those cases like wood is the easiest thing to get your hands on, right? And then when you look down, you realize you've kind of got like this over-burgeoning like eco in wood. Your choice is I'm either playing farms in a long kind of feudal age or I'm rushing a tech up. So tech up complete. Knights and crossbows now on the way. Killjardy on the other side of this, still just 1 TC. Has not played for relics whatsoever. That's something now that Lucifron can look towards. Does need to address Killjardy first, though. Gazian here for the defense. Spearman not going to be, though. Hasn't queued the upgrade just yet. Focusing on getting additional spears out. Makes sense. The Spearman upgrade isn't going to make the difference here. It's going to be the crossbows. Crossbows are the thing you need to get rid of these champions. Once these guys are dead, this army is incredibly weak from Killjardy. Killjardy, what he's thinking right now is I need that fight before it happens, but oh my god, the mistake! Jean may lead from the front, but now she's leading from 6 foot under, goes down instantly, and now in the retreat, this is where the losses are going to start to mount up. Has to defend against this, right? But like mass archers peppering away at you, that's going to be everything dying. Bad engagement for Killjardy. And now this game is fully out of his hands. Gazi, a few of them left over. Game now is a huge problem. Now, credit to him, actually. Whoa, I just realized he actually raided. Killjardy, look at this. He got 8 worker kills out here. So credit to him, he at least clawed back the eco lead that Lucifron had built up. But still, you're now in a castle versus feudal engagement, right? Like, eco difference aside, it's still an entire age difference. And every unit you can build is now hard counted. Archer upgrade is still going to be a long way away. But even without that upgrade, remember, like, these feudal varieties are just better. You've also got Steeled Arrow on the way. That's going to be a high priority coming in 3 minutes. And behind this, we are now seeing relics starting to be picked up. I don't know, man. I think Killjardy, he tried to dive the main base. Maybe it would have been better to go on the flanks. He was looking for this timing before the Jean's champions were counted, and all it done is counted himself harder, right? Like, I think, did he buy back again? Oh my god, please tell me he didn't. He did. So that's 2 buybacks. That's twice now. You've spent 1,000 gold on this, and now check this. This cleave coming in. This many archers could actually kill with the crossbows as well. Divine Restoration comes out just in time. Archers are going to keep on sniping down those knights. Jean's going in again, but that's going to be a mistake. She's going to die off. Again, she's removed from the battlefield. And this time, it might be a bit too more permanent, right? Like, you haven't got the buyback for 2 minutes. Your army is about to be completely removed from the battlefield. The knights just aren't cutting anymore. Crossbows there to clear them up. This feels like the end of the road. Killjardy, credit to him for, like, you know, kind of making it look close after some shaky starting grounds, but I think Lucifron, like, this was more an outplay than anything else. Killjardy multiple times mismicroed with Jean and misread the state of the game, right? Like, looking for all-ins instead of going for these raid attacks, which is what France really does excel at. I think that just gave Lucifron the opening. I'm still not convinced that Delhi can function against Jean at the absolute highest level. If you're talking like the player skills, like they are absolutely pitch perfect matched, that's where I would say the Delhi just still fall apart. That's not to take anything away from Killjardy. I don't think you see that as an insult. He's a very talented player, but Lucifron definitely has a lot more experience and a lot more proof of execution here. And unfortunately, that has paid off to Killjardy's demise in this game number 1. This game, he has one more fight left in him. If it's another fight like the ones we've been seeing for the last 20 minutes, that will be his GG. He's running out of food sources on the flanks, right? He's running out of access and safety points. And also, he's in a game now where Lucifron, he went compound defender. You can see Village Fortresses is on the way. And the interesting thing about Village Fortresses here, right? Like, by the time you're going to get it in, you're going to be at, what, 72, 75 eco? You can afford to go and gather stone at that stage. Now, Sacred Site has at least been decapped, so Killjardy gets some runway there. But he's still not even ready to age up. And that's the difficulty for me. It's like every time he now fights, he loses more than he kills. And then to get back in the fight, he has to invest all of his economy into military again, right? So it's like the issue is compounding because it means that Killjoy can never get out of H3. H2 rather. Jean up again. Jean dies really quickly to this many crossbows. Need to be careful of it. Knights are going to raid in. Looks like Killjoy is going to find a few eco kills here. Even with the textiles. That's going to be a charge out Killjoy. Going for the engagement. Knights getting sniped down. Great micro by Lucifron. Great split as well. Look at the damage already done. And one flurry of attacks here. Divine Restoration likely to have to be used, or Jean's going to have to be kept back. So Lucifron more than happy to take this trade. Mecha Jean just isn't a threat anymore. And they just archers left over. Knights are going to rally from the backside. Jean is going to sally in. Doesn't use the Divine Restoration. I mean, you can't keep doing this. This keeps happening. Like, perfect opportunities like that to get that Divine Restoration out. Like, just use it before you go back in. Probably wouldn't have made much difference here, considering the lack of Knights, but just shows you, like, when you consider those type of moments and how they've added up across the game, it's no surprise that Lucifron now finds himself perched up on the precipice of victory here. Killjoy now without Jean again. I mean, you could buy it back, right? Cooldown's over. It takes 2 minutes, and then it's available again, but I just don't see what it does now. There's a stage where Jean stops functioning as a Giga Chad herself and becomes a support unit, right? Like, she's there to assist the size of your army. That requires size that he simply doesn't have. I think Killjoy is actually finally thinking about going for an age up. The question now is, like, will you survive the tech up? And what do you do immediately afterwards? Because I'm seeing 9 Lancers, I'm seeing 22 crossbowmen. As long as Lucifron doesn't back away, he can intercept this tech up. Killjoy right now, what he's thinking is like, okay, hopefully he's moving back. He's doing something at home, like setting up keeps on the sacred sites. It'll buy me some time, but Lucifron, he ain't that kind of fella. He'll raid, and raid again. Luckily for Killjoy, he chooses the right side of his base to build this in. Unfortunately for Killjoy, he doesn't seem to feel like Rule Institute is a recovery plan. I don't blame him, I agree. Now the issue, though, is you don't have this strong amplification to your defense, right? Like, you basically are now matching the Castle Age, and you have to somehow fight from behind. Tech up in. Lucifron has started gathering stones, so we're going to get keep drops coming in. Look at the timing as well. Village Fortress is about to complete in 20 seconds, so this is where we're going to start seeing his economy accelerate. And that's why Lucifron's not, like, rushing a dive here, despite the tech timing and everything. Right now, he's thinking, okay, I have all the secret sites. I've got keeps on the way. Like, now I am flourishing. Like, my economy is only going to grow from here. I already have 3 of the 5 relics. The others are now accessible. There's nothing really negative about dragging this game later for me. Killjoy, on the other hand, has a very awkward position now because he has to start setting up farms soon. The pocket resources are running out. He also has to somehow gain access to gold, which is being blocked. Suffice to say that he may be in Castle Age, but it doesn't feel much like Castle. But now he's getting the gold out here, but that's only got 500 left over. Farms being torched down. Love this choice by Lucifron. Killjoy's hope of recovery lies in food, right? Arbitrator Knights, both of them are pretty expensive in that department. Arbitrator 80, and of course the Knights up at 140. So this is a pretty well-timed dive. Even finds the gold area. So right now, Killjoy has got 24 villagers trapped in a corner with 3 berry bushes left. He tried to gather some wood. That would set him up with the farm transition, so it's not terrible to be stuck there. But it's still not your way out of a jam. And the thing that's kind of worrying me is, like, I like that he's going Arbitraire. I usually like to see that for Jeanne d'Arc because they're best unit. What I don't like is how limited his front line looks here. You're up against 14 Lancers, 15 Spearmen. Even if it turns into just a range battle here, you're talking about a pretty sizable lead of 2-1 for Lucifron. And it's more than 2-1, right? Like, Arbitrary might be strong, but Crossbows with Tower of Victory kind of evens that up. Jean moving in. Immediate snipe down to half HP. Just about gets away, but now she has to hang back, right? Frontline's not going to last long, and this should be breakpoint. It's just ridiculous how good Tower of Victory is here. Arbitrary count just not really high enough to dent the Lancers. All cavalry now removed from Killjadi's comp. He's about to be removed from this map. You know, props to him for hanging in this long to try and find a recovery arc. I mean, obviously we have God Vision. You know, it might seem like we're being expecting a GG any second. I think we could always see this from Killjadi's perspective. What we're seeing is him trying to claw his way back in. And for good reason. Like, Jean can pull off some miraculous things. And in a matchup that she's meant to be favored in, I can't blame him for trying to go again and again. But in the end, outcome is undeniable here. Lucifron gets himself up on match point. We have seen the Deli and Jean used. Killjadi has to be going Ottomans, right? Like, realistically, you have to be playing Ottomans here. Your back is now up against the wall. I do not see any other option. The question is, what's Lucifron's reaction going to be? If you're up against Ottomans, I think Japan's terrible. You cannot play Japan into Ottomans. That is a instant GG. The meta with the +2 melee armor guarantees it. You don't even get to begin your castle stage properly. Zhu Ji feels really flimsy. I don't think you're ticking the right box. I'm expecting this to be Ibids. And if we have a look, I can confirm we are indeed going to be getting an Ibid Ottoman matchup. Now, we saw Vortex versus Louis with this matchup on Frisian Marshes, actually. This is Dry Arabia. It's a bit different there. But the thing that felt the same is this idea of this timing where you ramp a Castle Age army and strike. I actually think that Ibids are low-key pretty good against the Ottomans. Ottomans don't have many good clean counters. Most matchups you feel like you have to outplay. But I think Ibids, although it requires a little bit of outplaying, it's a more balanced matchup than people are giving it credit for. So let's see what Lucifron can do with it here. Lucifron, one of the two people that has consistently throughout this entire group stage said, why would I waste a ban on the Oppermans? That's not, like, they're not the Oppermans. It says Otto here. There's no OP in their name, so I have nothing to worry about. Let's see if that holds true. We hop into the second game. Lucifron with the Ibids going to hit the 2-time speeder here. So we're probably going to be looking at a Desert Raider opening. A Desert Raider opening is pretty nice because it deals with the initial spearmen coming out from the Ottomans. And then after that, you go for Growth Wing in Castle Age, which is really strong. It just gives you a huge eco-inflation that matches the military production increase that you get passively as the Ottomans. Ottos, because it's going to be that spear opening, has to be the military score, right? Did I say Ottomans don't have a counter? They don't have clear 100% apparent counters. Like, they are very flexible and very powerful. That's why they get banned by so many players, is because it feels very easy to just kind of float through to the later timings. I think, like, most of the matchups where they aren't hard countering something, it's more, I'd say, comparative to a skill matchup situation, right? Like, we see that with Delhi Ottos as a perfect example, where power spikes come in different points. I think Ibids are possibly Ottoman's strongest counter. They exist, right? That we've figured out so far. All right, so let's hit the 2-timer. There you go, Desert Raider. Desert Raider just makes sense. Like, this now shuts down the Ottoman Spearman opening, and it can't do anything, right? Because you just attack him with the range form. And then that will force Killjadi to add something else in when he reaches Feudal Age. While he's spending time doing that, you can then spend time going towards Castle Age. It won't be immediate. I think the best way to play this matchup against the Ottomans is you want to initially ramp a few units out. You want to build maybe stables and archery range. You want to build enough buildings that you get Golden Age 2, and then you want to be teching up by the time you have about 15 buildings in that structure. Nice little raid here. Bit of a miss micro by Killjadi on the berries. This suggests that, well, I'm saying miss micro. This suggests that it's going to be Advancement Wing. The fact that he's taken 2 berry bushes already is very telling. Sorry, miss micro by Killjadi. Miss micro by Lucifron. My brain today. Lucifron is not going for the Growth Wing. He's going Advancement. There's no other reason that you'd eat this many berries. So attack up complete. Desert Raider out, and that's going to be Spearman dealt with. Other one's going to have to head home. We're going to stick on the 2-time speed until we get some real units coming through. This Desert Raider should be able to actually idle out the goal, which is quite nice. It means if Killjadi does want this to turn to a prolonged Feudal Age, it slows down his timings, because he won't be able to get into his eco upgrades and his blacksmith upgrades as quickly. Another reason why the Desert Raider is so powerful, right? Like, not only does it counter this opening spears by Killjadi, but now, on the flip side, it means he has to add in extra military units to defend this, or outposts to defend this. Either way, it's an expensive investment, and the thing that makes Desert Raiders crazy is, like, it makes your opponent predictable. The best counter to this Desert Raider play is going to be archers, typically, right? If you're adding in archers, great. I can add in stables, get horsemen. I think one nice thing you can actually do with the Ottomans that feels better is Sipahi. And yeah, it is going to be exactly that. So stables coming in. Sipahi can deal with the Desert Raiders, because remember, although you're up against the Camelanese and you have a higher base damage to Sipahi, you also benefit from the fact that you get bonus damage versus range still. And this is a range tag unit. Desert Raider being a little bit annoying in the meantime. Love the scan coming in. So notice you pull scout one side, shoots the Desert Raider from the other. It just means, the reason why this is good is it means that if you're able to reach at this range, your opponent has to come further out. They can't do that weird thing where it's like, oh, both units are here, I'll shift other side. It covers both bases, so a little bit of chip damage. Definitely slowing Killjadi down. Other side of this, Lucifron is not slowing down himself, though. When you see that your opponent's going Advancement Wing, you should understand that this is not going to be one of those prolonged feudal games. Iobit's only really play more feudal when they're looking towards this later tech timing. The reason is if you choose to go for the full 2-minute wind-up, you need the benefits of the research speed from Tier 2 to kind of repair your timings. But if you go Advancement Wing, you don't really care as much about the Golden Age 2. It's nice to have, sure, but it's not absolutely necessary. Extra Desert Raiders being added in. This is pretty cool, actually. Like, he saw the Sipahi, right? Like, they're already chasing him down. They can get close, by the way. But the interesting thing, right, is by adding in an extra Desert Raider, it completely screws the numbers that Killjadi had in mind to deal with these camels. Extra Desert Raiders are already on the way. Needs to be a little bit careful about the spears. Unfortunately for Killjadi, that just screwed over the chase a little. That just gave space, and now you've got to deal with 2 Desert Raiders. Third one seems to be rotating where? Okay, he's coming through the center. So this is really bad now for Killjadi. Getting caught like this is exactly what you can't afford. Love that. Lucifron just steps forward to stick on top of his target. If he switches into attack mode, woohoo! Easy pickings. Even going to find villagers now as well. Killjadi, game's getting uncomfortable. Lucifron is about to make it even more uncomfy. Advancement Wing is about ready to pull the trigger on, right? Like, he's got the food coming in the next 2 seconds, and gold's already there. Is he going to hold on now? Okay, that's wild. If this is Growth Wing, I'd be surprised if this was Growth Wing from the get-go. Also, wild thing he done here, adding an extra mill. I don't see players doing this, especially if you have wheelbarrow. So that's quite unique. Desert Raiders are actually so annoying, I can't believe. So I think the reason why he's not rushing the tech up is this detail. Like, Killjadi is facing so much idle time, and his answer of Sipahi as an opener is terrible. This is why I said Archers is probably going to have to be your go-to. If you do Sipahi, you counter and get countered, right? Like, if you'd gone for Archers here, though, you could argue that, you know, Lucifron could have done similar and gone for Horsemen. But what he wouldn't have had is a hybridized option to attack your economy as well, right? That's what he's getting via these Archers. So, triggers the tech up. It is going to be Growth Wing. Yeah, not optimal what he done with the berries then. In fairness, in this game, he could have played sheep long enough. He's got 8 sheep left over. It would have been a slightly worse gathering rate, but it's worth it for an extra 600 safe food. But it is, at the end of the day, going to be an insane eco advantage, right? 8 extra villages in a game where you're already 3 workers up. So I say 3. Yeah, he did go textiles. So make that 4. This is really well executed by Lucifron. A little bit different from the game his bro played against Louis. That game was more eco-greedy focused, but it involved a little bit of Desert Raider probing, right? Like, it's always the Desert Raider opening, but their approaches were different, and Lucifron understood the difference between something like Frisian Marshes and Dry Arabia is Dry Arabia has a lot more flanking points you can rotate around the base with. So this play in the Desert Raiders was actually really well received, right? Like, you know, the Sipahi count was meant to insulate him against it, but because Killjadi didn't understand that it was going to be additional Desert Raiders, he didn't prep that count. And now he's going to find himself a mile behind. Growth Wing completes in 30 seconds. Advancement would have been good for kind of like making sure the upgrades come from Desert Raiders if you want to play them. Same with the Archers, but this isn't going to hurt too much. Like, the extra weight isn't really going to kill him per se. I'd say you just keep scaling Archers until you're ready to have Age 2. Because Age 2, saving you 20 seconds, that's an extra Archer coming out, right? Extra Archer and a half. It might not sound like a lot, but You know, in these tight situations where your opponent is more an all-in feudal stage, it's actually quite a big difference. All right, Killjoy, what's his thoughts now? He's probably sitting here thinking, I can't just now raw tech up. If I raw tech up, then my opponent is going to get all the relics on the map, so now I need to attack. And I need to keep scaling Sipahi to keep that count in my favor, because Sipahi do have high base damage, and although that means more damage is being reduced, it means more damage is fundamentally going through the armor of the Camel Lancers that I know he's adding in. So, pretty smart choice here to go to Sipahi Spears. Has also got the meta with the aura, so that's going to buff him up quite a bit in these fights. Doesn't fully offset what Camelani's does to you, but at least makes it less impactful of an element. Lucifer a little bit early in the Dervish play here. Yeah, a bit surprised he committed it that early and also that bluntly in the opponent's face. It just allows Killjoy to have a little bit more wiggle room to keep doing this. Because now it feels justified, right? Like before, if there was no Dervish coming out, there's an extra, let's say, Camel Lancer queued up because of that. Killjoy would be like, oh no, what have I done? Why am I here? But now he's like, okay, this is like not as bad. I do need to get more troops out, but now I know he's splitting his resources into the mosque. It means I have still got a military edge. Problem is, it won't last long, so he needs to decide what he's going to do with it soon. Lucifer's goal now is to get to almost 20 archers and then add in the blacksmiths. Steeled Arrow will already be coming out. By the time you're at like 20 archers, you want to be looking towards Sultan's Mamluks. You could even consider going for the melee tech here, just because you're against a full melee army, so like actually getting the +1 defense is quite nice. This is pretty interesting, because like Killjoy, one awkward thing that I'm seeing here is like he doesn't actually have a way of trading these archers cleanly. Even when the Sipahi get in, the problem is you can't use Fortitude because these guys are lingering nearby, right? It's like you just got like a mitigation of your damage outright. Slash here, Killjoy not feeling content about taking a fight whatsoever, so bad exchange. Steeled Arrow now on the way, but even before it comes in, heavy losses here for Killjoy. All of a sudden, now it's going to be Lucifer with a military lead. This is getting a bit grim as well. I love that he keeps the Desert Raiders in ranged form here. Camel Lancers just effective tanks in this engagement. And check the damage increase now. These guys hit harder than standard archers. Damn, dude, this is a sick read. With a quicker attack speed as well. What a great read here by Lucifer. We often see players neglect to upgrade the Desert Raiders, but this just destroyed Killjoy's army. And what was he doing with the rest of it? He was trying to attack. He didn't find anything. Dude, that's wild. Out of time on the gold now, just to guarantee Killjoy can't age up. And this game is looking brutal right now. Now, admittedly, there's not enough troops still to defend against this massiment of Sipahi. But there are a few more camels coming, right? And a few camels with TC assistance could shut this down. In fact, what I don't like right now, Killjoy staying on this outpost feels like a mistake. He's waiting for the first Dervish. Realistically, he should be hitting this economy here. So Lucifer is getting away with an insanely overly aggressive play. And no damage, no true damage is being done at home. Yeah, I think Killjoy missed a trick here. Now with the meta being removed, he won't try to commit again. So this is just going to be a full retreat and a negative situation, right? A lot of idle time, a lot of military kept with their head down in the dirt. And while this has been happening, Lucifer, of course, has been grabbing more of those relics. So here's the interesting thing. Someone's been brought up about how, like, actually those Sipahi could have killed the entire army. Timing wouldn't have aligned. He would have lost all the spearmen anyway. And the problem afterwards is if he brought the Sipahi back as soon as he saw that happening, these archers hit for 8 damage in that fight. They would have possibly been hitting for 9 halfway through. You have 1 ranged armor, right? Like, oh, sorry, 3 ranged armor. Even with a Sipahi, that's 2/3 of the damage going through, right? That hits pretty hard. If you want a Fortitude to try and clear up those archers quicker, you then have a problem with these Camel Lancers, who are already making you hit for less. So, you know, it would have been a more even exchange, but I don't think the mistake was not bringing the Sipahi home. The mistake was having the Sipahi stand here, instead of just going in. If you got some eco damage done there, it's thumbs up, you're still in this game. But now, with a trade like that, in a situation where you're still an entire age behind, this game is entirely out your hands now. You're relying on Lucifer making some critical errors. Dervish on the way back as well. Can even think about a wall off if he wants to. We'll activate it here. Killjoy's going to have to retreat away. Actually, body blocks come in. He tries to go deeper. That's it. No coming back from that. That was a sick move. Lucifer dragged the archers in to block a charge through. guarantees that Dervish gets away, even alive on 3 HP, and he gets himself 4 more units to keep on diving with. And now it's still just 8 Sipahi over here. I mean, realistically, they've done nothing. They've idled out gold a little bit. They've killed 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, sure, but they haven't done any permanent damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, that's all I'm seeing happen to Killjadi. More and more losses as the game goes on. Lancers continue to chase in on the villagers. Next wave on the way, and this is just never going to let up. Rams now coming in from the Spaniard. Wow. Killjadi, as we've seen, won't be the type of player that will just call it immediately. And this is what I was talking about when you bring the Sipahi home. Like, look at what happens. Sure, there was more Sipahi than this if he brought them before, but there were more camels here if he brought them earlier as well, right? It just shows you how bloody big the difference is between veterancy and feudal horsemen. Even quality horsemen like Sipahi. Janissary point. Dude, if you're pulling Janissaries against mass archers, I think that says literally everything it needs to about the state of the game here. Killjadi at death's door at this stage. 7 Jannies are going to be pulling out to try and contest this. But now you can just dive in and clear them up. Remember, they take extra damage from the archers. Sure, it's good against Lancers, but Lancers was your problem about 4 minutes ago. This is now archers. Mass archers at that. And it is looking brutal. 2 Jannies left over. No real structure of this army anymore. And Lucifron about to be on 4 relics, soon to be 5. Yeah, so what could have Killjadi done different here? I liked the early tempo, but I didn't like the open Sipahi. I think that set him up for failure compared to Archer opening, which would have been slower, but at least would have stopped the Desert Raiders from being annoying. It gave Lucifron everything he needed, because the moment those Desert Raiders started raiding, the Sipahi never done the same. They were simply built to counter the raid attempts by Lucifron. And that's not ideal. It's even less ideal when you do this to stop the raids and then still end up losing 3 villages in the early phase of the game. Those details were really what put him on the road to failure here. Or for Lucifer on the road to success. And it is indeed going to be very successful. A 2-0 victory line. And, you know, this is them showing off that idea of why they don't really fear the Ottomans. The Ottomans may seem like a very powerful pick. They do have a lot of maps where they can work, a lot of matchups as well. But I got to say, I think that the Spaniards are onto something. The Ayyubids, if there is something that feels like a clean answer to the Ottomans, I think this is going to be that Civ. Oof. Is this post-patch? No, the patch doesn't come out until next week. The patch notes were released. The patch doesn't happen for another few days. So, yeah, the patch is weirdly enough going to be dropped literally the the weekend before Grand Finals, which is nuts. Patch is same as new season start? No, it's meant to be like next week, right? I think was the predicted patch drop point that people gave based on season end and everything else, right? Patch 20th? Probably like 19th. I mean, it depends where you are in the world, right? For me, I think it'd be the 19th. Okay, let's have a look. So, another series complete. Let's add that Lucifron Killjadi one to the list. Let me just quickly name that one as well. So, another series done. Lucifron vs Killjadi. Add that in. And then we could do another Lucy one. Or we mix it up again. Maybe Wham versus Avali? When was that one played? Let me see if it's viewable. I think that was towards the end, right? So we can do Swan versus Avali, or Wham versus Zerton sounds pretty spicy, actually. Let's do a Wham versus Zerton. So let me find that one's draft. Some interesting picks here, actually. Let me just load this one up. This bloody UI keeps ticking the bottom boxes for no reason, and it's tilting the crap out of me. Cow's thing seems to be breaking. I don't know why. Alright, so let me update the stream title. So we've got Wham versus Zerton. It's about to come Zerton. I'm not Zerton, that's how it's spelled. I'm terrible. Alright, anyway, here's your drafts. Let me reset the score. So yeah, you see what I mean by interesting picks. Usually in English, don't you usually see them drafted together? What type of glassware am I using? These are the Gunners. They are the Merlot Onyx Intercept glasses, actually. So pretty interesting thing with these type of glasses from Gunner. They have a filtering to them, blue light filtering. So this is I think the lowest tier, but you can actually get them tiering upwards, and they kind of like have a more orange kind of tint to them. I wanted it to be so you could see my eyes, but they are quite interesting because not only they have the blue light filtering, the thing that I really like about them that's really cool is dry eyes. So if you look, you can see they're actually more curved than your average glasses. That's intentional, so that your eyes don't dry out as quickly. Not really a problem with me for personally for standard prescription glasses. I'm a bit of a degen in that regard. But I remember I tested this with my non-prescription glasses here, which are the World of Warcraft Alliance Edition glasses, which are really cool, actually. So these ones, I tested them for like a month, multiple streams, and they have a lesser curve, right? But even with that less curve, they were able to keep my eyes from drying out while I was playing games wearing eye contacts, which for anyone who actually games and has tried gaming while wearing eye contacts, they'll know exactly where I'm going with this. Your eyes dry out insanely quick because your eyes you don't blink, right? Because like when you're in the gaming zone, you're looking, right? So that was really impressive to me. So if you find yourself having issues, especially even on the prescription side with dry eyes, I definitely recommend checking out Gunner. !Gunner will get you across to the page. If you use code PIGEON at checkout, you can actually get 15% off any glasses that are more than, I think it's a month or two old. So at this stage, that should be more or less any glasses on Gunner's website. These ones are the Intercepts, if you want to get them. You can get them both prescription or just style wear. All right, so let me go ahead and get that Avali game ready. Poor Ottomans. Kill them all. So I just I noticed that. So I made a comment on, and this guy's an idiot, actually, by the way. So I made a comment because some absolute muppet highlighted that they had worked a major event in esports for free, and they're just commentated without receiving any payment. I asked the TO not to, and I honestly loved it. Just doing it for the experience of being in a new region for the first time on its own is reward, for me at least. Might do it more often. And me and a bunch of other casters were highlighting this guy is basically an idiot. To not sugarcoat it, you're an idiot. Because you are actively hurting the industry, an industry that's already hard enough to be a full-time esports commentator in. This guy literally is the type of person that's just making it harder. And, it doesn't... before I was like, oh, but if you're good enough, they'll still pick you. No, I'm sorry, that's not how that works. I've seen plenty of productions where they just chose the cheaper option. And if your cheaper option is free, as long as you literally don't drop N-bombs on their broadcast, they'll pick you, right? So I remember, I responded, 100% this. If you've got a boatload of money and thus don't need to be paid, great. Take a rate, right? Get paid by the TO and then donate at charity afterwards. It's horrible to see people devaluing a skill set in an industry where it's already hard enough to make a living. And then I just had a moron respond. I'm like, where's PMA KP? I can't be PMA with an idiot like this. Wanting to do something for free out of kindness of your heart and out of love for the game doesn't devalue anything. Wrong. And if it does, get a real ducking job. apparently my job's not real, mate. Oof, if he thinks our job's not real, I mean, he should see some of the tier 1 talents pay out. Dude. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I'm literally clicking on this guy's profile right now. Why? What? Okay, I think the thing that I find comedial here, by the way, he literally in his profile on Twitter has the words "critical thinking is an important skill." Apparently not for him because his brain cells are flying out the window. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the action. PMA. Sorry, I had to get that rant off. I get so tilted. I'll respond to this guy later. It's not worth my time now. Is this guy part? No, this is like a Smash. This is a Smash community thing. Like, it's baffling. Absolutely baffling that anyone would back up the idea that you should work for free. Anytime I've ever ran and broadcast anything anyway, like the only time you should not be paying people is when you can't afford it, right? Like when I have dude, if I had sponsors for an event upcoming and I was like, oh, I want to bring in I'm going to bring Crackety to cast for me. I'm going to pay him. If I have sponsors, I'm going to pay him. All right? Either I'll pay him or it'll be like hey, KP, I'll do, like, he'd be like, hey, KP, I'll do this one for you and I've got one coming up. Can you do for me? It's like, high five, bro. Right? Like, favor for favor, sure. That works too. But like my goal is always to get people paid. When I ran the Race to World First for Diablo, first event, we didn't have any sponsors. Sorry, we didn't have any paid sponsorships. That was the problem, right? So the first one was just like, come do what you want. Second one, we had stuff sent out to the casters. So like, although we paid them a little, we didn't have much budget to work with there. So what we done is we organized for the sponsors to send stuff that we were repping on the broadcast. So like, for example, I got over $1,000 worth of gear sent out to each caster for that event, right? And then if I had kept running them, if they kept being successful for Diablo 4, I would have increased the money that I was offering to people. That's always my goal. Like if you can afford to pay people, you should pay them. And like there is no counter argument. The guy is 100% the wrong. The guy, like, what was his name? I think it's a Smash cast. He's like, I think his name's Arbiter Skyward. 100% the wrong look. And also, by the way, here's the thing. He might be good for money now, but later down the line, if he's not good for money, not only has he done damage for everyone else trying to find work, but now, whenever he goes to like a tournament organizer, he's like, I want to work this event. They're immediately going to be like, you work for nothing, so we'll give you nothing. People don't realize that when you lowball yourself, it makes it very hard to stop lowballing yourself. Because now the person knows what you're worth. Nothing. So they will give you nothing. It's like, it baffles me that people don't, like, there's people that just don't get that. It's different when you need the experience or when you're first starting out. Like, that's like community events, get it. But as you scale, if you want to actually scale, these type of things hurt you permanently. There's still a guy, I remember a long time ago, there was going to be a LAN planned in Southeast Asia. And the guy, like, everyone pitched a proper logical rate to go to Southeast Asia and cast every day. And he pitched something like $50. I remember, like, from that day on, anytime I saw the guy's name anywhere, my brain was like, $50 guy. Right? Like, it has a permanent effect on how people perceive you. No cap. All right. Sorry, I'm just finding the first game. So, yes, I found it. So, game number 1 between these two is actually quite interesting. It's going to be starting on Coastal Cliffs with a Zhu Ji Iabin matchup. Peculiar choice. Oh, wait. No, sorry. That's the Avali Wham series. 1 second. Wrong series, guys. Sorry, I selected the wrong one. Give me a sec. I think we were going to do the Wham Avali one another time, weren't we? I can't remember if we'd already done that. So, 1 second. Let me go back. Right. Try this again. Wham. Wham. Hello, Mr. Dabston. How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Dab's money? Has Dab got money? Dude, look at that. I'm telling you guys. Dabson's now gonna like tell us that he's working for free because he loves it and he's got like he's got spoon in mouth money. Now I'm kidding. I can't believe it, man. Like it baffles me. Like, dude, if you've got money anyway, take the rate and just donate it to charity. It's that simple. Good for you that you've got money. Thank you for flaunting the fact that, like, you've got a daddy's trust fund. Most of us don't. Just take the money, donate it to charity. Give it to me if you want. Fine. Don't not take anything, though. Like, so dumb. And, like, people just don't understand, like, the implication it has. Like, is it equipped? Like, so if you're like, oh, it's not harming anyone. How is it not harming any? Imagine if you're like, I'm going to go to this factory and do woodwork because I like doing it. That's someone's job you genuinely just took, bro. Like, and it's not like the manufacturer's like the guy who runs the factory is now like, oh man, I'll just like give what I would have given to you to charity. Hell no, that's going in their pocket. They're being a greedy mother ducker now. You've just put a person out of a job. You put more money into the pocket of a person who already probably has like plenty of freaking money anyway. I just don't get it. It's such a dumb dumb way of thinking. I mean, I like that's an insult to thinking. Like calling it dumb way of thinking suggests they're even using their brain. They aren't. All right, rant over. Sorry, I like my rants. It's nice. It mixes it up. Game? No, dude, it's fine. This rant is absolutely fine. It needs to be said. If you have a talent, guys, get paid for it. Exactly. Yeah, well, no. Let's do that one properly, Qualies. If you're good at something, never do it for free. All right. Let's get ready to go. All right, 1-0. Welcome back to AoE4 action for some more Elite Classic 2 recap. I need to get an editor so that can be smashed on the screen word by word like I'm a movie from the 90s. Whew. And I think we've got some... Wait, have we got 90 kids here? I think Zerton might be a 90s kid. I'm not sure about Wham. I think Wham is just about like a incy-wincy baby 90s kid. I think it's like 26, 27 if I remember correctly. So we've got Wham versus Zerton in a best of 3 in the group stage. This was towards the tail end of the group stage, and I'm told that this was a very close series. Wham's early 2000s? Really? I thought Wham was like 24. Maybe 25? Did they actually have that age on their the Liquipedia? 1999. Take that, Zoomers! 24 would be, yeah, like 24 would be, but apparently he's 1999, so 25 or 26 years old. There we go. Boom. Zerton, I'm pretty sure, is close to 30. I think he's a little bit more reserved on those details. I don't think that much has been made public, but you know what the interesting thing is? When you like start becoming more and more successful as a player, that info all becomes more public because you're going to appear at tournaments and stuff's going to be like seen. Like right now, like Zerton, very talented player. I think a lot of people would agree Zerton is very capable, but he's yet to be in a LAN environment, so we still don't actually have a... I think we do have a mugshot on EGC side, but he's at the stage where even his Liquipedia doesn't actually have a picture yet. Very talented player, though. I feel like anytime I see Zerton grinding, he has an account in the top 20. So he's always been like on the edge of being capable enough. Finally, we see him making it into a main event. Unfortunately, the group stage has not been kind to Mr. Zerty. Zerton basically going in the series didn't have much of a chance. He was trailing behind Anatan by like 1 series already. He's sitting in 6th place. And I think he was at 3 wins, 5 losses when they went for this final round. So at this stage, Zerton guaranteed had no way of making it into the playoffs. But every series is worth monies, right? You get $25 for each win, so it's worth playing on through. We open the series with Delhi versus Byzantines, which we really need to start getting onto addressing because that is a weird matchup. When did you last see a Delhi versus Byzantine matchup? This has to play a lot like the English, right? But with a bit more flexibility and capability to defend. I think this matchup isn't too bad for the Byzantines because their timing's got a bit more aggressive in the early phases, so they can maybe contest what the Delhi do. But I'd still say this is a matchup that should slightly favor the Delhi due to the fact that they force you out onto the map. And most Byzantine players are looking most powerful when they can either start the aggro at the beginning of Fiddle Age or survive on defense until castle. See which build he wants to do. We're going to stay on the 2 times in the opener here. Tower of Victory on the way on one side, Grand Rhino would come from the other. We should be seeing a pretty typical opening into the stables from the Delhi. You could maybe argue going towards Archers and Spearman first and focusing on Sacred Sites is better because your opponent has Limitane. My counter-argument is your goal with Ghazi isn't to dive the base, your goal with Ghazi is to control the mid-map. Murkhouse now already being dropped, so Wham already knowing exactly what contract he wants to go into. That's what we're seeing here. Anytime someone builds a Murkhouse this early before they've gathered Olive Oil, it's because they know the contract and they're not going to be hit off it at all. So we're probably going to be seeing Western here. Interesting. Dude, he goes Eastern. That I did not expect. It's not a bad idea though, right? Like Keshix to deal with the Ghazi makes a lot of sense. You can set up archers behind this pretty standard. I thought he might try to turtle a little bit, maybe even think about Castle, but now that I think about it, even if you go Castle Age, this is kind of an interesting choice, right? Because if you go Castle Age, you get access to Ghoulems. And if Delhi's army is going to still be feudal, everything is countered by Ghoulems, right? You have the movement speed to gap close quite quickly. You have the double strike, which is fantastic against no melee armor units, of which the Delhi's entire army has no melee armor. So it's not a terrible choice. It also gives him this ramp-up timing where the first Ghoulems can be used to build a siege weapon on the go, right? So if you're fighting mid-map, and let's say you clear all the Ghazi and it's only archers left over, you now have something to kind of snowball you. Definitely kind of interesting take on the comp. We don't see Eastern Contract much. I'd say Eastern Contract is by far of the three contracts the least explored. Typically, I'd say about 50% of games, actually, no, 55 or 60% of games are Western Contract. Maybe like 20% of games-ish is Javelins now. Like, Silk Road has been on the rise a little. And then the remnants, even putting what remains of that as Eastern Contract feels generous. Actually, it'd be like 25% then. Because like, there's definitely more Silk Road than there is Eastern. Eastern, I'd say like half of those games we do see, its numbers have been just fake boosted by the fact that people play Hippodrome. And I can guarantee you there's not many Hippodrome winners these days. So, raiding in with the initial Ghazi though. Walls have not fully gone up yet. It looks like there was a little bit of blocking going on here. Limitane at least now arriving. Villager is going to try to pull away. Body block's not quick enough though. And that wasn't Akratoy, right? That's interesting. He did activate it. It's just the UI is being a bit weird. So it is on cooldown now by the looks of it. Zerton has got more Ghazi coming, but now he faces off against Limitane, Keshix. What's really important for Wham is getting this wall up. It gives him enough olive oil to get a decent quantity of Keshix together, but right now it's costing him dearly. Zerton able to strike a second villager off the list. Now, it doesn't immediately kill off Wham. Remember, for a start, like he's got this system effect, so 14% better on all of his eco right now. On the flip side, Zerton is only being more efficient on 8 of his villages, right? So like Wham has a very big lead collectively with his economy. That means even when he's a villager behind like this, he's not really. What's interesting to me is the fact that, you know, there's meant to be a 2 eco difference. There seems to be like a 1.5 villager difference. So Zerton missed out on eco production at some point. Wow, second group Keshix are now on the way. Pretty much the last of the olive oil just being tapped dry here. Will not be enough to get a third stack of Keshix out, remember. They cost a little bit, a tiny bit too much, actually. Actually, sorry, no, they're 400, aren't they? I'm an idiot. Yeah, we were talking about this before, like this, the changes that are coming around the contract expense won't affect Keshix count at all, but it might have an impact on, I think, maybe the Silk Road contract and how many you can get out of the initial berries. So, third Keshix group on the way. This is actually a lot better now that I think about it that way. Like Grand Winery getting your first batch of berries to give you 3 Keshix, aka 6 Keshix, because they come out in 2s. That's a very strong timing. Now, Zerton does have good timings of his own, right, as the Delhi. He's going to be playing on his sacred sites. Right now, Wham doesn't have an army that wants to come out and play with that. He still needs to secure himself at home, because the Ghazi are keeping him pinned in. If he runs out now into the mid-map, the Ghazi are going to go into his economy. I'm curious as well, actually. Like, we've seen plenty of matchups where the outcome seems undeniably cut and dry. This one is not one of them. 1's in chat if you favor the Byzantines, 2 if Delhi. Don't even think about the players right now. Think about the Civ matchup. Because I think, like, getting into this with the standard Lombo Jav contract, it seems like a turtle and a bit of a gamble. But, like, this build from the Byzantines with the Keshix, I like the idea of. Delhi, in most cases, I would still lean towards, but like I think that Keshix is I don't want to say it's going to be the X factor, but it's, to me, unexplored territory with this comp. Like, we're used to seeing Mongols try this against Delhi and it looks bad. The difference is, and it's similar to why, like, English are failing but Byzantines are succeeding. The difference is that this unique unit that they get access to, they have a better economy to support it, right? Like a 14% better economy than you get out of either the Mongols or the English for those type of like build-ups, right? Well, actually, it's more than that. We highlighted this earlier. Because it's 20% extra resources, you're a 14% increased gathering rate, and then you're getting 20% extra that you just wouldn't get as either the English or the Mongols. It's kind of nuts when you think about it that way. Like, I don't know, man. I think Byzantines, the patch that's coming, that's going to drop before the Grand Finals, mark my words, Byzantines are about to be like the most hotly contested pick. I wouldn't even be surprised if people start banning them. I wouldn't even be surprised if people start picking them first pick. Like, they are that level of quality now. Still think you have to ban the Rus and Ottomans as a priority, but we might actually see a switch up from Vortex and Luciferon in particular, considering that they've been letting Ottomans through. I'm just curious as to whether they think that Byzantine works well with their strategies, because we haven't seen many Byzantine games out of the Spanish bros. We have, however, seen a lot of it out of the Canadians. Puppy Paw and Wham between them tend to prioritize the Byzantines quite a bit. Usually like third or fourth pick. I think in this particular draft, it might have been the third pick. Yeah, third pick. Fourth pick in this one for Wham was the Abbasids, which is a peculiar choice, but I like the Abbasids as a flexi fourth pick just because there's sometimes the way the draft plays out, they get very selective matchups that just favor them. I don't think Abbasids is a go-to civ. I don't think even with the upcoming patch they're going to be a go-to civ. But I do think that in tournament play, they are still a decent mid-tier civ. Zern. Splitting off the Ghazi, trying to go in. That means it's going to be weaker to defend on the Sacred Site, though, so it should be a free decap. Wham. Pretty sizable army, actually. Respectable force here. Like, you've got better spearmen, but admittedly the downside, right, is that you haven't got the attack speed buffer. The nice thing, though, is if Zern doesn't micro like a god, he's going to end up hitting a shield wall. And that's going to mean half of your effective firepower on these archers is gone. So what was a 20% increased attack speed? It's great, but realistically at that stage you're doing 60% of your intended damage if you were attacking with a normal archer versus a normal spear, right? So it's pretty rough. For Wham, it's just more about don't throw the Keshiks into spears. Everything else is an A-click. Plasma attacks are being mirrored so far. I'd like to see Wham just skirt towards a tech up now. It's a little bit greedy, but I think you have a sizable army. And remember, the cool thing about the Byzantines, the thing that makes them so insane, isn't just their feudal presence, it's how clean and smooth their transition is into Castle Age, all because of the Dialecticus effect. There's a reason Dialecticus got nerfed. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets nerfed again. I think 30, 60, 90 still feels a bit too strong. 25, 50, 75 makes a lot more sense. Ghazi are at least going to chip away. So nice little strike on the backside. So far, it's a free Vil split because his Keshiks on the other side just found Zertan out on the berries. Wow, and he overburdened it as well. Sent out additional villages there. Well played by Wham. So this is the idea with the Keshiks and why he leaned into them, right? Like, they're good at mirroring Ghazi, but then they're much better at sniping eco. And that's the reality of the Delhis. They're going to move out into these pocket ecos. And you know your Delhi pickers. They're typically going to send more than 5 villages out. They might build one outpost for like an early warning, but they're definitely not going to have enough safety for everyone there. And I just spotted a Byzantine main in my chat. The fact that he even spelled Dialecticus correctly tells you he's a Byzantine main. A little bit of a hit to the Keshiks. We'll get back behind the wall. Zertan wants to break in here, not just because of the pocket ecos, but because of the paranoia that maybe Wham is trying to tech up. This is scary, though. Wham has an insane amount of archers coming out. Keshiks are kind of split across the map, but you can say the same thing of the Ghazi, right? Speaking of which, Ghazi are trying to raid in. New archers are coming out, and this is a slow reaction out of Wham. Actually just sending the Keshiks, they're spinning back home rather. Villages are not being pulled back, and that is leading to losses here. Get out the other side. Standing his ground on the left, though. Archers trying to hold back against. There's going to be a backstab coming in for the Ghazi. That's going to draw fire. Wham will be able to move away, though. Archer mass is still to his favor here, and this is a problem now. Zertan, he just lost a fight he can't afford to lose. Militarily, he was already a mile behind, and now the distance is building. I am perplexed by this choice to hang around for that engagement. I didn't mind the idea of Zertan just fighting initially to distract so the Ghazi went in, but pulling them into that mess? This is now a problem. In a game where he's now playing more and more pocketed resources with more and more villages, these Keshiks are going to still keep coming. But the difference is now Wham doesn't need to think about using them for the main engagement. He can just send them to raid. His army is big enough to fight you in the main. I also am kind of confused as to Zertan's like priority here. Like, the weird part is I think archers should just be your go-to. Yes, you're up against Keshiks, but Keshiks aren't Royal Knights, right? They're actually less tanky, so you can snipe them down with Mass Archer. Playing into Spears kind of feels like you're playing into your opponent's advantage. I get that he doesn't like the Limitane, and I can feel where he's coming from here. But this type of archery just kind of feels unheard of, I want to say, in this matchup. Like, it's still, what, a level 2 system effect? This is crazy. I'm really impressed by what Wham has done here. So what's Zertan's options now? I think realistically, you're probably just left with a tech up. If you play a prolonged feudal any longer, you're just going to die anyway. Like, this military lead is getting way too big. The interesting thing about the Byzantines as well, that makes them like a nice kind of mid-ground against the Delhi. We mentioned Dialecticus when you tech up, but Conscriptio in the meantime. The increase is given you at level 2. You add in 2 archer ranges, you're at 3 archer ranges worth, right? Like, it's kind of, it's a mini Delhi military efficiency effect. And you have to remember, this is a Delhi Tower of Victory build, which means no additional scholars coming out. So actually, he's a mile ahead on production. That's why he has so many more archers. And now, alongside all that, he has a tech up. Golden Horn Tower on the way. I'm wondering how Zertan could have played this differently. I really like the Ghazi raids. I guess you just don't look for the main fight the whole time. Because realistically, the longer this feudal age drags out, like, you can argue the system's buffing him up, but eventually Wham is going to end up with 200 pop, and you're going to have 200 pop as well. If you force a fight there, you know, you're not going to be outnumbered in that engagement, and Ghazi would still chip the eco. I guess the paranoia there is, once again, though, that if you do that, your opponent can just tech up. And, like, you know, what is a tech up worth? 20 population? At 200, sure. If you're 180 versus 200, but you've got Castle Age with the veterancy unlock speed of the Byzantines, you're fine. Maybe walling these in would have been the approach. Like, realistically, Wham doesn't have a good breakthrough army. It's mainly just archers, so he could have maintained Sacred Sites longer with walls. Wham, tech up complete. This is where Zertan's thought process is, oh crap. He's probably nodding his head. He's like, I expected him to do this soon. I thought I could maybe pull the trigger sooner. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Compounded Defender coming in behind. And that means Archer upgrade now being rushed towards right, just 20 seconds away. This engagement that is going to be forced, Zertan will not have a chance in hell of getting his upgrade in. He has a deadweight feudal army. The best thing you can look to do right now, take it around the back, send it into the enemy base. The problem is, if Wham feels the exact same way, and he sends his into your base, they're going to do a lot more damage. Veterancy also being queued up. Wham. Could switch over to Ghulams, right? We mentioned this earlier, that Ghulams is pretty good at defending against mass feudal armies. Also gives him a possibility of building into mangoes on the defensive. Varangian being queued up, though. Keshiks have arrived in the back. Looks like they'll get pushed away by the spawning spears. Weird that we're not seeing Wham commit to that dive. Instead, he's just looking to trade out the army. So, surely the push comes here and then across map, right? Like, this secures the wall, but you now should be pushing towards the enemy base. This is weirdly giving Zertan time that I think he doesn't deserve in this game. But we have to remember that we have God Vision on this. From Wham's perspective, he's playing quite a blind and defensive game. And he is still up against a Civ that could have still been building Ghazi. They'll be moving the Lancers now. And they still have this unaccounted for huge feudal army, right? So, doesn't want 50 archers walking in here for good reason. He's Speaking of those archers, a few have arrived ahead of schedule here, so they're going to spot the walls going up. Main army's moving in. Certain. Only thing you can do right now is cut reinforcements. Those reinforcements don't actually die that quickly, though. These Varangian will be taking 1 damage, right? So yeah, he needs to find the squishy boys. The crossbows, the archers, or the economy. Unfortunately, he's delayed compared to Wham. Wham already into the main base. Archers just trying to cut those reinforcements. Varangian are going to be tanking quite a bit here. Are outnumbered. Wham. He's pulling a few troops home as the Varangian's going home, but the archers are going to go deeper. Looking to idle this all out. Zertan not really at a point where he has an army that he can defend with either. These lancers, they charge into this many archers, they are just dead. Guess they're going to be dead then. They're actually running into it. Other side of it's going to shift to the back side. Keshiks and the Varangian are now spawning. A few Ghulams could be coming out soon as well, and it looks like it's going to be a wipe of the backside army. Zertan, only 32 archers left here. Meanwhile, on the other side, check the size of this bad boy force. 57 archers stand their ground. Lancers are all dead. Zertan, with no answer to this, surely is going to be tapping out in a matter of moments. He'll hang around for a little bit longer, right? Like, archers are at least trading out a bit, but now the eco's being hit. GG's going to get called. Game 1 will be a win for the Canadian. An interesting matchup as well. Byzantines, I'm not sure if I'd say 100% they are always going to be favored here. Interesting enough, actually, if we look at the statistics at the highest level of play, Byzantines up against the Delhi, in pubs at least, are at a 40% win rate. But you know what we always say, right? Like, Delhi, not easily measured on ladder. I would say, I agree it's in that kind of vicinity. I would still lean a favor for the Delhi. But I think the issue in that game is that Zertan, he kind of just forced the fight either too early or too late, right? Like, it sounds like a cop-out to see either, but like, I think there was a moment he could have went earlier. Otherwise, he needed to wait until later. He'd reached a stage in the game where his goal was to raid with Ghazi and chip away. Instead, he just commits into this main fight next to the enemy base where they have superior production to you. And it leads to that awkward snowball effect afterwards. So, point on the board for Wham. But we've got more to come. So, let me get the second game ready. We just opened on Dry Arabia. What did I say the rest of the draft was? So, I said we had Dry Arabia to open with. And then the rest of the draft is Coastal Cliffs and Gorge. So Coastal Cliffs is up next. Looking at their drafts, we're probably going to be seeing a Chinese versus... Is it an Ayabids game? I think it's Chinese versus... Yep, Chinese versus Ayabids. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Wham could have potentially went for Jean, but I just think that's a bit too much of a gamble with what your opponent's got left. If you have Jean left over for either Zhuji or English, you're really favored here. So, you know, this is a pretty tough one. Zertan, he may have a decent matchup in game number 2, because I actually think Ayabids is decent against Chinese. Your timings are just better. But game 3 is now a big question mark for me. I think if we go there, Zertan, I think you have to avoid English. I think you have to go Zhuji. Did we say it was on Gorge as well? Oh, I have a feeling that's going to push him to English. Which is tough. I'm not kidding when I say Jeanne d'Arc hard counters English. Which is ironic considering real world history, but we'll see if we get there. Let's hop into the second game. So, point on the board for Wham here. Let me just switch that around because it's showing the wrong side of it. We hop into game number 2. Nothing but perfection now from here on out for Zertan, and this is at least a way of ensuring you should get to game 3. This matchup, Chinese, outside of some weird kind of crazy out-of-the-bag plays, this is going to be your pretty standard Ayabids go fast castle. They get relics off the map. So curious to see what Wham's solution to that threat is going to be. We're going to hit the 2x speed here. That is surprising, actually. Zertan, he somehow looks like he's darted forward of the Chinese scout, which shouldn't be happening. This scout, obviously not faster, but it has better vision. You should be able to see where your opponent is and out-rotate him. But Zertan, cut the center of the map. Means he's off to a decent start here. Meanwhile, Wham, man, he's getting scraps. I think he's going to make up for it here, get up to like 10 sheep. But on the other side of it, Zertan, dude, he's going to go for the dive-in. Oh, that is so gross. So this is why Ayabids feels really good on this map. He yoinks all of them. Berry sieves, guys. Like, this is why Delhi feels great on this map. This is why Ayabids feel great on this map. You are able to play a wide rotation because your villagers go to the berry straight away. it means he's going to get 2/3 of the sheep on this map, maybe more. It's a 6 sheep haul versus what is likely to be a 15, if not 16 sheep haul. That is brutal for Wham. So Wham, right now, he's going to be going Imperial Academy. He needs to consider the Barbican to secure resources, which feels bad because that means you're not doing anything to deny the fast castle age Diabids. Here's another spooky part. Diabids are probably going to be going for the reinforcement wing. And because you've gone Imperial Academy first, your Barbican play is now at risk. If you play it too far forward, say here, for the boar and the deer, that means the Desert Raider could block you out. This is really, really punishing for the Chinese. Weirdly enough, Zertan actually is going to play Greed. So, Growth Wing, Advancement Wing, I guess. I don't blame him for this, right? Like, realistically, the timing on Desert Raider, although it can sometimes hit, it's also a little bit risky because we know China's eco is just very, very aggressive in the early game, right? The Imperial officials guarantee that. So I think Zertan just wanted the safe choice. Typically, the way that you choose between Growth and Military Wing here, if you're up against a Greedy Civ, you go for Desert Raider. The logic is like, for example, if they are just looking for Fast Castle or they're a Civ that are looking for 2 TC, you go for Desert Raider because the Desert Raider can block those objectives, right? On the flip side, you can also fit it in when you're up against, say, something like what we see from the Ottomans where they open with spears, or the Mongols as well because it also blocks their play. Anything else falls under the purview of Growth Wing. Growth Wing is just going to always, at this stage in the game, be a 15% increase in your economy at the early point in the game. It's insane how big of a difference free villages are when you think about it that way. So, what is his response going to be? What's his solution? Because now, with this being a Growth Wing, the logic that Zertan's basically emphasized here is you can't stop me teching. You will not do anything to stop my timing. So I will just take the greedy option. So now the onus is essentially on Wham to try and block him some way. Do some sort of pressure play. I've got a feeling with the way that we're seeing Wham play this, though, there's no pressure coming. He's probably targeting a fast castle build. You can't go multi-TC here. I've seen a few people play Chinese on this map. The ones that succeed are the ones that play some sort of all-in feudal play, or they rush castle with like a Nesta Beast Palace Guard play. Any that go for multi-TC early on die because look at where the stone spawns. It's so insanely far away. Oh, we're getting the aggression out of Zertan. So what, archers and... Do you even... No, you don't Desert Raider here, right? I mean, you could. The more I think about that build, it's kind of wild, right? Like, it's expensive, but think about this. Archer plus Desert Raider, your entire army is ranged. And then if they counter you with Horsemen, you just switch into melee form. Looks like it's just going to be the standard one, though, the Horseman Archer. Makes a lot more sense. The problem with the Desert Raider approach, as much as I like it, it's too expensive to do at this stage of the game. 180 resources compared to 120. The problem with these early engagements is, especially when you've got like a cavalry element, you just kind of want to get bulk so you can get impact from that mobility. Because having like 1 or 2, you don't get the opportunity to run past something and grab it, right? But with Horsemen, you can more cost-effectively reach that scale. Wow, I'm on the other side of this though, dude. He didn't drop Barbican. What? You can't just play Archer here, right? I mean, Chiganu would make sense. Like, Chiganu are good against the Horsemen as well, but like Archer only on a turtle-ish format. He knows his opponent isn't going greedy as well. That's the other thing, right? Like, he sees this, he sees with the scout. I think what happened here is Wham was genuinely trying to get the Barbican. He scouted the Horseman play, and now he's had to make the worst choice possible here, right? Going into Archers when you really would have preferred Chiganu on a delay. Oh, this is tough. I mean, you have to remember now, like, what happens. Wham's timing has become skewed. Song Dynasty hasn't been activated, so he's not scaling his eco lead at all. And now you're in a situation where Zertan gets to dictate when this stops, right? Like, he's forced you to build spears and archers as a result. Zertan is going to be the one to decide first between the two who stops producing, right? And when Zertan stops producing, Wham isn't going to realize it straight away. He's going to fear it. But by the time he realizes what's happened, you could be looking at advancement already being triggered. Yeah, this is like a really powerful play right now for the Ibids. And by playing the longer feudal age, he's getting access to more buildings, right? It's getting him close to that tier 2. So it means that when he is finally ready to age up, he's going to be able to immediately upgrade these archers. Well, not immediately, but saves himself a third of the time it takes. Barbican now on the way from Wham. Oh, man. He's going more greedy with it. That's not many spearmen. Oh, my God. I think Wham misread this. Archers. Don't risk it. One spear about to die. Horseman just committing. So the counter to this is dead. Archers are going to turn over onto the villagers, and that's going to be a cancel. Wham! Will not be able to get it up. Oh, dude, this is brutal. He's denied his Song Dynasty. He's refusing to cancel it, but he might not have a choice here. Wham! If he just had 2 more spearmen, that would have been successful. But instead, he misread the quantity here. He expected 2 or 3 horsemen in total. So in the end, Barbican is going to be cancelled, resummoned elsewhere. Even this feels ambitious now, though. Check out the count. We've still got a group of archers out here. We've got more horsemen coming. Wham! He hasn't added in more spears. Dude's about, like, he's out of food as well. This is crazy, man. I can't believe this. He didn't set up the mill and the berries. He has no flexibility here. I mean, if you're certain, you just dive this, right? Like, 100% he's moving in now. Horseman around the back. Villagers. That's a second cancel! Oh, man. At what point do you just nod and say 15 villagers go, right? Like, yeah, you've got to. But now it has to be right next to the TC. You can't even go this wide. Dude, this game actually might be over. Zern's not letting up now, man. Like, this is the point in the game usually where an IBID player says, okay, tech up time. Why would you? Like, you have no reason to stop now. Wham has revealed that he has no food. This is all the result of the sheep count at the start of the game. The sheep count at the start of the game led to this desperation. It meant that he couldn't have had 2 more spearmen because he couldn't actually afford it to get that Barbican up. It meant that he needed to rush for that Barbican because he didn't have any food source at home. This game by Zern has basically been decided by the scouts at the beginning. 15 villagers. Make it 16 now. He's going to dive again. Horseman. Immediately going to get attacked here, but the spearman's already gone. Wham, only 1 more spearman to work with. Yes, this Barbican is going to go up, but the damage has been done at this stage. Wham, so much idle time. He's missed production, right? Like, he's missed out on a lot at this stage. He's going to be reset and moved away by Zert. You already see him starting to stockpile up the resources, so this is just going to be an age up behind this for Zertan. And then this game is pretty much cut and dry, right? Like, Wham is a mile behind at the stage. Think about what he actually secured with this Barbican. 1,500 food, and then you're dead. So he's going to wall up here to secure another 1,500, sorry, 2,000 here. But these are not great gathering rates. And also, this is not for free. Like, your army's still not big enough to stop them from blocking you here, dude. This is so annoying. So what way could Wham now win this? Wham's probably thinking, I now need to get out onto the stone. Like, whether I like it or lump it, the only way I play this is, like, multi-TC and scale. And all-in Shiganu timing is too late now, right? Like, that's not going to work. So for Wham, I don't want to say it, but like, he might even end up in a situation where he has to granary the backside. He needs to scale in feudal before even thinking about castle. But that's scary to do against the Ibids because they're power spikes, right? That means they're going to get access to their relics. They're going to get access to potentially a TC boom of their own. Just puts you 2 steps behind instead of the 1 you already are. And dude, are you kidding me? Zertan pulls 5 villages for a fort outpost to take the deer away. Archers in the meantime are going to start diving. Wham doesn't have an army together yet. All right, scrap that. Zertan is not going for an age up. He's going all in. Oh, sorry, it's already on the way. Jesus. How does he have 24 archers still at this stage? He dove a Barbican. He was under it while it was constructed. I can't believe this. And this is the upcoming lad I've been talking about, right? Like, you know, we've highlighted before that Zertan's a very talented player. We've seen it before. We've seen it on the ladders time and time again. Showing up and just showing you just how bloody strong the Ibids can be on Coastal Cliffs. Archers just keep pushing back here, right? Now Wham doesn't have much he can access. He's had to go desperate onto the berries on the flank. That's the only upside, is that he sees where Zertan is. The unfortunate reality is, like, you know, this type of game, the way this is played out, your game sense is completely off. Wham might not even be sure whether the tech up's underway until he scouts it, right? Like, you can suspect it, but with the amount of troops that Zerton keeps sending out, you might also think he's just all-inning you. He's about to get the bad news, though. Golden Age 2 is about to trigger as well. I love this timing. Check this. Stable's about to complete. Golden Age 2 will come in, and that means this archery upgrade is going to be much quicker. So it's going to save himself, at this pace, about 17 seconds in the process. That's actually a really big difference here. Yeah, look at that. Went from 52 to 32, actually. Good lord. Well, probably 50 to 32. It can take off 20 seconds at max, right? Because it's 50% quicker research speed. Now, I know what someone's about to say. KP, your math sucks. 50% quicker on... Like, 50% rather of 1 minute is 30 seconds. But remember, it's 50% quicker. It's not 50% of the starting time. So, hence why it's 20 seconds off. Wham, what's he going to do with this Castle Age? Because if you play Palace Guard, like, it's rough. Palace Guard against Mass Archers with the extra Steeled Arrow upgrades, which they had surely going to be prioritizing here, right? And Mamluk's Bravery, you die to. Nesta Bees is probably his one hope. It's very difficult against this Civ because they can build Springalds out in the field, though, right? So that's like a difficulty that Wham still needs to adjust for. Archers. Now diving in. Interesting that he's willing to, like, trade out. Like, this is at least going to give some false hope over to Wham. The reason why he's going for this dive already is, remember, he has got the veterancy through, but no level 2 ranged armor, no level 2 ranged damage increase. Means that Wham is at least going to get what I call false hope here. Astronomical Clock Tower's on the way. Zerton has queued up the first Dervish. We're looking at a 5 relic game. There's no denying it here. Lancers are already arriving as well, and that is something that Wham has absolutely zero answers for. Dude, the game sense on Zerton right now. He knows it's happening. Oh, no! Wait, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 5 times a landmark has been denied in this game? I can't believe that. That's just GG, man. Get me out. 5 landmarks denied in one game. That is crazy. I have to make a note of that. I think that's what that video is going to be called. Crazy. So game 2 is going to be an even up. Zerton gets himself back into this. And remember, that was needed, right? He lost the first. So let's get a point on the board for the lad. Glad to see him being able to turn up here. The question now is, who wins out in the final? Because I mentioned that these drafts, going the distance, do not favor Zerton. He's got English usually left over. This is a no-brainer for Wham. He doesn't, like, he can just pick Jeanne d'Arc and not even think about the pick by his opponent, because either way, Jeanne d'Arc is favored in this matchup, and that's exactly what he done. Is Jeanne d'Arc from Wham? Anyone want to take a guess which way Zerton goes? Zhuji or English? We've even got some pros in the chat. So if you had the choice, guys, like, which one do you think would fare better? Zhuji or English against Jeanne? We're on Gorge, by the way. English? So, English puts the idea forward that you have to attack, and that's difficult against Jeanne. Zhuji could at least try to say, I'm going to camp at home, and I'm not going to come out, and you have to break me. I weirdly enough think Zhuji might have a better shot here than the English. Like, this is genuinely, based on the stats I've been seeing, one of the hardest matchups for the English. Like, when I last looked at it, let's have a look at the stats on AV4 World. Right now, Jeanne d'Arc versus English is 68.1% win rate. It is insanely heavily skewed. By comparison, Jeanne d'Arc versus Zhuji is a 58.8. So less games played, admittedly, quite a few less. If we look at the previous patch, Jeanne d'Arc there up against Zhuji, 58.1. Up against the English, still 61.6. I think Jeanne has only gotten better against the English since that patch. So this is a tough one. It's an uphill battle for Zerton. Let's see what he's going to be able to do in the deciding game in this set. We hop into game 3. And Zerton, maybe he throws a curveball. Like, I might... Okay. You're gonna tell me shut up, but hear me out. Let me finish. What if Abbey of Kings? You already want to vomit, I know, but my thought process is like, Abbey of Kings gives you sustainability. I actually think if English ever want to find a way out of the Jean d'Arc hole, it's not going to be in the Council Hall. Because the issue with the Council Hall on a standard map is that you have these more expensive units that can easily be sniped, that need critical mass to snipe Jean, and that's difficult to achieve. And you have no heal, right? But if you go for the Abbey of Kings, you do at least have heals. You have two forms of heals, in fact. You have a knight you can raid with that Jean can't easily mirror. You also have a knight versus Jean. On top of that, you also have a heal on the go and at home. So yeah, I think, like, genuinely, this is a matchup where Council Hall's not a good idea. I think Abbey of Kings is better. We'll have to see. I didn't expect that change to happen here, right? I feel like a lot of people are just harshly discovering how hard English are failing in this tournament right now. But next tournament, to me, that would be the way I'd lean. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're giving over your initial Lombo timing, but like for anyone arguing like, nah, dude, like you need Lombos, Lombo opener, like timing matters. What are you realistically going to achieve with 5 Lombos at the beginning here? Right? Like, the first knight's going to come out. That's going to idle you out. So you have to have a spin to go with the first group, which means you've got less Lombos by 2. By at least 2 Lombos, right? Because you have to build the racks, build the spearmen. So that's buying enough time for Jean to then get level 2. So you're then running, what, 4 Lombos at 1.12 movement speed out into the field against a Jean at 1.38 movement speed. There is no way you're hitting that timing, right? So early game, there's no pressure point, which is already a big disadvantage for the English. Let's talk about the Scout Hall here, though, because, oh my dear God, that is an even bigger disadvantage. Now, it looks like there's a few sheep that we're missing out, but Zertin right now has only 4 sheep in reserve. Meanwhile, it's 13 for Wham. And this is crazy, dude. Look, he actually went Archer form. Okay, that's kind of wild. Knight's going to get the charge in as well. Wow, he didn't get the brace out, so... Bad initial exchange here. Remember, the Divine Restoration will eventually come off cooldown, so this is just kind of tickle damage right now. Going range form is interesting, though. So, Wham, I kind of see where he's coming from, right? Like, when you try to dive against mass Lombos, you're just going to dive Women Arms. He's treating this more like a game where he already has map control, and now his goal is to have units that can raid. Like, they can chip away from the flanks. They don't have to dive under the base, which... Jean range form fits, right? Divine Arrow, hit a unit twice, shoot at Divine Arrow, that's a dead villager. The interesting thing as well about that choice on the opening is it immediately gave him an Archer to counter the initial spearman coming out. That was actually a really smart play by Wham. We'll see if it's worth it the longer Feudal goes on. I think if you think the game can end in Feudal Age, and is defined by Feudal Age, the Women at Arms is always superior. But if you think the game has some longevity for it, or you feel like you can't attack properly, then range form is always going to be a better choice. In-map aggression stacking up on both sides right now. More knights coming through. Wham. This is a really healthy count of knights. Like 3 to 4 spearmen. Zertin needs to just ramp it up a little here. Like he should have the decent production rate right on his side. 15 seconds versus the 29. But seems like he's pushing more resources into Lombos right now, which is dangerous. The biggest thing to keep an eye out for in this matchup is the Blacksmith timings. Blacksmith timings define everything here. That's how the English dominate. That's how they can even use Lombos to deal with Knights. It's all about making sure Stilled Arrow comes in very swiftly. But every time he maybe loses a spear who are there, it's going to keep him further away from that timing. Lombo can kite Women Arms, but they can kind of do the same to the Hunter form as well, right? Like, the Hunter form does less damage across a prolonged fight, if you think about it. Like, if you had time to gap close and get 1 cleave out, it would be superior to the Hunter PP form. But the upside is, like, obviously you're able to poke better, and it also gave Wham this crazy advantage on the opening units. He denied the initial Spearman, which is really important. It's why Zertin hasn't been able to push forward anymore. He literally is just stuck waiting now. Waiting for that Blacksmith timing, which usually comes in at around like the 15th Longbow here. Problem is on the other side, Wham's already beaten him to the punchline, man. Undermesh on the way. He's playing as the French, so he already got that +1 damage on his melee as well. So pretty big upside here. In fact, Zertin's timings are completely off now. The fact that he still hasn't gone for a Blacksmith and he's 20 units in is shocking me. The Outpost addition as well doesn't feel great here. There's a very big risk that the first fight they take, Steeled Arrow and Undermesh will be there for Wham. and Zerton won't have it. And what worries me more is Zerton the way he's posturing right now. If you don't have any blacksmith tech on the way, this deep feels risky. The reason why Zerton might think he can get away with it is typically most Jean players don't go for a blacksmith this early. They idle it until they've got 15 archers. But this is a smart read by Wham. Outpost on the way up. Knights are cycling around the back, so that's going to keep Zerton honest. I love that. Wham doesn't want to actually take this fight. He just doesn't want Zerton to go in too early. He wants the outpost up. He wants the undermesh in. Still no blacksmith. Only now on the way. Yeah, this can be a 2-tech advantage for the fight. Undermesh is in. He's moving forward now. Knights basically uncounted. Look how pathetic the damage is on the Jean as well. You can't snipe her out like this. Such a sick read. Divine Arrow just being popped on those spearmen. Knights are going to get a tap of it. Divine Restoration is still available, so you could pump it right now. It'd be pretty decent value here. Stays just going to back away, though. Okay, so good fight by Wham. Zerton just added in more spears, so this blacksmith's been up, but still they don't have anything coming through. In fact, they have a gold issue right now. So this is a huge opportunity for Wham. He's going to get the gold before Zerton can, and that means Steeled Arrow is going to complete for him first. Actually, ignore me. It's already queued up. I'm an idiot. I didn't pay attention. But this is still a one advantage, right? Like, if you get Steeled Arrow queued up now, you're still ahead in that department. Instead, Wham isn't aiming for that, though. We're getting a delayed second TC. Dude, this is a wild build now. I did not expect the 2 TC play. And if you're wondering, like, so there's an interesting question. Why would he go all out? Like, surely you tell against Jean? This is why. I think he was worried this was going to be a 2 TC play. We've seen anytime you're up against defensive civs with Jean, the optimal play is to 2 TC. This is a greatly timed 2 TC because Zerton has already invested in this idea that it's happening. He never saw it happening. He just saw a bigger and bigger army. It made him hesitate about ever going in. However, these Knights may have just given an opportunity for him to strike. Wham. I don't think it was advisable to send all the Knights here. But funnily enough, because he doesn't lose too many, Zerton is going to be backing away. And I believe that scout... Wait, did he scout it? He sees it now. Okay, so he knows it's 2 TC. I feel like Zerton's best move now is actually to go Castle Age. It's quite expensive, but if you think about what your opponent is about to do, he's going to be very weak on his military power, right? Like, he's got what he's got, but he's not going to get more. And with the attack speed or on the defensive, you should be able to hold that, right? Your goal should be to not get caught on the retreat. That's the #1 thing. Get back home, get Castle Age. Don't waste any more time in this Feudal Age state. Undermesh also being queued up is kind of interesting. That should be just in case he gets dove. I would be really shocked now if Zerton comes out again. And this is a smart choice because, like, Wham's TC placement isn't great. It's not really securing much. But I've got a feeling the reason why Wham opted for this TC is he's planning to go fast castle now too. Dude, talk about reading the play and matching it. Nice peeling off. This is still a scare factor for Zerton, by the way. I don't like that once again he's coming out. Because the issue now is Zerton, he's probably thinking, okay, I need to block like good TCs. If he's got a TC on the front line, I need to snipe some villages on that gold. Because he might be getting Castle Age as well. But the problem now is like Wham has options. He either goes for a big backstab like this, or he could even just head into the enemy economy and clear them up. This is dangerous what Zerton's doing. This is why players back up when they tech up. He's so far out of his base right now, he's a liability to himself. One Knight is going to peel and go in. A little bit idle time achieved there. Main clash coming in. Zerton wasn't looking. Gets back in his position just before it becomes overwhelming. Archers are now gap closing though. Wham looking to commit. Horseman added in as well, so pretty effective soaker up against the Lombos, and Zerton has pulled the trigger. King's Pass now on the way. Dive continues deeper. Spearmen have to stand their ground, but Archers are now in range. Attack speed aura has at least been activated, but the Knight count is good. Wham is looking scary. He continues the dive. More XP coming through. Remember, these are more expensive archers. Ergo, a more expensive loss and more XP for Wham. Pushes him off the gold. King's Pass is at least on the way, but now gold is a problem, right? If you camp this area, how does he ever gather? Behind this, Wham has got more Knights on the way. I don't know about this, man. I think Zerton made a mistake being out in that mid-map. as about to punish him. Wham continues to dive. Gold being idled out. This is all he wants, right? He knows he can't break the base right now, but he knows either the tech up hasn't begun and he's blocking it, or if it has begun, Zertan doesn't have any gold to work with. And here we go. Tech up complete. Queues up the veterancy upgrade. That is all he can afford. Spearmen are still just Dark Age, and Lombo count is limited. Macro continues. Behind this, Wham is not holding anything back. Have we at least got Siege Engineering for this play? No. No Ram potential coming in. It's going to be a continued push. And big shout out to Primi. Thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Don't forget, guys, if you've got Amazon Prime, use those Prime subs. Get subscribed to the Twitch channel. We are doing, on average, about 30 hours of content a week. So it's a bargain. I feel like Zertan's in a bargaining state with Wham here. He's like, please, will you just give me a few minutes? You could tech up as well. I mean, he has no reason to, right? Like, he can keep the pressure going until the gold is accessed. Looks like he is actually going to get the wiggle room, though. Zertan moves back out in a rush with 11 villages. So this will be a full break off from Wham and a tech up behind it. The question is whether we're looking at Royal Institute. I really, really like Royal Institute in this game. Guildhall is irrelevant. It's unnecessary. You don't need to go that deep into the game. You've got to be close to level 3 by now with Jean. On top of that, you can get into the Royal Bloodlines with 10+ Knights. This is actually a really strong time for Wham. He's already also moved out to the Deer, so has the lifeline there. Hell yeah. Dude, there's those primes coming through. Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Pessimistic. I know there's more primes out there. If you've got Amazon Prime, use it here. Come on. If we get 50 primes, we might be able to channel enough belief and hopium that the English can win this. Holy crap, it's not even going to be Royal Institute, it's Guildhall. This is rough. Oh, you're my shoot. Cheers to the raid, Paulin. Appreciate it, buddy. So Guildhall on the way. This means Wham has quite the ceiling ahead of him. Nice. Now going in for the clash. He may not be vetted, but Naira the Spearman. Jean's going to be sniped. But this is a fight that's going to stick on top of you with Spearman count. Just enough to scare him away. The aura will save the day there. Zertan, that forward outpost actually coming in clutch here. Jean has been brought back, though. Level 3's in. This is bad. This is really bad now for Zertan. His army won't be able to snipe down Jean. She's going to have that effect with the Divine Restoration in these engagements. That's guaranteed. It means you can hold it for longer here. Lombos, it's going to idle out the gold. Wham has what he needs for those upgrades, remember. Veterancy, not too expensive. Only 125 gold to get to your standard knights. 250 gold, of course, going into that archer. Scary game now, actually, for Zertan. His eco lead doesn't exist, remember. The TC came up quicker for Jean, so Jean is now ahead. And she has this kind of X factor in the level 3 that's also pretty spooky. You're turning this into a mass archer fight. That usually leads into Siege. And the problem with it leading into Siege is Jean d'Arc is phenomenal at sniping out Siege. Champions absorbing a lot of fire here in the retreat. Knight upgrade does come through. And the Spearman count is too low here, so this is going to be a pursuit. Zertan losing most of the longbows in the retreat here. Love these frontlining with the archers now, just so the spears can't hit anything. Even the villagers have to stand their ground, but there's no denying it here. Zertan is about to lose his entire army. And after this, the pressure's going to keep on mounting. Whoa, we got raid after raid coming through. Appreciate you, Iceman. But we're past raiding in this game. This is all inning now. Jean moving forward with the entire army. Gold is going to get idled out. A few more villagers dying out. That is now a 7 eco lead for Wham. Relics on the way home are also going to start getting intercepted. So one has already been banged, but that one is not going to be. And also now, because he knows about this, check this. Wham is checking the left side flank. It's going to be a little bit too late. But we'll find something else out on the right. Not just a relic. Dude, this is crazy. Zertan, this was so greedy. He came out here for the gold, but funnily enough, now because of that relic reveal, Wham's coming down here to check for this. And the villagers get spotted moving out. So that should be a tip-off, right? Wham should be like, why was there a villager rallying out to gold here? He's now checking the veins. If he's a little bit quicker, he actually might find something here. This is a dangerous game of blind we're playing here. For certain. Setting up houses like he's in a bronze level lobby here. Nice and safe in the corner. He won't be nice and safe at home. Wham, now moving in the archers. Level 2 ranged armor is coming through soon. That's an edge that Zertan currently has, right? He has got the extra damage upgrade and defense upgrade. So Wham has to be a bit respectful, but I mean, how respectful do you really have to be in a game where you now have a 15 eco lead? Military's also neck and neck. Spears, not many of them. Knights are just going to tank this, so we'll move in. And this is going to be heavy losses, right? The amount of shots it takes, these longbows to take out one knight, is not pretty. So trading blow for blow, not ideal in this game right now for Zertan. Jean, don't even know where she's backing up, actually. At this stage, she basically is unkillable. And the second wave's now on the way. Guys, that wasn't the knights. We've still got 8 knights remaining here, ready to fight, and Zertan has a grand total of 3 spears to deal with that, so the dive-in is going to be looking onto that gold again. And this time he's got no spears to defend, so this should just be a wipe of the army. Knights didn't actually get the charge in, so a little bit of a missed micro there by Wham. But it's just too much now, and Zertan knows it. GG gets called, so despite Zertan's best attempts to turn around the unbeatable matchup, Wham will prove too methodical with his drafts. Oof. Hello, my raiders. Thank you very much. Raid after raid, minute after minute. Thank you, thank you. Don't know if you two were playing together or something, but appreciate the raids. So, another series down. Let me add this to the list. Oh, I know what I'm going to call that one as well. 5 landmark deniers in one game. It's a pretty obvious name. Elite Classic 2, boom. So, let's see what other games we've got here. I need to move that to done on my list of casted games. How many series we cast today? That's the 4th series, right? Look at us go, guys. Look at us go. Let's go. Heisman needs to do some back stretches. Damn. The smack talk's coming in. Oof. I think Zertan needs a back replacement after that one. That was a bit of a back breaker in the end. So, who do we cast next? Maybe some Magic versus Cat could be interesting. I don't know. Magic said he hadn't been playing many. Maybe Cat versus Numidan, actually. Let me have a look for that one. Wait, did I already do Cat versus Numidan? I don't think I did. No, so we could do a Numidan versus Cat game. We haven't done a Numidan game today. There's also Magic versus Numidan. Let's do Numidan versus Cat. Okay. Sup, Zombie Killer? I'm not doing too bad, buddy. How you doing? Okay, so let me get the draft data. We said we're going to do Numidan versus Cat, right? Final series of their round. The draft is not available, though, so I'm going to have to manually enter as much of it as I can. So bear with me a sec. It's going to look a bit weird due to that. Not sure why that didn't get documented, but okay. So we'll remove all the bans. And we'll have Numidan with the Rus. Delhi and Byzantines. Then the other side, picks for Cat are Japanese, Mongols, and Malians. So let me go ahead and update that, and then we can shift that into perspective. Yeah, my child's fine, Arcleave. I mean, she was, her illness was she had a cold. It's just standard stuff. Just someone wasn't able to look after her because they didn't want to get, ill because of someone they look after. But then that, obviously caused all kinds of issues on figuring out a babysitter. Oh. Okay, let's have a look at the draft. So the draft is, for map at least, is Gorge, Dry Arabia, and Coastal Cliffs. Game 1 is going to be a Roost Japanese game. Guys, what I'm going to do, we'll run 60 seconds of ads now, so people don't have to worry about it. Play some nice music while we wait. And then after those 60 seconds, we'll be in the game, okay? So do that. This will give me a chance to eat a biscuit or two. Subscribe if you haven't, and then you don't have to worry about these ads. Easy peasy. Boom. So that score is wrong. Reset that score. Eat another biscuit, and then we should be ready to go. So bear with me a sec. What kind of biscuit am I eating? The good old custard creams, of course. Yum, yum, yum. All right. I think the ads have ran now, so we can get ready to go. I really should get some healthy breakfast bars. They also will dry your mouth out a lot less than custard creams, actually. All right. Let's kick it off. All right, one and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires for action. It's the Elite Classic 2 recap time. We got Numidan versus Cat. Two closely matched players going into this, actually, so we should get a pretty fun series. And, dude, it's already kicking off that way. Roos versus the Japanese. Oh, I need to redo that because I had the music playing still, didn't I? All right, one and all, welcome back to the competitive AoE for action. We have got Cat versus Numidan in the best of 3. This is going to be a tight one, actually. These two are very closely matched going into the group stage. This is their final matchup. Didn't make a difference. Neither of them could make the playoffs, so it didn't make a difference in that way, but definitely an entertaining series from what I've heard. Already opening up in an entertaining way. Japanese pick coming out on one side. Roos made it through the bans on the other. This is an interesting one to me. Roos versus Japanese, I actually quite heavily favor the Japanese here. They have a lot of really good options. We've noticed that against these feudal lineage civs, Japan's not completely disarmed. They have some very powerful players into Horsemen. Even Yuumi, actually, are surprisingly effective, especially if you go with that 2TC build. And if this is going to be a feudal on each side, it will be 2 TCs on each side. That's a problem, though, because if you go 2 TC as Numidan, there's no reason Cat has to stay in this age. Castle Age is always the end objective for the Japanese. If we do get to Castle Age, here's some interesting thoughts for you. You have knights, I have better knights. Mine have deflective armor on the side of the Japanese. That means that I can basically hit you for 30 plus damage, and you will miss out on a 30 plus damage hit. Then the follow-up gets even worse. Onimusha are phenomenal up against the knight spam. So I've got a feeling that Numidan's going to have to find some sort of interesting mixture of Archer and Knight and then a transition to Castle Age. He can't be too greedy about it and rush Castle, but he also can't lag behind too long. If you can't find a way of slowing down the Japanese, they will just rush ahead. And with spawn like this, you might be able to slow them down. Fort spawn in gold, not a good sign for Cat. This makes the idea of just naked castling very difficult. You could risk the outpost, but you'd have to outpost here. You'd probably want to outpost on your berries to be safe and the wood line, right? So you could probably get away with a wall here. You'd need an outpost or a wall here. And then you'd still have to outpost probably twice on the front side just to feel 100% safe. Meantime, Crystal House coming in the back. Let's check how the scouting rotations are going. Not bad, actually, for Cat. Getting 11 sheep? Are you kidding me, dude? Like, this is the crazy part. Numidan's playing Roos. He went for the bounty, of course, but look at where Cat scanned with his scout and the fact that he got this many sheep and also should be able to deny away the deer. Hasn't noticed the other one. In fact, neither of them have so far. So there is an opportunity here for Cat to not only get more sheep, but also guarantee that they take away 2 stacks of deer. Kremlin on the other side is coming out. So Numidan with this position is guaranteeing that we are going to be looking at a multi-TC build. I'm not the greatest fan of when this happens because the forward Kremlin means you're not buffing your backward line. It means you have to go for the smaller wood line, so this will eventually bite you in the ass when you have to set up a wooden fortress later. And also, it's now your economy being further exposed, right? Like, very far away. This is a awkward kind of gathering game for Numadon. He didn't get wheelbarrow quickly here, right? Like, typically you want wheelbarrow already prepped and on the way as you're teching up. Feels like he actually missed out on a bit of extra bounty. And also has now missed out on 70 over here. So great striking. It looks like Numadon is choosing to not opt for wheelbarrow and instead go towards the knight. It's crazy he didn't scout out these deer over here. Noticing there was no deer in this area, he didn't even think to check this. He just assumed that Cat had already taken out both deer stacks. Unfortunate, because if he had checked this area, an extra 70 gold would have been enough to pump your first knight and have wheelbarrow. You wouldn't have had to have chosen. So Outpost now going up for Cat. Means Numadon's idea of going into an early knight isn't great here. Looks like he's not going to be going for it. What? Okay, this build's kind of wild then. Wild is politer than weird, I guess. You know, it could be the timing on getting the lumber camp up would have been slightly delayed, but to not have wheelbarrow researching when you've got 200 gold in reserve, kind of unheard of. Especially considering like the timing on this at this pacing might be a bit ugly if you don't remember, because it's easy to forget when you don't do it like at the start. If you delay this now until you're like 100 stone, 100 wood away, you're not going to have wheelbarrow remotely ready by the time you pull for a TC back here. Other side, this Cat going into Takazaku, shifts across the berries. Love this timing, dude. This is a beautiful timing. He waits for the tier 2 tech to come out just a few seconds away, and now he has an insane advantage on the gathering rate. 50% quicker on berries means you're gathering from this at a quicker pace than you gather off of ball. So, gold gathering, got 6 out here. This is definitely a Castle Age build. And this is tough because Numadon, like, what worries me now is because he doesn't even open with knights. He's just going raw TC, no sort of aggro play, even an attempt at, like, idling things out. Cat doesn't have to get arrow slits. Like, legitimately, he can just spend all this stone into Daimyo straight away, which is insane in this matchup because that means you're going to go stables into archery range and Uma Bannerman. You're going to buff your entire army the moment that you get that 300 stone. It's such an insanely powerful play. Numadon. Oh my god, dude, it's even worse than what I thought. Get at it. No, just stop. Please. No. Stop. Just... Oh, God. What makes this worse is the scout sees him, and dude, this is disgusting. He doesn't know. Numadon has 3 scouts, and he doesn't know that Cat's about to aggro the boar onto him. Wraps it around, yanks it in, and says, farewell, my... Wait, what? Cat, no! Alright, he can pull it back across now. Village is in trouble. Oh my god, no! Just kill him. Yeah, just kill it right now. Be quick about it. Villager is going to survive as well. Cat, there's no way you get this kill. Yeah, shivs her out. Nicely played, actually. Numadon, that was sick micro. Turns around with the exact amount of villagers to get the stab kill. And now Cat's playing a blind game. But at the end of the day, he's playing a blind game with a clear Castle Age and an opponent who went 2TC, right? What are you realistically running into that you're scared of? Not much at this stage. The Kremlins could try and save him a bit. Has got 2 tickets, but they're limited on how long they last, and also the rate at which Mounted Samurai are about to come into this world is scary, man. Like, this feels like the apocalypse raining down upon you. And remember that Cat is never going to run out of food for this play. He's only now exhausting the berries, right? He's got like 2 left over, 2 worth left over. He's then still got 16 sheep. On top of that, he also then has the farms that are being added in over time. So Cat could not be happier with the way this is playing out. And look at the paranoia. Numadon, dude, this is exactly what you can't afford to be doing in this game at this stage. 28 villages, and you're building wooden walls all the way along the map. This is bad. If he gets it up, he'll be safe for a while, don't get me wrong, but this does not feel great to do. Love this as well from Cat. Actually adding in a scout, because he added the stable in before the tech up completed, so he'll be able to get the scout out. Very much optimized, right? Like, it's 3 seconds away. Yoroshiro drops, comes out, immediately is able to queue up a Mounted Samurai, right? I say that. Needs to drop off a teensy bit more food. A little bit more gold. So, first one queued up. Shinto already should be moving out here. This is like the freest relic game you're ever going to get. Right now, Numenor actually can't build knights. He has to build spears. So this is the added layer of problems for Numenor in this game now, is that you've just essentially given the Japanese not only their fast castle timing, but you've given them the follow-up objective they're looking for. Similar to the Irobids, they need those relics. Well, we've got a little bit of lag going on there. Whew. Cat now pretty heavy on the gold. He's going to get the level 1 melee tech. Kind of interesting here, right? But makes sense at this stage because he hasn't had to add in any arrow slits. Level 1 is very affordable because of the amount of stone it requires. Level 2 is a little bit more crazy. I think Daimyo might be worth prioritizing afterwards because 75 stone takes a little bit of time to gather, right? But with this many people on gold, might be worth getting next. You need your count to be around like 9 or 10 before the Bannerman's worth it. And also remember, we said that Bannerman timing is reliant on the Onimusha follow-up. Numenor, dude, he's falling for every step of this. Spearman opening, Knight follow-up. Like, this is going to be a cut and dry archery range drop in the next minute. Unless Cat has something else in mind where he just plays more greedy. I've seen a few players in this position drop a Yorishiro in like the TC. I just don't like that here. I think it just makes a lot of sense to just keep inflating into gold-heavy units, that being the Samurai and the Onimusha. And the cool thing is because you've got relics now coming in, you can afford that extra gold, and you can put more people on food to keep these buildings pumping. Daimyo upgrade through. Scout. Oh, cool. This is cool. This is actually really cool. If he gets the kill on the Scout here, it denies vision of what the next choice is going to be. I love the timing by Numenor as well, just scouting that out, anticipating when the next Yorishiro is going to drop. So he clearly had the timings marked in his mind. Mount Samurai at least going to be chased away. Second Yorishiro not being dropped yet. Yeah, that was... I guess Cat was holding to make a decision here. So he's chosen to go into Rax instead. I do think Onimusha works, but the thought process here for Cat is while Onimusha is nice, they won't be able to dive defenses. And also, they aren't great traders against spears. If you, however, just open with Onimusha now, you have a very fast comp still. But the difference is, like, Onimusha aren't really needed until you're up against Castle Age Knights, right? That was our whole point, is Castle and Castle, these guys still win, but Onimusha make it easy. Numenor hasn't even teched up yet. You're already outnumbering his cavalry count. If you now just get even half of his spear count in Onimusha, he can't win these fights. And the other thing is, obviously, with you needing to burn through walls, what would you rather have? Onimusha or Onimusha? It's a pretty big no-brainer there, right? For what will burn through quicker. Gates on the way up. More relics now on the way home. Numenor is going to chase away these Mount Samurai, but they're already breaking into the base. Cat finding targets. You might have wheelbarrow, you might have textiles, but these guys pack quite the wallop. In fact, even if they do not get you with the charge, they kill you in 3 hits, courtesy of the katana. Yeah, that's actually pretty painful. Like, usually when you're up against knights at this stage, right, it's like, oh man, you know, yeah, they usually don't have the melee tech in a rush. Thumbs up, you're fine. But for Cat, there's many reasons to rush it here, right? Like, you want to get the extra melee tech now that you've got an Ubigisha, because it's so much extra DPS. Mount Samurai on the back of it. Waste a lot of time on the Scout. We'll get the final wallop out. But they are going to start being peeled there. Second wall coming in. Numenor is now playing Takeshi's Castle. The numbers are inflating, though. And Numenor is going to try to play Horse Archers to counter us out. Oh, no. I don't think that works. I'm almost certain that doesn't work. The problem of building Horse Archers against Onimusha, you'd think it's good because of the movement speed difference. But remember, Onimusha are 1.5 compared to 1.62 by default. When they charge, they move quicker. 1.8. On top of that, when your Horse Archers attack, they have a long animation, so they don't break away quickly. And they are a glass cannon. This is an expensive and not ideal choice. Next wall being broken through. It looks like Numenor is just going to look to face his demons here. Makes sense. With more Onimusha coming, you can't keep building walls quick enough to defend this. It's just wasted efforts. So it's going to be a breakthrough. Behind this, relics should start being dropped off now. So yeah, more on the way home. Soon it's going to be 3 relics. 4th one is definitely accessible. 5th one, A little bit harder to reach, but you know what? When we move in like this, why not? Numidan has got a decent eco lead out of this. Is it enough realistically, though? Flash is going to come in. Now Samurai going to peel back. Onabagisha get in. And this is the problem. Militia are at least on the way, but the Onabagisha can easily clean all of this up. Mount Samurai, even just A-clicking into the engagement. Cat. There's no way he's going home here. A few Mount Samurai stay alive. The Onabagisha are just king, or rather queen in this. And this is what I meant with the charge. The 1.81 movement speed makes it very difficult for Numidan to ever turn around here. Second militia pull. I mean, he's just losing to Onabagisha here. He needs the men-at-arms. I like this idea by Numidan to get men-at-arms. Looks like it might have just been a misclick, though, which is unfortunate because it's probably the one unit that can save him. Is men-at-arms and walls, right? Still, you'd be playing into your opponent's hand. The reason why Numidan is not doing men-at-arms here, in fairness to him, if you see Onabagisha, that means they can transition Samurai. Samurai destroy men-at-arms. So, like, you're kind of stuck with what I'd call a suboptimal choice here. Horse Archers just trying to tickle away at this, but it's just not looking great. Oof. The formation shuffles are making this worse and hurting me more. Dude, he's lost practically all the Horse Archers instantly. Like, this is exactly why no one builds this unit. It's an absolute pile of stinking trash. It needs a rework. It needs the buff. It needs something, man. I don't remember the last time I watched Horse Archers work. It kind of makes sense as a raiding unit, but like now that you see things like Onabagisha, which are also a raiding unit but can fight, you kind of look at it and you do kind of wonder, why can't I have something similar, right? As a Roost player, that's exactly what they could be thinking. So TC was torched. 5th relic is now being grabbed. This one hasn't been grabbed yet, but realistically, this is the relic that will be a challenge. The other one is easy peasy. I think Cat... Come on! The one area... I can't believe that. He legit can't see it. So it's going to be a 4 relic game then for Cat. Nice. Looking to return some pain. Good hit. I mean, this is 3 kills, right? Cat's actually done a really good job here. So far, that's 12 worker kills. So the Knights, while that main dive was going on, they actually were finding something in return elsewhere. So Numidan's done really well on that, right? Like getting that many kills, 12 worker kills, Cat's the one who's only got 3. So really good raids out the Knights, but it's still 4 relics, 2 sacred sites, soon to be 3, and I still think he's not at the point where he can fight. If Numidan can now try and avoid fighting for 2 or 3 minutes, that's when this eco lead actually matters. Even with the TC now gone, he's ahead by 30. But it's important that you dodge death for that long. And that's not how you do it. Horse Archers, oh no! No Boys Fortitude either, so they are still absolute raw glass cannons, rather. Level 3 melee tech now on the way as well, so if you thought that looked vicious, wait until the next fight. Royal Bloodlines, sorry, Boys Fortitude, why am I saying Royal Bloodlines? Boys Fortitude is at least on the way. I don't think it's going to be here in time, though. Especially the way that Numidan's still trying to fight him. It's kind of a wild choice to make at this stage in the game. Like, you can see you are clearly outnumbered. Just can't help himself. Night Raid on the side. Nice block on the food. Has Numidan got... Whoa, Numidan's got food issues, right? Yeah, he's got berries in the center. And oh my god. 26 villages for 1,500 food. This is not going to last long. He needs to find an extra food source. Unfortunately, this has been denied on the front side. Walls are also being broken. Deer in the backside has been accessed by just 1 or 2 workers, though. Not much there. Meanwhile, for Cat, I think he's still got sheep left over, right? He's still got 6 sheep. Playing onto the board now as well, so more competitive. I believe we did have Fudasashi, right? Typically... okay, Fudasashi has been forgone. Instead, it's going to be Military Academy being prioritized in terms of tech. Dive comes in. Cat. The Zerg is going strong. Knights are going to turn for the engagement. He's got the melee tech level 2 on the way. It's not here yet, though. And that's the problem, because you need it ASAP. Numbers are just not on your side, and this game has gotten out of control now. Numidan just doesn't really have the food source anymore. He's about to be idled out, and the only thing he can eat up here. Knights are now riding into the eco, on the tree line, on the berries. This is GG. Numenor will try to refuse it, but there's no denying it at this stage. Great attempt to try and turn it around, but really clean execution by Cat. I love this build. I think Japanese is going to be a solid pick up against the Rus. You know, going to this tournament, people felt like outside of water maps, Japan was kind of an pick. The more I've been seeing, I think they actually have a lot of matchups that they absolutely just dominate, and this might be one of them. We'll just have to see. This game is going to be a win, though, for Cat. We open the series with a point on the board for him, and that is now going to be the Rus and the Japanese used up. Means we head into the second game for a Mongol-Delhi matchup. Now, this particular matchup is one you would have to heavily favor the Delhi in. I think the Delhi, it's pretty cruise mode. Mongols can't go for their outpost rush. That's one of the most powerful play. Maybe the map could be the difference. If this is, for example, say a map where there's a good trade route and there's only 2 sacred sites, but there's not really many of those in map rotation, right? Like the 2 one is going to be Coastal Cliffs. Is that the way you want to go? And Coastal Cliffs is just terrible for you here. So let me find the games. It's Dry Arabia. Okay, Delhi Mongols, Dry Arabia. That's even worse for Mongols. I absolutely abhor Mongol picks on Dry Arabia right now because you have one play and that's a good outpost rush, because the other play of trading is you gambling that the map spawn doesn't give you a trade post right next to your base. If it does, you are at a heavy disadvantage. I'm hoping Cat has some sort of creative Deerstone build to try and offset this, but at the end of the day, you're playing a movement speed advantage into an attack speed advantage. Doesn't sound like fights are going to be fun. Let's find out, because we're done with game 1. And on to the second here. Let me flip those scores, because of course it is Cat who takes an early lead here. Numenor looking like he should have a very cozy strike back, though. We're going to hit the 2-timer. Uvu already being built up by Cat. This is not indicative of Rax Rush here. He could try for it. I just think it's like quite redundant against the Delhi. Typically, they either defend with the Scholar and shivs out to kill your Spearman, or they end up with enough gold that they don't have to ever worry. I like this build from Cat. He's doing the double villager production build. This has been rising in popularity, especially in the 3D clan. 3D Mikos was doing this about 2-3 months ago on Gorge. He loved this build. We've seen his teammates adding into it, though. B has been doing it now. Cat also loves to do this Uvu double villager production build. One that got buffed, remember. It used to cost 150 stone, and that's why no one wanted to do it. Now it costs 26 stone less, which some people are going to say, that doesn't sound like a lot. But realistically, that's like, what, an extra 2 villagers, if I remember correctly? It's pretty decent. And also, you're able to get those villagers out quicker. That's the bigger deal. It's not just that you get more villagers overall per Uvu. It's the fact that you're triggering that double production at earlier phases now. 26 seconds earlier, actually. Oh, no, it's not 26. It's about 20 seconds earlier. Right, because you get 80 a minute. So if you're getting an extra villager 20 seconds earlier, that's like you've ramped up your eco production by an extra villager on top of the villager you're adding in, if that makes sense, right? Because at the stage in the game where you're double producing, now, since the old 150 stone cost, you're chucking in an extra eco unit. So it's a pretty nice ramp. Fits nicely with this play as well. If you're going for the Uvu double villager production, you're 100% going for the Deerstone. The problem is on the other side, Numenor now knows that you are going for this build. If you did not open with a Rax or a Stables, if you did not try to block the gold, there is only one reason you would not do that. And it's because you're playing greedy as the Mongols. Playing greedy against the Delhi is a very dangerous game. Let's see if it's actually going to work out for Cat. Can he make it a quick 2-0 here? What would be the follow-up play? You have to go Keshik, which is very dangerous when you're this loose. I would love to see Ghazi, dude. Yep, it makes sense. If this was a Spearman opening, and the fact that your opponent could build Keshiks afterwards, Numenor would have to consider Rax opener. But because of the way that Cat has done this, Numenor's read is perfect. Ghazi just destroys the beginning of this game now, because Cat has the loose gold, and that's been scouted out. And he can try to gather out here and try to get Keshiks together, but you know, because of the way he's spending the initial stone on double production, he doesn't have the double pump of Keshiks to open with. That's problematic in this matchup in particular, because remember, the Ghazi raid is coming out every 13 seconds due to military efficiency. How does the Scholar convince people to like get trained in the arts of war quicker? Is it like a Mr. Miyagi moment? This guy the Scholar just got a very long stick that he beats you with every time you say you can't do it? Maybe? Well, they can't do this. Oh my god, dude, what? How did that turn into 2 villager losses? I can't believe that. All right, slowing it down a little now. Numadon outplaying Cat there. So outpost goes up, sure, but 2 villagers down now. Your eco leader's gone. Raxes are coming in now as well. Cat's comp is about to be countered because his comp is about as one-dimensional as a piece of paper. He's now going Rax as well, which doesn't solve the problem. It's like a mixture, right? One side has Keshix, which is the better cavalry unit. The other side has attack speed increased spearmen with Fideli, right? But I think the issue you have to then really reconcile here is the difference in cost for those Keshix. Quite a bit more, right? And on top of that, it's over in an exposed area where you can only have so many villagers here or you run a risk of being attacked. Meanwhile, for Numadon, food and wood, much more easy to access. And, oh man, speaking of the food, for Cat, this is bad as well. Numadon finds another raid. That's going to be 2 villager kills. This is getting a bit out of control now. That's 4 eco. Keshix is still outnumbered. Spearman now being added in by Cat, but in every department right now, he's getting outplayed by Numadon. And this is before we even talk about Sanctity, right? Like, Sacred Site should be locked in soon. Skull's already on the way. Apparently, all the wildlife hates him. It's probably the fact that they can smell the blood on his teaching stick where he's been beating his pupils. Guys, you think I'm being, like, a bit grim here, but all I'm going to say is, have you ever considered why, like, the skirt trim is red? Clearly, all those bloody bodies he's stepping over. Never mess with the skulls. So, Cat, what's his thought process to get out of this? He's doing a 1-1-1 build. This is going to require outplaying up against the Delhi with the lead that you've just given over. His goal should be to try and block on the second Sacred Site claim that's to the north side, closest to his base. South side is uncontestable. For now, the only reason you want to be anywhere near the south side is to defend your deer gathering. This is another bigger issue in this game for Cat, though. Like, the fact he's chosen to go deer when he has so many safe sheep is really risky here. He needs to time this right so that he shifts off the deer when he goes to the main fight. Other side now, Blacksmiths coming through. Second one, in fact. So, Undermesh about to complete. Steel Dagger being prioritized behind. Cat needs to use his gold access to stop pumping as many Keshix and start pumping into Blacksmith decks. This is the big thing that will lose you many games against the Delhi. Is whenever you find yourself in a peshing contest to try and match their military count, it's very easy to lose yourself in the face of their production rate, right? Because they're able to double produce in a different way, in that they're producing double the amount of units with military efficiency, you tend to just kind of spam more production buildings and more units out of them to stay up to date. But that means you don't have blacksmith techs going. And it's already hard enough to mirror them when you both spend 150 wood, but they then just spend time. You then have to find, on top of matching their production rates, 175 resources each deck. A raid coming in again. Deerstone's doing its work, though, and I love that Cat is actively moving the Deerstone out into the mid. Very dangerous. I don't think this is like a big advantageous move in that he doesn't really have anything to play for here other than a decap. I love the fact there's still a spearman building down here as well, by the way. He just doesn't know. Ghazi, raid in. He'll get one. He might even burn this. Yeah, like, you just take this out. 100%. This is a kill. Oh, man, and Cat's out of position. Spearmen are on the way. Only one of them, though. That's going to be 5 dead workers. Numadon getting ready for the grab. And it's going to be a shift out. Cat goes back to work and looks to run away. So well played there. Will this get him out and away? Might still cost him one of these villagers, but at least it's not all 5 dying. However, this is still like one-sided affairs, right? Like, Numadon has got a 15 military lead. On top of that, you're not seeing any return fire. The only reason Cat is still competing is because he's spending all that stone that should be going into a production advantage in military to build more villages. It feels like this approach is, well, it's not the wrong choice in that it's stopping him from being a mile behind. It's the difference between playing to survive and playing to win, right? Like, I talk about this a lot. His strategy right now is, how do I live a bit longer? How do I live a bit longer again? It's not, how do I win? That's the thing that's worrying me in this game. And we're getting deeper and deeper into a field age that looks like it will never end. That's always a statement that favors the Delhi. Wow. Unless you're up against Ottomans, but no way they were getting through the draft. Count by the scholar. Cat's going to be forced to take a main fight soon. Steel Arrow is coming in, and that should be the point where Numidan looks to go for a GG. He has made a mistake with his Blacksmith, right? Because he built... Oh, sorry, no, he didn't build a second one. Ignore me, I'm an idiot. It was a Marketplace. I just instinctively thought it was the Blacksmith. So, no, this is fine. Steel Arrow and Undermesh, he'll look for a fight. Other side of it, there's no Undermesh for Cat. They got idled out on the gold too long here. This is a really big problem. They've got Whistling Arrows on the way. That's at least nice, right? Like, get the extra attack speed, but you're going to need it. The extra attack speed might be nice, but remember, across a long fight, Delhi still win because theirs is permanent. Archers? Wait, what? Cat? That's a bit of an overextension. Horsemen are going to charge in. It's not easy to just outplay with the movement speed difference here, but like Cat missed micro there, fought for the Archers, got paid there on there. Delhi able to just take the lead, and now Ghazi going to lead on in. Spears also pursuing this. There's only one Keshik, so you might as well throw them away as a damage buffer, right? Bad fight for Cat to have to take, but no choice in the matter. Numidan will just begin to reset here, happy with the outcome at the tail end. The Keshik's gone. The Khan is gone. You don't have to worry about any sort of ace up his sleeve right now. Cat is quite handcuffed, right? And the timing was fantastic there. Numidan chose that when the Steeled Arrow was coming through with the Undermesh. Other side of this, Cat still does not have Undermesh. He's prioritized additional Keshiks, which to me feels like a bit of a mistake. I understand that he doesn't want to be playing into mass infantry versus the Delhi, but I think for going Undermesh is setting you up for a failure anyway. Especially against this many archers. Numidan. He's going to keep poking and prodding. Looks like there's going to be a move out into the board, so playing Risk here. Cat also brings out one too many workers. Might actually work out perfectly if one of them dies. Okay, guys, he didn't bring out too many workers. The perfect number of workers. Deerstone in trouble, though. Ooh, this could easily just get pinched. Down to half HP already. Archers forced to trade out. No Yam to run away. Quicker Eva. That should be all she writes on this one. I mean, there's no way you're getting him out of your base now. He's in your production. The TC can assist a little bit, sure, but the pump continues. There's too many troops coming now. Deerstone is going to unpack, but the Archer trade out. 12 Archers left. Meanwhile, this is just 15 for the first wave. The rest are on their way. Numidan has reached that kill point. He knows it. So we are going to be going to a game 3 by the looks of it here. Cat, now that he's losing access to his wood line, there's no extra archers coming. This should just be the point where he accepts defeat. I mean, the eco lead is already a problem, right? Like, when you go for a TC drop on the Deerstone and bar the first few minutes, at no stage do you have an economy lead, I think that says everything it needs to about the state of this game. So a quick strike back means we'll be looking towards the third game. That third game, by the way, is going to be a... what did we say it was going to be? It was going to be a Byzantine-Malian matchup. I have a feeling that's still Byzantine favored. We'll have to see, though. We're even Stevens here as we get ready for the third. It is going to be a Byzantine-Malian matchup. I'm pretty sure from what we've been seeing recently, Byzantines are slightly favored in this matchup. If we look on the ladder at the performances of the Civs, right now, it's a 50-50, about 24 games played. But we know that, you know, tournament performance-wise, Byzantines have been out of this world good at the moment. The interesting part is, like, you have a lot of flexi in the contract. You might think you don't want to go for Lombos as the Byzantines, but actually sometimes you do because of the power of Landsnecht. Once you get Castle Age, Landsnecht plus Limitane, your opponent doesn't actually have a counter to that, right? Sofas get destroyed by the Limitane. Everything else gets annihilated by Landsnecht. So I've seen some Lombo games that actually look really convincing. We're probably looking at a Javelin all-in timing, though, that's really scary from the Byzantines. I've been noticing a lot more Kairos Siphon play that's super effective against what the Malians look to invest in, right? And then if you come over the top with Tech Up after scaling 20 Javs, get your Veterancy rushed, it's just another area you tend to trend ahead of the Malians in. Because while they're gradually adding in all this extra eco, you're getting these huge boosters straight away in the gathering rates persistence, right? It's what enables this Civ so much. So we are going to be going to Coastal Cliffs. Byzantines versus Malians. I think Byzantines look better on this map. Like, of what we've seen in tournament play, in fairness, a lot of those games have been up against Chinese, which is a bit unfair of a comparison. If Cat gets a good spawn with the Malians, where we're talking like back spawn double gold, thumbs up. We're probably going to see him reach castle and look good. If it's one of those split and forward, Byzantines are going to bend you over their knees and spank you. Let's find out, though. We get into the deciding game between these two. One apiece, and it's decided here on Avali's creation, on the Coastal Cliffs, and on to the 2x speed. Looking at the opening, this is not fantastic, but I would say also in a weird way not terrible, actually, for Cat. If you wall across here and then wall the short, Numidan shouldn't really have a way in. And you in return have got double gold on the backside, right? So could be a decent spawn. First thing that matters, a few of these games have been being decided by the sheep hall. So we're going to have to count in on that. And it looks like Cat on this opening. Not great. What the hell happened here? Numidan just dove his side of the map. Wait. Did Cat see him as well? He should have. There's no way he didn't see him. And what in the everlasting dark am I seeing here? We've got a Limitane opening from Numidan. This... Like, does this not feel unnecessary in this matchup? Sorry, I keep looking to switch between the two players' perspectives and actually hitting shield wall, which makes this noise. I'm sorry, I'll stop doing that. Alright, so Limitane to block out the house investment, but... Does Cat really care about this? Like, Limitane have a slow ramp-up compared to, say, a Mongol player. A Mongol player, you have to react to this. I don't think you have to react to Limitane doing this. I'm feeling as if the reason why Numidan has done this is to force his opponent to build archers, and then he builds javelins with his contract. But that feels so one-dimensional, almost just obvious. And are you kidding me? It's a Saharan trade network. Wait, what? Alright, that I didn't see coming. Villagers are going to get idled up a bit. I think this is one tile too deep, and now post-rush. So that's why he was paranoid about this coming. Dude, this is crazy. What is this game? Spam stabbing in, though. Great grabs. The shield wall up. This TC actually doesn't kill you that quickly. A lot of auto time being achieved here. This race is being won right now by the Byzantines. Catch needs to double down on this right now. More villagers coming out if he wants to win the race. It looks like it's going to be too late, though. So Numidan will get this outpost up. And I think he does just about have range to hit with it onto the villagers. Maybe? No, dude. I should have known. It's like 0.5 tile difference or something there. So Numidan does get the outpost up. Has the Limitane to pressure this, and now, God, he does have a second option here. And the funny thing is, like, actually, this is kind of the best way this could have played out for Cat, considering the placements. And what I mean by that is, like, with the gold behind, he can actively gather here, and this passive gold is not going to be touched for a long time, right? Like, it's a house shooting 3 times every 4 seconds. It's not exactly a quick killer. Other side of this, Numidan still hasn't teched up. This came at quite the price. And this is also a lot of his initial food. He's got, what, 9 sheep left over? Other side of this, 9. So Cat's got to kind of be happy with this, right? Like, it sucks to not have Mansa Quarry, sure, but considering this is an outpost rush to try and GG out the game, you know, the difference now is this pit mine investment, which is 150 gold here and then 150 on houses. You aren't losing 150 wood, rather. You aren't losing 300 wood here. At least not immediately. You may lose 50 wood across the course of this outpost existing, depending on how quickly you want to contest it. Second bit mine now coming up from Cat. Let's hit the 2 times there again. There's not going to be any immediate pressure, right? Like, for Cat, he just wants to defend against what comes next. He wants to prep javelins, especially in case he's up against Javs. And for Numidan, he needs to actually get to Javs. God, I forgot what a Rax looks like in the Dark Age for Byzantines. You just never see them. That's better. There we go. So Oliver gathering on the way. Very high value area out front of Numidan's base. I think it's to his benefit to play into this. But you're going to need to field some aggression before you can do that, right? Because Cat right now has an opportunity with these initial jabs to be quite the pain in the ass. Time being, they're just going to defend the second pit mine going up. Numidan is going to look to move away. Keep hitting the forward on this because it's going to be a little bit of poke and prod attempt, but realistically, Cat is stabilized. So Numidan's goal now, what is it? Like, usually in this matchup, 2TC or Fast Castle makes a lot of sense for the Byzantines at this stage, while you scale Javs alongside it. Instead, he's investing quite a lot of food. This Limitane opening was already expensive. Now to go into Horseman as well, you're draining your good gathering rates very quickly. Like, berries are great for the jabs, but they're not so great when you have to spend this much meat. And it is a Lombo contract. So we talked about this, right? Like, right now, people, they're going to ask the very fair question. What the hell is Numidan doing? Why is he throwing the game? Why does he like to feed? There's no reason you should be building Lombos in a Mali matchup. Now, normally I'd be inclined to agree, but I think that's not the case here. It makes a lot of sense in this matchup for later in the game. Numidan is playing for aggro now into Castle Age. If this was all in Feudal Age, it's a bad idea. But with a Castle Age in mind, Landsknecht are your MVP. Pitmine in the meantime is going to be burnt down. Ram is now on the way, so Cat is going to get access to the primary gold again. That's really important because he needs additional gold to keep the Javelin pump going. Between which, Javs are going to start pushing this away. So a few troops go down. I'm going to stick on the 2x speed because I just found out my food is ready, so I need to be quick with this one. Numidan, he really is going for the all-in. I quite like Cat's position to defend though, right? Like, Numidan, the issue he now has is because Cat took the retracted gold second, the strong defense, the Saharan trade network here, is something quite unbreachable. You know, usually we see a Clarosiphon play by the Byzantines, right? Some early pressure, but that's in a Manticore game. This is a very powerful defensive landmark. It's 5k HP, right? Like, usually when you go and you deal with an outpost with 750, then a pit mine with 1500, and some houses with 500. Trying to dent this is going to take a lot of effort, and Numidan is indeed trying for that effort. I think it needs to be double Clarosiphon, and I hate that I'm saying that. I want to vomit because double Clarosiphon is not cheap. That's a 300 resource investment per ram on a ram that has less health than standards. To put it in like real life experiences perspective, it's the equivalent of when I went looking for some real Saudi Arabian product when I was over there for an event. I was like, I want to bring back some souvenirs, and I went into like an old school market. I paid a premium because I wanted handmade stuff. The handmade stuff was busted. Same kind of feeling, right? Like, you do this and then you realize, oh, this thing's a lot more fragile than something I could have just bought from China. Oh god, yeah, that's exactly what you can't let happen. Lombos are not even trying to hit this right now, so you've lost half the HP on your Clarosiphon, and realistically it's done duck all. I don't know about this. Javs continue to be A-okay in this engagement. Oh, God. I mean, they are attacking the Limitane, so that's upside. But like, even when that happens, the Lombos don't kill these guys quickly. Undermesh is also on the way, so they won't kill them quickly. They're never going to kill them after this. And the Horseman counted. The reason why Numidan thought this build would work is the Horseman. The Horseman was the thing that was meant to scare the bejesus out of the Javelins and force Cat to build more Donzos. But now that Cat knows exactly what he's up against, especially with the Clarosiphon investment, like, this is crazy resources. One Clarosiphon, 300 resources at this stage, that's almost 3 additional Horsemen. And that might have been the difference, right? They allowed him to break through, but now Cat, very content. 16 workers on gold. Adding in the ranches now. We're going to hit the 2 times because I think this is where Numidan just has to go Castle Age. And he always wanted Castle, right? But what he wanted alongside that was pressure that denied Cat. And he has admittedly slowed Cat's timings, but I don't think he's made Cat weak for it per se. His army still matches quite well against this. Now Numidan's playing a dangerous game, right? Like, this is all forward resources for him. That's the problem with this spawn. I'd prefer that he was setting up groves, and nice, he is doing that. So he's got a few coming through. This is really important because all your food sources are forward to your base. There's a very high risk that Cat just dives out and denies you. And in fact, his timing could not be more perfect. Golden Horn Tower is now on the way, and that means Numidan has just spent 1,800 resources not defending himself here. Idle on the food. Horseman leading the charge. Donzo's not engaging is kind of surprising here. I'm going to turn around now. That was interesting. Okay, so Numidan, That's very creative by Cat. Numenon's Lombos are slower than the jabs, right? So as the horsemen chase, they get further and further away from the Lombos over time. That's why he waited so long to turn around the Donzos. He was trying to stretch the fight so that then in the retreat, like there's literally no trade at all. It's just you get a few kills, your opponent gets nothing. So really sick little micro there, gets him 2 horseman kills. Golden Horn Tower is now complete. Now, the one sucky part about Golden Horn Tower in this particular game is your first contract out of that is going to be Lombos. In fairness, Landsneck isn't your immediate transition. You want like 10 plus, 15 plus Varangian before you start getting Langsk. But Langsk is the end goal here for Numidan. Cat now looking to pressure though. Behind this, not too far off his own timing, right? Like he's got 3 ranches filled out. A few to go. Food and Gold is actually looking pretty good. He might even look for an early tech up, which is quite intriguing here. Jabs. Need to be careful about getting too deep. These Varangian are actually getting stung pretty hard here. The jabs have very high base damage. 9, you're only deflecting away 5. So although it's a lot of the damage, when you have no Varangian, it definitely doesn't feel like a tickle. 2 flurries literally just kills 1. Unless you misclick twice. Veterans is coming through. Grand Fulani now on the way. So Cat, little bit of an overextension here, but for good reason, right? Like he's holding a lot of the game hostage here. No wood gathering means no extra kind of funky transitions coming out. No mass horseman seems feasible. Gold on the backside is at least accessible. That's the one redeeming quality for Numidan. Had this been a full forward spawn gold, game's already over. It's the one thing that's giving him hope here. There's no denying at this stage, Cat, actually a very good position in this game. I think Numidan, like the issue to me is I'm wondering if the Dark Age aggro was necessary. Numidan, if he just went for a faster feudal, he would have had Lombos quicker. He would have had the horsemen spamming out sooner. That would have been a much more powerful hit. Downside is Cat would have definitely went Mansa. He would have had extra resources, sure, but upside is that that initial Kara Siphon you had with the extra better units that we're talking about, Lombos and Horsemen, wouldn't have had a strong defense to contest them, right? They wouldn't have had this 11 damage outpost. So now we shift into a little bit of a deeper phase here. We're going to speed up because neither player's going to attack until their upgrades come through. You're seeing a few Horsemen go in. That's just a throwaway. It's going to reveal the Sofa, it's going to reveal the location of the Fulani, but realistically, Numidan can't do anything with this. He now needs to prep Limitane. He is up against Sofa spam. It is a full Fulani, which means it's going to be 20 plus Sofas by about 20 minutes at this pacing. With imported armors, you need walls, and you need them stat. Oh man, they might be a bit too late. Numidan also going for a second TC. I like this. I think this is actually the way that we've seen quite a few Byzantines approach this map. Most notably, Dimmu has found great success with this build. You cast Lage and then you go for a second TC. It's a very logical map for it because the stone's not accessible that early on. And interestingly enough, the Byzantines at this stage of the game used to have a lot of surplus stone from all these structures because remember, they basically get a tax rebate in stone every time they build structures. Jabs and Surface moving up. Numidan has a serious food issue now. He's pretty much tapped, right? Like a keg. I mean, dude, the guy has got to rush wood just to get more farms up. I don't know how you hold this. Like, you're against one of the most food spammy civs in the game in Castle Age, right? And you have none. Top of that, Cat is now prepping mass archers. Oliver income is 173 a minute. That's not ideal. Landsneck, they're going to take way too long to scale up here, right? 480 resources means it takes 3 minutes for you to trigger a Lance contract. So overall, on average, you're waiting 4 minutes to get free Landsneck. 4 minutes. In that time, there's going to be like an additional 10 Sofa at least, bare minimum. Oh my god, dude. I think this game is over right now. You know, neither player's like going to accept defeat until the bitter end, right? Like Numidan wouldn't do it, Cat wouldn't do it if it's the other way. But realistically, what we're seeing on the comp, Numidan has no counter to Sofas. He's got one Spearman. Mangonel might be nice here, sure, but like who's holding when these Sofas charge in? Man, this is desperation play. The guy has way too much gold, has a decent amount of wood, but literally has nothing else. And that's the problem here. Not even a play into relics, right? The only person getting those right now is Cat. So Cat, This is pretty standard for Cat. Cat is a very... I don't want to say defensive player. I think it's more hesitant would be the fitting word. He has this typical approach where like he won't just all in. He'll kind of show a bit too much respect. We've seen him actually like be on the precipice of the easiest victories we'd see all day and all night, and he'll just back away because he's not sure of his state of the game, like if he's that far ahead. We can see, plain as day, Cat is a mile ahead. It's going to take him a few minutes to process that. So Numidan is going to get a little bit of wiggle room, but this is very difficult. This wood line is almost done. He's going to have to move to the forward one on the south side. That's going to leave him more exposed. Behind this, let's be real, Cat's not getting weaker for this play, right? Like, he's got the Fulani fully filled out. He's got more relics on the way home. Poisoned arrows is coming through now. And I just watched Numidan queue up a Cataphract. I want to leave this game. Sofa Raid hits the back. Wait, are we really huffing the hopium that Lanceneck will shred Sofas? There's only one problem with that. You die before you swing, right? Like, that's going to be the big issue here. You need a lot of Lanceneck. Sofas get bonus damage against infantry, remember. They hit each individual lance as hard as the lance hits them. They hit for 25. Check these Lanceneck. Oh, wait, where are they? There's so few of them. There they are. Ooh, big boy with the 17 damage. It's really hard. Not to mention the health pool is so small. Sofa also chipping away at this. Numidan. Well, he's 2 TC, but you wouldn't guess it. Not based on this. Has got 3 mangoes. I think Cat just spams Siege now, right? He's even going for a second. Dude, once again, this is so typically Cat. He's the type of player that, like, it's very weird. In the first 15 minutes, Cat is about as aggressive as a Vortex or a Killjadi. But then after that, he just reaches this, what do we do now state? Ooh, shinies. It's a very weird, polarizing approach to AoE 4 to have that in one player with such a clear cut point. Cat, dude, he's going Imperial Age. Jesus, I don't blame him, right? Like, he has food for days. His opponent doesn't. His opponent is basically holding on because he has mangoes and potentially mango towers. If you go for Springolds, you strip him of any relevancy here, right? Springolds with shutter triggers destroy everything that Numidan's holding on with. Breakthrough. So we're going around the back towards the stone again. We're going to stay on the 2 speed for the moment until the tech up comes through, and this is the moment where Numidan has to fight. He has to look for an engagement right now because his income would not allow him to tech up for another 2 minutes at least. But he's not going to find it, is he? The movement speed is just too quick here. It's going to be a breakaway. Meantime, it's going to be a wraparound. Donzo's in the back of the base. Lombo's at least going to be able to react to that, the perfect solution. But what comes next is what I fear. Elite Archer upgrades on the way. We should be also seeing Elite Sofas soon. That's going to be uncontested. We officially have reached what feels like death's door for Numidan. And the problem is he knows what this means, right? It's either Shutter Triggers or a Culverin. We can see it's going to be the Culverin. He's going to have to come out and fight. He's not going to like it. The alternative is somehow getting enough food income that you can spam 20+ horsemen to wrap on the siege. The other problem is, like, he can't even just rush the enemy base for that tech up. Because he knows what the tech up's going to be, right? In a map like this, it's almost guaranteed Fort of the Huntress. So for some Donzos this time. Oh, dude, this is a bad fight for Numidan. He's read him perfectly. Cat, he brought the Donzos back, but this time the Sofas as well means that actually this is a terrible fight for the Lombos. Villagers are going to be targeted instead, though. Numidan will have to retreat away from this, so Cat about to force a lot of idle time here in a game where Numidan, he may not need wood imminently, but he now has no access to it. Sacred Site time is continued behind this. We're finally seeing precision training coming in. This is where the game begins to break. The archers have already been upgraded. They're about to get an extra damage increase, right? +2. So these guys already hit for 10. They're about to hit for 12. Lombos won't win that. Lanceneck won't touch that. In fact, the mangoes get found out. That's it. GG called. So Numidan will finish off his group stage with another loss. Really promising performance by Cat. I think he still needs to work on that mid game. If Cat could actually figure a way to, like, actually just read how far ahead he is and execute, He's going to do a solid. I think in this game, there was maybe a little bit more wiggle room given than was necessary. But understandably, when he saw the mangoes coming out, thought about the outpost, or the mango outpost of the Byzantines, he didn't want to throw away what felt like a guaranteed win at that stage. So, well played by the kitty cat. Okay. So, another series complete. Let me shift that one across. Numidon versus Cat. How many series is that today? I think that was 5. Do I eat and keep going, or do I call it? I think I'm going to call it today. And tomorrow we'll do a longer one. I think that makes sense. Because also, like, that's going to be when people are around for community games, maybe? So, like, we'll probably do, like, 5 more series tomorrow, something like that. And then we'll do combi games. So, in that case, let's find someone to trade. Oh, Hans is online. Second day on French. Ooh. So Hans, he's ranked out as gold. Bless him. He's learned the game. He's dressed up in red today. Interesting, different look. Not the full coat. We're going full cozy. So I'm going to raid through to helping Hans. For those guys who don't know who Hans is, he is a Company of Heroes pro, actually. He played a lot of competitive Company of Heroes. He's transitioning to Age of Empires 4. He's currently on day number 8 of that transition, and he's been grinding out on the multiplayer. I think the first 2 days were actually single player. But that's it for me. Guys, if you like what you're seeing here, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you've fed it around to everyone else, actually. A lot of people, you know, they're kind of asking, you know, oh, what can I do to support the channel? Subbing is cool, but honestly, just letting people know. Reddit threads, communities, bring friends through actually means a lot. It allows us to grow the numbers, and that will definitely allow me to eventually, like, make this a living. Just a quick question coming from YouTube to round this out. Armin says, do you cast Dota 2? I used to cast a hell of a lot of Dota 2. I miss Dota 2. I would really love to get back to Dota 2, but the scene is an absolute mess to try and get involved in casting right now. So I'm kind of like literally sitting here going every once in a while, I'd love to cast Dota 2, but then there's no opportunities, is what it is. But anyway, you guys go hype up Helping Hands. Be sure to take advantage of those new emotes. There might be a certain K-Pig Nani that is perfect whenever you see something outrageous. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Toodaloo. Peace out. Whoop.
Pressure going on. Hey, Killer Pigeon, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. First time playing against Roos, actually. I've never really played against Roos before, so I don't know really what to expect from them.
All right, 1-0. All right, 1-0.